elections. I Welcome back, everyone, to the Mike Sennello Show. Hello and welcome to a very special episode of the Mike Sennello Show. We're going to call it that. I don't know if that's the world's best thing to call this because this is something of a special. So what I've done is I've purposely kept myself away from all of the debates, all the interviews, all of the town halls, and apparently a cone. So apologize in advance for any of that. We should be getting, we got to change our filter here so you guys can actually see me. There we go. Isn't that a little bit better? So what I've done is I've purposely kept myself away from that. So what I'd love to do is some watch alongs, if you will, of some of these major conversations to get some live reaction from that. And that's why I'm only doing this on YouTube. So I like to cover local politics, and that's why I put this channel together on my Facebook page. So if you guys are coming in from Facebook, please do share. And we're going to get into the local stuff as soon as I can. But we got to get some stuff out of the way, some housekeeping, if you will. I've talked to some folks who say they might be chiming in today, so we might actually have some of those local candidates as guests tonight. I'll get into greater detail when we start to hammer that all out. We're going to be doing this all day because if we're going to do these watch-alongs, it's going to take all day to do this. So, this is going to be a nice, long stream. And let me just pull up my notes for everyone. So this is the reason that I'm not doing this on my Facebook page, because a lot of what we're going to be talking about is the national stuff. I really, really like to spend a little bit of time on the local stuff. There's a poll on Facebook. I should actually probably dig that up and share it. But the results of the poll, let me see if I can actually find that real quick for everybody. So I put out a poll to see which one of those events you guys would like for me to talk about, to watch along first. And here, let me just get this. We'll do this. Okay, here we go. And so it appears that the results are kind of in. And let me show you all these other two so we can get this in. So this is the poll that we did on the very public news and politics discussion page. It looks like it's a pretty decisive victory for the debate between Matt Corey and Chris Murphy for U.S. Senate. That was done by WTNH. I have that. We can watch the whole thing. It's not very long. These are two candidates that when it comes to their candidacy this time around, I really don't know that much about. So if there's something else that you'd like me to go over while we're doing housekeeping, while we're going over some basic stuff, and while we're going over some local stuff, put it in the YouTube comment section. I'm looking. I'm following along. Let me know what you guys want to see that maybe we haven't seen or that you'd like to get some live reaction on, but that you have already seen. So when it comes to the local stuff, so New Milford has three state reps, three state representative districts, three House districts. Excuse me, those are the 108th, the 67th, and the 69th. I don't know much about the 69th because it only covers a very tiny portion of extreme southeastern Connecticut. I know that the Republican candidate is Jason Buxbaum. I don't know who he's running against. It's not my district, so it's not kind of like really my responsibility to be perfectly well attuned with all of these districts. I know that Pat Callahan is the incumbent at 108, and that covers northwestern New Milford and most, if not all, of Gaylordsville, and then spreading out into certain other parts of northwestern New Milford. And I know that he's running again as the Republican candidate in that ticket. Love to have him on. If anyone has a way to reach out to him, we could have him on throughout the course of the show. I haven't spoken with him yet. In the 67th district, which is an entirely New Milford district. So these other districts are shared with other towns. The 67th district is the only House district here in Connecticut, in New Milford, that's exclusively in New Milford, and it covers almost all of New Milford. It covers not almost all. It covers the super majority of the town, and that's the district I'm in. It's been the district I've been in for a long time. And, I don't think it's any big secret that my guy in that district is Billy Mo Buckby. He, every year that he runs, he works with Mike Furman to put together a really, really cheese-tastic campaign video. I didn't make it through the whole thing because, man, this is a lot of cheese. It's 15 minutes of cheese. And that's what they like to do. It's wholesome. It's, I don't know. He never talks about his opposition, when good or bad. He just talks about the things that he's done. And on that note, I kind of like the things that he's done. And we can get into greater detail as to what that means. But I think, and Billy, if you see this, don't take this the wrong way. But I'm kind of going to be voting for Billy because you don't fix what ain't broke. It's not something where I'm being dismissive of his position in his campaign. It's just when you've been doing it this long, and I've been happy with what he's been doing for this long, you kind of don't fix what ain't broke, and you just win by default, in my opinion, on my vote. Billy's also won in landslides in pretty much every single election that he's run, and has widened his gap in every election that he's done. So if you guys want to, let me expand this so you guys can see the URL, so you guys can follow that. He keeps it on his page, so on his Facebook page, and we could watch this if you'd like. It's a spoof of Hot Ones, and let me see if I can jump along, and see if we can get Andy in here. Anyways, there they are. So that's how it's gonna work. Andy is effectively the spoof host of this spoof Hot Ones. Andy Atkinson, fellow New Milford High School class of 2003. Which was a video produced by Mike Furman, also New Milford High School class of 2003. We're still here in town for some reason. I don't know I don't know why that's the case with the class of 2003, but we all stayed in town. I don't know. I can't explain it. And we're all we all still know each other. We all still get along. Cody, if you're watching, howdy. If Spencer or Spencer or any other people we still keep in touch with see this, howdy. Hopefully I haven't missed anybody. So you can follow his politics there. So one of the things that he's done in the last term that I really liked is that on your electric bill, if you have Eversource, well, if you're New Milford, you have Eversource. On your electric bill, there is a charge card called the public benefits charge. And this has actually been there for a really long time. However, it's not been bifurcated on your bill into a distinct category. And because it's not been bifurcated into a distinct category, all of these charges have been hidden for a really long time. And it was Billy Mo Buckby from right here in the 67th district in New Milford that led the charge and was the lead sponsor of the bill that forced Eversource to separate those charges so that you would see them. And this is why you've had the outrage over the last few months about the public benefits charges with Eversource and the increased rates that Eversource has been charging, and the approvals from Cura to increase those total rates for things like the public benefits charge. And we went into great detail in our conversation with Senator Steve Harding about where all this comes from, why this is all the case. And I'll admit that this conversation that I had with Steve Harding was kind of littered with technical difficulties. So what I did was, after that was all done, I did a review, and this one didn't have any technical difficulties. We went over, again, in great detail for an hour, what the conversation that we had, just without the technical difficulties, and summed everything up as best and succinctly as I can. If you guys want links to any of this stuff, let me know, and I'll find a way to get links over to you. Pardon me. And Speaking of which, that was Steve Harding. He's our state senator. He's running for re-election in the Connecticut's 30th Senate District, which encompasses all of New Milford, and it's the only Senate district that encompasses New Milford. It is inland area, the largest of the Senate districts here in Connecticut. The last time we had a conversation with Steve, prior to that conversation about Eversource, was in June 25th, 2023, when we got an update about the end of that session from 2023. Pardon me. And we've had him on the show quite a few times. So if you guys want to check that out, that's how you can get an idea as to what's been taking place. We talked about he came in 2022 for his campaign in 2022. So he's been on the show quite a few times. And yeah, of course, Steve has my vote as well. There's also kind of a secondary reason if I'm to be political about all of this, why I would be voting for these two. And that is that if I was to be political, I would also add, and this isn't the primary reason I'm voting for these two. I'm voting for these two on substance and not on affectation. The secondary reason would be the affectation, and that affectation would be the fact that they're Republicans and what is I consider to be a broken governmental and political system here in Connecticut that isn't going to be fixed and it isn't going to be mended until the majority party is cycled out, until the majority party is ousted out of its majority at the very least. And voting in this case for potentially whoever would be running against these two isn't going to help doing that. Voting continuously for that majority isn't going to help with fixing what I consider to be, like I said, a broken system here in Connecticut. So the other candidacy that I'd love to get into, but I don't see building a whole lot of momentum, is as we branch out away from the local. We can talk about that stuff more if you guys want. Again, let me know in the comment section. If that's what how you guys want to go about this. Pardon me. But the other, as we branch out one step further, we get to the Connecticut's 5th district. It's the Connecticut's 5th district for the House in Congress in D.C., which is a rematch of Jahana Hayes and George Logan. Now, last time around, this was one of the handful of closest races in the entire House. So in 2022, this was a district that Jahana Hayes, the incumbent Democrat at the time, won by 0.8%, and that amounts to 2,004 total votes out of a total of over 250,000 votes. Not only was this very close, this was one of the closest elections in the House in all of 2022. And again, when we go to polling, which is going to bring us kind of to a downer. Let me get this poll up. Here we go. So this is the only poll I have for this time around, and it has Hayes ahead by 4 in the Emerson College poll from the 29th of October, and the less recent poll from the 15th of October has Hayes up 49-46. Now, this is actually what you would expect. Usually when somebody loses a very close race the first time around, the second time around, the gap widens, and they continue to lose. That said, the previous polling had this district as an absolute toss-up. So the polling seems to have widened in terms of Hayes' lead in this district. The additional, it should also be noted too that this time around, Hayes is way outspending Logan. She's raised $3.97 million to George Logan's $2.63 million, according to most recent FEC filings. And she spent, again, way outspent Logan, $3.30 million versus $2.31 million for Logan. And that's probably because Democrats nationally know that this is going to be an incredibly tight race in Connecticut's 5th district, which, if you've ever heard one side of the political aisle rail on about gerrymandered districts, well, we've got one right here in Connecticut. And I hope we can see my cursor. Can we see the cursor? We probably can't see the cursor. Let me know in the chat, guys, if you can see this cursor. So let me just see if it's in my settings for. Yeah, I don't know if this is under my settings. Capture cursor. Yes. Okay. Okay, good. So I don't know if it's showing, but so you guys will have to bear with me here. But this district is one weirdly shaped district. Now, I'm not here to tell you that I think the district should be rectangular. I don't think they should be rectangular. I think what the district should do when it comes to the House is reflect the interests of the population, because that's what the House is there to serve in the first place. So for that matter, why are places like Meriden, New Britain, Simsbury, why are giant cities one town away from Hartford part of our district and not Hartford's district? When you think, here's how I'll put this, right? When you have time on the weekends, let me get to here. When you as a fella have time on the weekends, right? It's a nice day out. You've gotten up early. What are you going to do with your time, right? What's your free time? What's the thing you like to do out in the summer? And for a lot of guys, it's going to be let's grab the rod and reels. Let's go fishing, right? And that's just something that when you live in a giant city like New Britain, just isn't going to be much of a consideration. When you have a good time with the fellas at night, what does a good time with the fellas at night look like in northwestern Connecticut? For the most part, no matter like Kent, Sharon, Cornwall, Salisbury, these are very blue towns, and they share the spirit of New Milford, which is we're going to sit around a campfire in somebody's backyard and drink beer, and we're going to hang out and bullshit around the campfire, drinking beer. Is that what you're going to do in a giant city in a place like New Britain? No, you're going to go in the club, right? And in Meriden, you're going to go, find some place to hang out. In Simsbury, same thing. All of these pretty urban areas that are not reflective of the spirit of northwestern Connecticut. And if I'm to not assume charity, why is Torrington broken up like this? Why do we have a divided Torrington where Connecticut's 5th district has like the lower 1/4 of its land area, and the 1st district has like the upper 3/4 of Torrington? Why does Connecticut's 5th district have a split Waterbury? We only have 3 cities in this district: Danbury, Waterbury, and Torrington. And among those, Torrington and Waterbury are by far the most quote-unquote red cities in Connecticut. And yet, they're the 2 that get split up. So why aren't we including Torrington? Why does this thing have to be shaped like this and extend all the way out in terms of its dingleberries to New Britain and Meriden? Why are we not including Bristol? Bristol's right there. Why are we excluding all of these 6 towns up here that are still in Litchfield County and are definitely more reflective of the spirit of the northwest corner of Connecticut? Right? Like, how likely are your teams in the SWC to play teams against New Britain or Meriden? Probably not very likely, right? How the high school basketball teams from Warren and Cornwall and Sharon, are they likely to play the teams in Winchester? Yes, obviously. And how likely are they to play the teams in, again, New Britain and Meriden? Probably pretty dang unlikely, right? And to that effect, why do we have Thomaston, Plymouth, Wolcott, and Waterbury, but not any of the other towns from the Naugatuck River Valley? Why don't we have Naugatuck? Why don't we have Prospect, Beacon Falls, Bethany? Could it be that Democrats have a supermajority, and when the 2020 census came out, they knew that they needed to throw in a guaranteed giant blue city like New Britain, and a guaranteed giant blue city like Meriden, and a guaranteed giant blue city like Simsbury, and then ouster out from the 5th district these redder districts up here in Colebrook and Winchester, and split Torrington in half, and split Waterbury in half, and not include the reddest district in Connecticut, which is the Naugatuck River Valley, in its entirety. So what we could do to have ignoring outcomes, ignoring the R versus D split, is we could have that instead. Because this is my fix. This is what I did. This is what I threw together in 15 minutes. And what you wind up with is, yes, a more rectangular district, but you also wind up with a district that's significantly more reflective of the actual spirit of northwestern Connecticut and of the geography and the population within that geography of this district in here in Connecticut. It also returns to the 1st district some giant cities like New Britain and Meriden. Well, in Simsbury, in the case of Meriden's going down to the 3rd in my proposal. This took me 15 minutes. And you know what's wild? None of the populations overall within these districts significantly change. So you still are well within accordance to the law when it comes to the apportionment rules for these districts. And yet instead of having this, which would make sense, we're left with this, which makes no sense. So this versus this. This isn't hard. This really isn't hard. And in this map that I'm showing you right now, if that was the map in 2022 and everybody voted along party lines the way they already did, Jahana Hayes doesn't win the district. That's how close this district was. Although I'd go so far as to say Jahana Hayes wouldn't have even been the incumbent in the first place because she lives in New Britain. She's always lived in New Britain, and she wouldn't qualify because she'd be in the first district. We get somebody else. Now, it's true that George Logan is kind of stretching the definition of where he resides to qualify for this election. But this, again, is much less of an issue if you're not gerrymandering these districts. And again, if you ever hear the complaint from the one side of the aisle that is constantly railing on about this, about gerrymandered districts, it's right here in Connecticut's 5th District. And it's gerrymandered in the favor of that group of people, of that party. Uniformly, undeniably. And when I say undeniably, I mean, again, in this map, Jahana Hayes, even if she were to live in, say, Farmington, get an apartment in Farmington and stretch the definition of where she actually resides, she doesn't win in 2022. In this one, she does. And so I'd love to extend the principle of charity in this matter, but I don't think I can. And with that said, that's kind of why I never really speak too much about gerrymandering, because of course you're going to try to get the districts to reflect something that you value, right? One side values one thing, and the other side does not value that same thing. Not everybody shares the same values. So the way that these borders are going to be drawn is always going to reflect a difference in those values. And it's always going to favor whatever side has the supermajority and is doing the drawing of those boundaries. So I'd love to see how Logan performs on this debate. I don't really know much about Jahana Hayes in terms of her voting record. We could speak, like I said, to that political calculus that I was talking about prior. But if I were to say that there was a material matter that would be voting on, it's that her voting record looks almost identical, from what I understand, to AOC's voting record, which is not a voting record I can stand behind. So with that out of the way, I'm not seeing much in the way of commentary to let me know if you guys want me to do anything differently. So let me just bring up my notes. It seems like the winner is let me just bring up that poll one last final time. Yeah, it's Corey versus Murphy. Let me get that out. Let me get the link to that out. So let's go ahead and watch Matt Corey versus Chris Murphy. Let me get that up. And I'm just going to make sure that everything is working correctly from a technical standpoint. Yeah, let me see. I don't know if this is going to work from a technical standpoint. Let me turn the desktop audio off temporarily so I can get to the player. Okay, all right. Okay, desktop audio back on. Okay, so this was hosted by WTNH. So let me go ahead and just get something going right. All right, so before we get this started, I'm just going to go ahead and share a quick link. And you know what, let me just go ahead and get this started. Let's turn off the captions because we don't need that. Captions off. There we go. All right, and let's see how this goes.
First and only U.S. Senate debate in Connecticut. Incumbent Democrat Chris Murphy and Republican challenger Matthew Corey traded barbs on many issues. News 8's Mike Cerulli joins me live with a recap tonight. Mike.
Thank you. At times on the debate stage, it seemed like the two candidates could not be further apart. But there were a couple moments where they...
Hang on. I know for a fact I was able to find the actual full debate. I know for a fact I was able to find it. I think it was on WTNH site. Okay, so if you guys have that debate link, just share it in the chat with me so I can. Well, actually, you can't. Yeah, just share the extension of the debate of the. Yeah, so I thought I had the full thing. I could swear I had the full thing. Kill the desktop audio real quick. No, that's just a recap. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now I've got it. Don't know why it's coming in. Captions off. Here we go.
Somebody that actually represents Connecticut.
Looking to do something no Republican has done in the state of Connecticut in 42 years.
I think the voters are seeing what's happening with their pocketbooks. I think they want to change.
I get to represent Connecticut in the Senate, and I hope that people still see the joy and the enthusiasm that I bring to the job.
A global pandemic, transition of power, record inflation, and 6 years separates the two candidates from the last time they faced off. So what has changed, and where do they stand now on the issues you care most about? Live from your local election headquarters in New Haven, this is the 2024 Connecticut U.S. Senate.
Good evening and welcome to the Connecticut U.S. Senate debate. This is the only time these two candidates will face off before the election. I'm Dennis House.
And I'm Catherine Hauser. We are so glad that you're here with us. We have a lot of ground to cover, but first we begin with the debate rules. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Corey, you will each have 90 seconds to answer a question. Each rebuttal will get 45 seconds, and you'll get 15 seconds for a clarification. And both candidates will have 30 seconds for a closing statement. Time will be kept in our control room, and a sign here in the studio will let each candidate know that they have 15 seconds left. And then you'll hear this bell, and that will let you know when your time is up.
And we encourage you who are watching to share your concerns on X. Look for the hashtag CT Senate Debate and use that, where you'll find all of the sources we used to develop our questions tonight. And with that, let's get started. The economy is a major issue for Connecticut residents and the leading issue in our recent Nexstar Media poll. A basket of groceries that cost $100 in 2020 is now almost $126. Mr. Murphy, can you give us one specific thing you would do moving forward to lower costs for Connecticut consumers? You have 90 seconds.
Well, Dennis, Catherine, WTNH, thank you very much for hosting this debate. For those of you who were tuning in to watch Jeopardy, I'm sorry. But I think you're going to see an interesting set of differences between the two candidates and the two parties. Listen, the economy is much better today than it was when Donald Trump left office. Unemployment is low, factory construction booming, inflation is much lower. But if you're living paycheck to paycheck in this economy today, things are really tough. During my walk across Connecticut this year, I spent some time with an older man named Izzy, and he had worked for one of these big multinational corporations. He had played by the rules.
We might actually have to open up a new tab for notes, because he said times are tough, but he's also been the incumbent for over a decade now. So, like, what are we doing here? And you guys have had a majority in the Senate for at least 2 years now. I'm pretty sure they've had at least some element of majority in the Senate for the entirety of Biden's tenure. So, like, what are we talking about here? So, yeah, I may have to... Let me know if you guys want me to show how I take notes and review these sorts of things in the comment section here.
Rules his entire life, but they didn't give him a pension. So when he retired, he was left with only Social Security income, and it just didn't pay enough for him to be able to meet his bills. And so we have to be serious about helping people like Izzy. What we need to do to get costs down. One, we need to take on the price gougers. These big corporations are getting away with murder. The cost of a package of chicken has gone up by 30 to 40%, in part because of price collusion. So I continue to support efforts to go after those price gougers. We've got money back into the pockets of regular consumers. That means a child tax credit.
Hang on. Price collusion. First things first, that's already illegal. That's already illegal. So why haven't you been going after them? That's number one. Number two, if that's the explanation for this inflation, why wasn't the price what it was 10 years ago? If they can just get away with this collusive price gouging, why didn't they do this 10 years ago? Why didn't they do this 4 years ago under Donald Trump? Why wouldn't they? Why didn't they do this under Barack Obama or under George Bush? Where is this coming from? I mean, this is a swing and a miss from an economic standpoint. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start taking notes. We might have to rewind this real quick. Let's do Google Docs. Here we go. Murphy, opening. Yeah, let's rewind this a little bit. And let's start taking notes. And I'm not sure how I want to do this if we're going to take notes. Maybe we do something like this and then what the hell is going on here? Let's do, can we do this? Yeah, sorry folks if this is a bit of a delay. I want to be able to take notes here while we do this. And I think the only way to do that and to like show the thought process here is to have it side by side here. All right, so let's see that again, Mark.
I spent some time with it and the two
You would do moving forward to lower costs for Connecticut consumers. You have 90 seconds.
All right, so the question is, what would you do to lower costs for consumers?
Well, Dennis, Catherine, WTNH, thank you very much for hosting this debate. For those of you who were tuning in to watch Jeopardy, I'm sorry, but I think you're going to see an interesting set of differences between the two candidates and the two parties. Listen, the economy is much better today than it was when Donald Trump left office.
The economy is much better? Trump left office? How? Okay, so real quick, how does this answer the question? Right? Because if it's better, then if you're presupposing that the economy is not in a good state, and people are having a hard time, like you just said, then how is this an answer to this question? That's number one. Number two, I suppose if you cherry pick the starting point, and cherry pick the data that you're going to use, that is to some extent true. But there was this thing in 2020. Was the pandemic a pandemic? Or was it just a case of Wu flu? Was it just a case of the Kung flu that we never should have shut people down for? Or was it an actual pandemic? And if it's an actual once-in-a-century pandemic, then wouldn't you excuse certain portions of that pandemic? Wouldn't you expect that if that was the case, you get the V-shaped recovery that we did get under Trump, and that leveled off under Biden? And I have, folks, if you want to see that, I can bring those photos up. So, all right.
Unemployment is low, factory construction is booming, inflation is much lower. But if you're living paycheck to paycheck in this economy today, things are really tough. During my walk across Connecticut this year, I spent some time with an older man named Izzy, and he had worked for one of these big multinational corporations. He had played by the rules his entire life, but they didn't give him a pension. So when he retired, he was left with only Social Security income, and it just didn't pay enough for him to be able to meet his bills. And so we have to be serious about helping people like Izzy. Here's what we need to do to get costs down. One, we need to take on the price gougers. These big corporations are getting away with murder. The cost of a package of chicken has gone up by 30 to 40%, in part because of Izzy, and he had worked for one of these big multinational corporations. He had played by the rules his entire life, but they didn't give him a pension. So when he retired, he was left with only Social Security income, and it just didn't pay enough for him to be able to meet his bills. And so we have to be serious about helping people like Izzy. Here's what we need to do to get costs down. One, we need to take on the price gougers. These big corporations are getting away with murder. The cost of a package of chicken has gone up by 30 to 40%, in part because of price collusion. So I continue to support efforts to go after those price gougers. We've got to put money back into the pockets of regular consumers. That means a child tax credit for families that need help. What we don't need is more tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, as supported by Donald Trump, or a $4,000 tax increase, as he's proposing, due to a set of thoughtless and insane tariffs. So the focus has got to be on people like Izzy.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Corey, same question to you. Give us one specific.
So when Trump was talking about those tariffs, you guys do understand that like what he was talking about was supplanting the entire income tax with tariffs instead. So time out, like the $4,000 increase due to tariffs, but you're also getting rid of all of your income tax. You guys tell me in the comment section, if you paid $4,000 to the Fed instead of whatever you're paying now in income taxes, for like a middle American, like if you're paying nothing in the first place, then you're probably not part of that conversation, that part of that median income that I'm sure this is referring to. But it would for folks in the comment section, let me know, would $4,000 be less of than the tax amount, the amount that you're being taxed by the federal government? Would your federal taxes go down if that's all you were paying? I mean, we've got price collusion, which is already illegal, and a bigger child tax credit. So there's a Christian nationalist actually argument for a larger child tax credit. But what he's talking about in this form of this tax credit, I'm sure, is like an earned income credit, which is that it's actually money going into your checking account rather than money that wouldn't come out. So with price collusion, first things first, Chris, that's already illegal. That's already illegal. And you've been the incumbent for, 12 years now? At least 12 years. And it's already illegal. If you were going to go after that, why weren't you going after that? That's number one. And number two, if that's what's causing the prices to increase, if that's what's causing the price of a chicken to go up by 30-something% in an extremely cutthroat market, number one, I want to see evidence. I want to see actual evidence of this claim, number one. Number two, I want you to actually tell me, like, what is the legal mechanism for going after this other than to just institute price controls, which is the most economically illiterate thing you could possibly prescribe. And I don't have time to go into it now. If you guys want me to go into the economics behind the thing, I can. I really don't want to, because it's just such a level of economic illiteracy that I don't want to go into it. So if you're just going to just prosecute actual collusive anti-competitive behavior, we already have a mechanism for doing that. And by the way, if it's going on now, if that's what caused those prices to increase, if they could just get away with the price gouging that you're claiming that they're getting away with, why didn't they do that 4 years ago? Why didn't they do that 4 years ago? Why didn't they do that even under Barack Obama, if I'm to be apolitical about this? Why didn't they do that under George Bush? Why isn't the price of a whole chicken $650? Why isn't it $6,000? If they can just get away with this, if this is really what's somehow going on behind the scenes without any evidence to support the thing, like, what are we talking about here?
Specific thing you would do to lower costs for Connecticut consumers. You have 90 seconds.
Well, the senator doesn't want you to believe your lying eyes. We can see how high prices are all around. We can see the job losses. We can see a lot of small businesses closing down. He was proud to vote for the Inflation Reduction Act, which put $7 trillion into this economy that we didn't need. Rose your prices of gas, groceries. I don't have to tell you. You could go to any supermarket, you'll see what the prices cost. If you look all around our state, small businesses are closing down, hospitalities, their businesses are closing down. 2,900 jobs out of Aetna are being lost. See a lot of small businesses closing down. He was proud to vote for the Inflation Reduction Act, which put $7 trillion into this economy that we didn't need. Rose your prices of gas, groceries. I don't have to tell you. You could go to any supermarket, you'll see what the prices cost. If you look all around our state, small businesses are closing down, hospitalities, their businesses are closing down. 2,900 jobs out of Aetna are being lost. What we need to do is we need pro-growth policies. Senator Murphy is proposing in the next administration to add another $5 trillion in tax increases and spending that's out of control. What we need to do is we need to bring corporations back, lowering the corporate tax rate, lowering the small business tax rate, lowering the income tax rate. We need pro-growth policies to bring back to Connecticut. We need pro-growth policies. Supermarket, you'll see what the prices cost. If you look all around our state, small businesses are closing down, hospitalities, their businesses are closing down. 2,900 jobs out of Aetna are being lost. What we need to do is we need pro-growth policies. Senator Murphy is proposing in the next administration to add another $5 trillion in tax increases and spending that's out of control. What we need to do is we need to bring corporations
So let's go to his actual solutions first.
Back, lowering the corporate tax rate, lowering the small business tax rate, lowering the income tax rate. We need pro-growth policies to bring back to Connecticut. We used to be on a global market here. We used to be the gateway to New England. We need to bring jobs back to this state, and with tax and spend policies coming out of Washington, that means they're completely out of touch. And this isn't taxes for millionaires and billionaires. It was proven there was more money going into the government coffers. It's the spending that needs to be cut and the wasteful spending. There was over $1 trillion in wasteful spending in that package that they put forth. We need somebody down in Washington that understands business, understands the effect of policies that they bring home and how it affects individuals and businesses every single day. And I'm that guy to do that.
Mr. Corey, thank you. Catherine.
Turning now to the cost of housing.
Okay, so that seems like, I don't know, that seems absolutely reasonable. And he's actually correct. So let's add this claim. Let's add this as a claim. Total tax revenues increased during Trump tax reduction. That's actually true. I don't even have to look this up. And that's not controversial, actually. So that's one of his claims. And there's another one of his claims was he was pretty rapid fire there. So you have
another $5 trillion in tax increase. Prices of gas, groceries. I don't have to tell you. You could go to any supermarket, you'll see what the prices cost. If you look all around our state, small businesses are closing down, hospitalities, their businesses are closing down. 2,900 jobs out of Aetna are being lost. What we need to do is we need pro-growth policies. Senator Murphy is proposing in the next administration to add another $5 trillion in tax increases and spending that's out of control. What we need to do is we need to bring corporations back, lowering the corporate tax rate, lowering the small business tax rate, lowering the income tax rate. We need pro-growth policies to bring back to Connecticut. We used to be on a global market here. We used to be the gateway to New England. We need to bring jobs back to this state, and with tax and spend policies coming out of Washington.
Pat, Representative Pat Callahan here. I heard you may be interested in me calling in. Yes, Pat. What's the best way for you to reach out to me? I think we have conversations somewhere in our history. Okay, so all right, so we have some folks who are ready to come in. Okay, so I actually have a couple of folks who are ready to come in. So, here, let me just shoot some quick text messages here.
That means they're completely out of touch. And this isn't taxes for millionaires and billionaires. It was proven there was more money going into the government coffers. It's the spending that needs to be cut and the wasteful spending. There was over $1 trillion in wasteful spending in that package that they put forth. We need somebody down in Washington that understands business, understands the effect of policies that they bring home and how it affects individuals and businesses every single day. And I'm that guy to do that.
Mr. Corey, thank you. Catherine.
Turning now to the cost of housing. Housing affordability is another important issue for Connecticut voters. The Connecticut Housing Finance Authority says there is a shortage of 92,000 affordable housing units here in our state. Mr. Corey, I begin with you. What specific policies are you supporting to increase the availability of affordable housing in Connecticut? You have 90 seconds.
Once again, that is lowering the cost of doing business, lowering the inflation costs. We have young kids that are trying to buy houses between 27 and 28. It's out of their reach and out of their touch because of the inflation that this administration has caused. And just let's just get this straight. He embraces every policy that the vice president said she wouldn't change anything that happened in the last 3.5 years. We can't afford another 4 years of tax increases. We need to lower this economy. Affordable housing, just think about that word, what you're talking about, affordable. Things are out of reach. I have young kids trying to buy a house. It's $20,000, $30,000 above asking cost all the time. We need to bring jobs back here. What is happening is zoning's got to take control of that. We need more multifamily units. It didn't help that we had over 11 billion people come into this country illegally who took up a lot of the housing. We had a lot of young kids who are moving out of state. We need to create more housing and more housing opportunities. But affordable, that's a zoning issue. We hope that the towns and the states can work together to make sure they have the right housing for the right people in some of those areas that people can't afford, and we need to lower those prices. But the main thing is making it affordable. And how do you do that? Is lowering the cost of doing business and lowering the cost of taxes. And this administration hasn't done that.
Mr. Murphy, Vice President Kamala Harris has proposed giving first-time homebuyers a $25,000 down payment. Would you support that proposal? And how do you think that would impact demand and housing costs? You have 90 seconds.
I do support that proposal, and that's a really important proposal for Connecticut. We want our young people in Connecticut to be able to stay here, but many of them leave because it is very difficult for those young families to be able to afford that initial down payment. But I frankly agree with Mr. Corey that one of the biggest problems here is that it is far too costly to build housing in this state and in this country. So I do think it's important to be able to bring down the overall cost, the regulatory burden of building houses. A tax cut that Donald Trump is talking about is 80% geared towards people who are making $1 million or more. Kamala Harris is talking about tax cuts that are going to be invested in middle-class families, in young families, those families that are struggling with housing costs today. Donald Trump also suggests that the way to solve the housing crisis is to build more housing on public lands. Well, we don't really have federal lands in Connecticut, so that's a proposal that might help other parts of the country, but not here in Connecticut. So let's bring down the cost of housing. Let's cut Tory burdens many developers face, and yes, give tax breaks and tax not to millionaires and corporations. Let's give them to first-time home buyers. That would be a big help to a lot of families here in Connecticut.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Dennis.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration. Mr. Murphy, two people are under arrest in connection side in Stamford. Police say both were linked to Venezuelan gangs and were in this country illegally. Do you believe the Biden-Harris administration has been aggressive enough to keep people like this out of Connecticut? You have 90 seconds.
Well, let me say this first. I believe that Connecticut is stronger because of our immigrant communities. I live in the south end of Hartford, and my neighborhood is better off because we have people from all over the world, from Central America, South America, the Pacific, coming to live in Connecticut, often fleeing terror and torture and economic desperation. I don't believe this rhetoric from the right that we should fear our neighbors or that we should fear immigrants that are coming for a better life into the country. But I do believe in border security, so much so that I was the lead Democrat negotiating the toughest bipartisan border security bill in a generation, a bill that would have allowed the president to shut down the border when crossings were too high. It would have invested billions of new dollars in personnel and infrastructure at the border so we can make sure that we apprehend anybody that is coming to this country to commit crimes. That bill would have passed if not for Donald Trump. Donald Trump told his supporters in the United States Senate to kill that bill because it would have been good politically for Democrats. Donald Trump knew that that bill would have helped to secure the border, and so he told his supporters, kill it because we want chaos at the border. Chaos helps Republicans and hurts Democrats. So let's kill this good bipartisan border bill. I think we can celebrate this nation's history of immigration. We can celebrate immigrant communities while getting the border under control. And I'm sorry we lost that opportunity earlier this year.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Corey, there are several sanctuary cities throughout Connecticut, including New Haven, Hartford, and Middletown. One estimate places the number of undocumented immigrants in Connecticut at over 100,000. You have called for ending sanctuary cities, essentially revoking federal funds from those cities. Would you take it a step further and support large-scale deportations? You have 90 seconds.
I want to get back to what Senator Murphy said. Look, we want a diverse community. I love this community. I've been in this for over 32 years with my businesses. We're not about legal immigration. We're talking about illegal immigration. Senator Murphy wants to twist those words. That border bill was not a great bipartisan. It would allow over 5,000 people coming into this country illegally. What else would it allow? Fentanyl to pour across our border. Unaccompanied.
All right, we got to take a quick pause. I'm just putting something together. We got some guests that could potentially be coming in. Let me get the invite link. Billy, if you're watching, I'm about to send you the link on Messenger. It eats up all my memory. Come on. And I oftentimes end up having problems with it. So if you guys are willing to use Discord, that eats up way less memory, way less RAM, way less bandwidth. You know what? It's already happening. It looks like it's already happening. Yeah, you know, we got to do this. We got to do this another way. We got to do this another way. I don't think it's going to work like this. Let's see this. Yeah, we got too much going on. So, yeah, all right. You know what? Let me come back in just a second here. Let's get this back to rolling, and I'll come back in just a second.
Minors to pour across our border. Senator Murphy wants to tell you that President Trump killed that bill. There was 6 Democratic senators that voted against that. I'm pretty sure President Trump doesn't have much sway over Senator Cory Booker or even Bernie Sanders. So this bill was it's still catch and release is what's wrong in this country. And I'm not talking about a mass deportation, but the people that need to be eliminated from this country are the people that are committing the most heinous crimes. And because of sanctuary city status, the local police, state police can't work with ICE. Now, I know Senator Murphy walked across the state and he stopped in Norwich, stopped at the library. I'm sure they have a wonderful library. But where he should have stopped was at the police station and fire station to say, how much more Narcan do you guys need because of all the fentanyl that's pouring across our border? But where he really should have stopped was at Casey Chadwick's mother's house, because Casey Chadwick was killed by an illegal alien that was here that had an ICE detainer on him and should have been deported. But because of sanctuary city status, he wasn't.
Mr. Corey, just to clarify, I'll give you 15 seconds. Do you support mass deportations?
I would start with the people that are committing the most heinous crimes. And then we would look at how people got here, not people that got here on no fault of their own, but the people that committed most heinous crimes.
And Mr. Murphy, I'll give you 45 seconds to respond.
Well, listen, I just don't understand why we didn't take the chance to invest the $40 billion in the bipartisan bill in border security. I think Republicans like to complain about the border, but don't end up ever actually proposing solutions. We had a chance to strengthen the border, but Republicans threw away that chance because they didn't want to give up their talking point. They didn't want to be able to, they didn't want to be in a position where they could stop complaining about the border and have us come together and do something about it together.
So there was an H.R. 2 bill that was sitting on Senator Chuck Schumer's desk that he didn't even have to waste the months of doing a bipartisan bill. And that H.R. 2 bill,
we're going to get to
remain in Mexico,
Mr. Corey,
build the border wall,
we're going to move on to our next
and
question.
catch and release.
Let's turn now to the Middle East, where fighting has escalated in the region. The U.S. recently deployed approximately 100 more troops to Israel. Mr. Corey, we'll begin with you here. Should the U.S. deploy more forces to the region, and is there anything Israel could do that you would not support? You have 90 seconds.
Look, I served over in the Middle East, unfortunately, in 1983 when they blew up the MRICs. Senator Murphy's policies were appeasement. He went against the entire Trump administration, the pre-administration, went against Secretary Pompeo, went against the maximum pressure policies on Iran. Senator Murphy was all taking the Houthis off the terrorist organization watch list. Right now, today, we have the largest engagement we've had since World War II. This stuff wouldn't have happened. On its knees. What happened? They were sitting on over $200 or $300 billion because of oil sales. The Houthi rebels, Hezbollah, and Hamas are attacking Israel on all fronts. I unequivocally the face of the free world, and we are withholding information. And what Senator Murphy wanted to do was pull military assets out of there. That is a wrong move. I support Prime Minister, and I hope he can eradicate people from Lebanon that are Hezbollah and Hamas, so those people can live in peace.
Mr. Corey, thank you. Mr. Murphy, you chair a key Senate subcommittee focused on the Middle East, and you've been critical of Israel's actions in Gaza. Should the U.S. send more troops and weapons to the region? You have 90 seconds.
So what happened October 7th here is unconscionable. It's horrific. And Israel has the right, the obligation to defend itself. And I support their efforts to make sure that Hamas can never, ever again launch the attacks that we saw on that day. I think you can believe that, but also believe that far too many civilians have lost their life in Gaza. I frankly think that's what most people here in Connecticut believe, that Israel should defend itself, but that the carnage inside Gaza has been too significant. What I want is a ceasefire. I want a ceasefire that brings those hostages home, that ends the hostilities, and gets us back on a path so that the Palestinians can have their own state side by side with a safe Israel. I don't think the United States should be directly involved in this conflict. We obviously have to protect our forces in the region, but ultimately we need to work towards de-escalation so that we can stop the fighting, we can begin the process of rebuilding Gaza and Lebanon, and we can find the Palestinians a home, which is the only way to bring long-term peace to the region.
Gentlemen, thank you. Catherine.
Now to the topic of abortion. Mr. Murphy, we begin with you. Vice President Kamala Harris recently said that she would support ending the filibuster to bring back Roe v. Wade. You have said that you believe the filibuster is anti-democratic. You've also used it to advance gun control measures. Do you think the filibuster should be eliminated for Roe v. Wade or other legislation? You have 90 seconds.
Well, let's be clear. A woman's right to decide what she does with her own body here in Connecticut is on the ballot this election. I wish that weren't true,
guys, we're going
but
to pause
it
this
is.
for just a second because we got a couple of guests, and I wasn't exactly expecting these two folks, but you know what? I'm happy to have them on. On the phone with us, we have Representative Billy Mo Buckby and Representative Pat Callahan. Everybody say hi.
Hi, Mike. Hey, Mike.
All right, I just want to make sure everything's coming in crystal clear on the viewers' end. So let's start with Billy, because Billy, I haven't ever had you on the show. Thanks so much for coming on for your first time.
I tell you, man, my pleasure, and it's just always a juggling schedule with you too, buddy. So it's I'm glad we could find some time this afternoon.
Yeah, well, we managed to make it happen. I gotta turn you guys down a little bit, I think. Okay, how about that? That should be a little bit better for everybody.
You mean Billy's got a volume button? I wish I knew that.
Yeah.
There's a pause button too, but you know. Sorry, Mike.
All right, so let's start with let's start with the biggest hot button topic that's happened over the past few months. You know, I've had a chance to sit down to talk about Eversource and the public benefits charges. I think a lot of people want to hear what the heck is going on with that. Since we talked about it on the show, we had Steve Harding on to talk about that as well. I thought we did a good job of covering it. So, Billy, what would you like to add to this?
Well, I mean, how much time you got? We can go all day just talking about Eversource and the public benefits charge and what this all is. It's such a it's a large piece. It's a big old matzo ball is what it is when you look at the public benefits charge in general. A lot of that was going to increase come July regardless, but you weren't going to see it isolated the way that you do in the public benefits charge, the way that it's isolated and laid out. I'm sure Steve went through a lot of that with you as well. But this is the people who couldn't pay their bill through all the time during COVID. We went for 4 years, the longest state in the nation, to offer that up for free power for people. But when the governor offered free power for people, hey, you don't have to pay your bill. Things are tight. You don't have to pay your bill. He never laid out how it was going to be paid back. And the assumption was that it was going to be paid back via the state. It would be a budget line item option put in there, and instead he opted to put it back to the consumer. So it's basically a tax through a different way, right? We're all paying for it. We're being taxed to pay for this through Eversource, who was due the money. You know, if you fronted me the cash to go out and buy pizzas for 4 years, Mike, I would assume that, if I was asking you to do it, I'm going to pay you back, right? It's not going to be.
You take out the loan, you pay it back, yeah.
So that's a big piece of it too, and that's why we proposed that we use some of the ARPA dollars to pay that down. So we went back in. In fact, it was those of us who were ranking on energy, and the chairs of energy sat down in the governor's office with really just the governor's staff, and Steve Harding got the invite. He came in as well as the minority leader. And I proposed and said, look, what we were trying to do here is use the ARPA dollars. So the crazy part was Steve asked him, hey, how much money is left in the ARPA fund? To which neither he nor his staff could give an answer. Nobody knew. And that blew my mind. You're supposed to be the ones tracking this. We're showing $300 million still in there. You're telling us there might be $40 million in there, and 45 we'd just given to UConn to offer students, free scholarship money, to which no one can answer if those are all in-state or out-of-state students. So that floored me as well. This is Connecticut. These are Connecticut ARPA dollars. And we said if we got into special session, we could give him executive power to do that. The governor could pull the $45 million back and give it to the people for their energy bill to bring that down a little bit until we can get into January and really push that down a little bit further and try to allocate some more funding to that. And it's not just throwing dollars at it to what it is. It's we need to audit the program. The other pieces that are in there are the 41 different programs that are allowing you to say, hey, put solar panels on your house, put a heat pump in your house. All these programs you're paying for, I'm paying for, the people are paying for. And we want to audit those programs because there's 41 programs that have never been audited. It's time we step up, take a look at them and find out what's working, what's not, what we need to pull out of there. So I know I've spoken with Representative Callahan actually specifically about this just a day or two ago. Pat, I think it was, we were talking about this again.
Yeah.
We're going to be putting this back in. We're going to be putting this in as a bill. Should all go well for us on Tuesday. We want to audit all 41 of those programs. We need to talk to the governor about this being a budget line item for the pay down of the low-income benefits that we offered. We need to revisit every bit of the green energy purchases. The power purchase agreements need to be done. And then the biggest part I think that people have overlooked, we need to talk to those third-party energy suppliers too that have been really chased out of the state. We have some great companies, and that's why third-party energy supply is there, is to bring competition, and some of these people got pushed out. We need to talk to them about how we can get them back in the state to bring that competition back and to help bring that down. I think all four parts of that become a critical piece to driving the price down. The power purchase agreement should not be done by the state to start with. That shouldn't be done that way. We need more balance to what that is. And I can go on and on. We can talk for hours on just this topic, but it is a lot to it. We need to put all of these things into one on just the energy side. And I'm sure that, Pat, you've got plenty over on the environmental side too, to how that money goes from Deep's authority with Pura into some of that too. So that we can revisit that whole relationship of Deep and Pura as well, and how that should be separated too.
So before we go, Yeah, so before we go over to Pat, I just want to let people know that we're on the phone with Representative Billy Mo Buckby and Representative Pat Callahan. Buckby represents the 67th District here in New Milford, and Pat Callahan represents the 108th District. They'll both be on the ballot on Tuesday. Right now we're talking about the public benefits charges and the Eversource bills for those who are just tuning in. And very quickly, Pat, before we go to you, I want to let people know that part of why I was really excited to get Billy on is because Billy was the lead sponsor on the bill that got the public benefits charges bifurcated into distinct category on your electric bill so you could actually see them. And, don't take this the wrong way, Billy, but it's kind of the source of the outrage over the last few months over all of this.
No, not at all. I don't take that bad at all. I'm the one who shined the light on the cockroaches and that's the reason why people are ticked off. And I'm really happy that people are able to see it more clearly now. Yeah.
Daylight, best disinfectant. Pat, so you were on the, I think it was the Energy Committee. Is that correct?
No, Billy, Representative Buckby is ranking member on Energy and Technology.
Okay.
Myself and Senator Harding are ranking members on the Environment Committee.
Environment Committee. So,
Correct.
Yeah, so what would the Environment Committee's role be in all of this?
Well, that's as Representative Buckby was talking about. A lot of these green energy incentives get thrown on your bill. Where do they should be vetted out through committee and public hearing, but they're not. So, for instance, we had a bill, House Bill 5004, that was proposed last session. It went through Environment Committee that I was opposed to because it was talking about phasing out fossil fuels over the next several years, but with no talk about replacing them with something else. Now, electricity use is not going down, as you know, Mike. It's going up.
Yeah.
With AI, with electric vehicles, and they're talking about taking away 60% of the generation power with natural gas. Natural gas is cheap and plentiful, but instead they want to opt for more expensive versions. If you want to start talking about modular nuclear power, great. We're already building them in Groton and putting them in submarines. But that's what's being done in other countries around the world for cheap energy. But I'm not going to sign on to a bill that is saying we're going to phase out 60% of your power generating capacity with natural gas. But hey, we really have no idea what we're going to replace it with. And it's not going to be wind and solar. Wind and solar have their place, but it's not going to be enough to power Connecticut. So that's where the Environment Committee comes in, is they continue to make proposals. And Representative Buckby, myself, Representative Harding, we want everything we can do to protect our environment and our natural resources. But if
I can jump in on that, Pat, part of that you're saying the total usage of solar is less than 2% now across the state of Connecticut. And when you look at the wind energy, the power purchase agreement they were looking at was about 3 times the price of natural gas. So, and we don't know how much we're going to be able to pull from there, let alone the damage that wind energy and the sound is now causing to the marine life in the sound as well and beyond with what they're doing with the wind side. So I have a really tough time with us investing a lot into it. Like if we were in Nebraska, load up the wind farms, baby. That's where they do well. If we were in Washington State, let's go hard hydro because they've got all that hydro going on up in the Northwest. We need to find unique ways, and there are some really, really good programs that have been invented recently that could really benefit in Connecticut. And I think that's the one natural resource that Connecticut has that maybe it's a little braggadocious, but I think it's the one natural resource that Connecticut has over any other state, and that's really intelligent people that are finding new ways to generate energy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if you talk to ICE New England, and Billy, I'm sure, has done this, there is so much cheap natural gas to our west in the shale mines in Pennsylvania, but we just don't have the pipe capacity to get it here. But they continue to talk about moving everything to all electric, but with heat pumps, EVs, as it is this way, Mike. I fought against an EV mandate because, as it is now, we don't have the power capacity to charge them. Those transformers outside your window need to cool at night, and if everyone comes home and plugs their EV in at night, we just don't have the infrastructure to do it. So these are all ideas, emotionally driven ideas, but we don't have the infrastructure to back them up, and they're very, very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, so what it sounds like what Billy's getting at is that when you have an extremely intelligent base that you can leverage, and really not a whole lot in the terms of lots of daylight. We have this thing called winter where there's this thing called snow. So solar panels don't work so great when they're buried under 1.5 feet of snow. We're not getting as much snow as we've been getting, but he's also right. And you guys are also right about the wind situation. Like, we don't have reliable, sustained winds throughout any part of the year. And it sounds like what you guys are getting at is what I call the litmus test, which is nuclear in all of this. So,
Bill, you want to take that one?
Yeah, look, nuclear is certainly a very green alternative. We get some feedback and pushback on what do you do with the cells afterwards, and I get that. And that's something we need to work on. But nuclear we have an aging system. It was really incredibly, I can't tell you how important it was that we did support Millstone. And yes, energy is a variable rate. That's going to be a concern down the road. But we got a sustainable price from Millstone to keep Millstone open. Had we not done that, we'd have had blackouts and brownouts across the state and across New England. We need to go work with the other states throughout ISO and get more of them paying into what we're doing for the committed nuclear. We need to look into additional nuclear, which the governor is surprisingly in favor of additional nuclear throughout the state. And the other thing we really have to look at, Pat, you brought up the gas pipelines. Everybody's worried about, will that Algonquin line get through here quick enough to make that happen? We have the pipeline here. The pipeline runs through Western Connecticut.
Yeah, right here in New Milford.
Exactly. Perhaps that's the solution, that we build more in Western Connecticut. I'm not saying in New Milford. I'm saying in Western Connecticut that we go with something that is natural gas. We've got the pipeline. We've got the source right here. The Algonquin line would come down through Stamford, down that way, southern Connecticut. It's not going to help us so much. We need to do something up in northern, northwest corner, something that we can do this with. And we've seen the testing come through. Everybody's worried about the place over in New York State testing air quality. Yeah, we should. And they did. And the air quality is fine. So we need sustainability with our energy. And natural gas is 10 years ago where they told us we had to go in order to get there. And we started putting things in line to go that way. And now what happens? Now, no, that's not clean enough. It's only 99% clean. Well, do you want your lights to work 99% of the time, 50% of the time, 20% of the time? We need to have sustainable source of this energy as well.
Right. And if I can interject, Mike, Billy makes a great point. He's talking about Cricket Valley, obviously over off of Route 22.
I wasn't going to name them. You can name them. I wasn't going to name them.
No, but it's been very successful. And Bill's right. They did monitoring stations, and it's very clean. And when talking to the people who work for the suppliers for natural gas, at this point, they know they have hundreds of years worth of cheap natural gas. So we're saying, and it was, what year was it, Billy? I forget what year that they started pushing. I think it was way back, maybe 14 when Malloy was around. They were talking about switching everything to natural gas. And now, this past year, no, let's take it away. So they continue to, they'll push natural gas or something like that. And then the industry responds and they say, well, we no longer like that. So we're going to yank that rug out from under you guys too. But so the bottom line is, we're getting a little bit into the weeds with this, but the bottom line is, Bill's right. There's 41 charges on our bill. Many of those charges are pet projects that the public never gets a chance to air their opinion on. And those need to get out of the bills. I think the people should only be paying for what it costs to get power to their door. And instead, they're lumping on all these pet projects. And people have now, thanks to Bill and the legislation he got pushed through, he shed light on it, and people are not happy. Why should you, Mike, pay for someone else's charger? Why should Billy pay for someone else's heat pump? It's not fair.
And let's go a step further in that. And I know we're deep into the weeds here, but let's step out into the rough here where my golf ball usually lands. Let's get way out in the rough. So, Pat, I'm just curious, if somebody wants to sign on for one of these programs, who would be the primary source to set that up in the funding for some of that? Who might that be?
Deep.
Would that be the Green Bank?
Oh yeah, the Green Bank through Deep. Yeah. Well, that's which is funded by public taxpayer money. That's where it started.
Right. Now, I'm just curious. Is there any connection between Deep and Green Bank?
Well, that's funny you say that. Yes.
Yeah. So, isn't there a personal connection for the commissioner for Deep and the person who may run that? I'm just saying.
I'll let you run with that one, Bill.
Well, I will run with that. Why are we not looking at the ethical concern of that? It has to be looked at. It has to be. We have to know this, that the person who runs Deep is married to the person who runs Green Bank, and we're dumping more programs into Green Bank, and Green Bank has more room to run now. They have a lot more programs that they're being a part of, as opposed to finding a source. They're now doing it themselves. And Green Bank's making a lot of bank. So
we got to rip deep away from Pura as part of the problem, as you know.
Yeah, we talked about that on this show too. Yeah, go ahead.
No, 100%. I mean, deep oversees Pura. Pura is not necessarily a watchdog, but Pura is supposed to be looking at the overall facts. That's how it is. Deep has a political agenda in trying to be as green as possible. And I'm wholeheartedly not against green energy. I love green energy. I love green fresh air too. I love it myself. But we have to be realistic in our goals and where we're going and not have this fall under a political agenda to try to do something that they're trying to do in D.C. and try to push it here because someone's bucking for a job in D.C.
I mean, that seems like a competing interest, at least, where you have Deep with the interest of, let's say, securing the interests of the environment, and then you have Pura securing the interests of the people who are paying these bills. And I don't see how they wouldn't necessarily, in at least several places, be at odds.
Correct.
Yeah, you're right.
How dare you use common sense, Mike?
So,
well,
all right.
Common sense is sometimes lacking, Mike, and you zeroed right on. You and Billy have zeroed right on it, and it kills me. The party of Save the Whales is now the party of it's okay to kill the whales with these wind farms and the destruction off of Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, the destruction of the squid spawning grounds, the lobster spawning grounds has been catastrophic, and it gets swept under the table.
So we talked, we went into pretty good detail about Eversource. We can go into further detail if you guys want, but since Election Day is Tuesday, is there anything else that you guys would really want to bring up? Let's start with Pat.
Go first.
Oh, okay.
I'll do it first. What I would bring up is, Bill and I, and we work very hard. They seem to try and paint us as the anti-environment and anti-public safety crowd. Couldn't be further from the truth. We're endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police. I'm on the Environment Committee because of all the work I used to do volunteering for over a decade with Candlewood Lake Authority. It's how I got spurned on to interest in the legislatures, going up there and testifying. I said, geez, I think I could do a better job up there. And so we are being painted as these people that we're not. We want clean environment. We want public safety. I worked in law enforcement for almost 30 years, and Billy and I are all on board with doing what's best for the people of Connecticut, not what's best for some politician's ideology.
And to piggyback that too, Pat, you spent a lot, and it's kind of, you mentioned it briefly, the amount of work you've done personally for Candlewood Lake is critical. It's critical to that lake's survival and the ecosystem of that lake. And I have voted with you and with Steve in protecting Candlewood Lake on a regular basis. And that's what cracks me up, that people try to paint this anti-environment thing on yourself, on me. I run a park, for crying out loud. I don't know what you're supposed to say to protect the environment more. And they're trying to say it's just about balance, man. And that's where a lot of people are lacking. The common sense is lacking. It's very uncommon at this point in Hartford. Aside from, Mike asked for other topics. We've talked about the local zoning issues that we're fighting on a regular day-to-day basis in Hartford.
Right.
That the state wants to take over all zoning for the town. And look at the amount of people in New Milford alone that are ticked off about these new apartment complexes going up, and that, it's the state's fault. And it is the state's fault. We are to blame as a state for having that happen. But we are really outnumbered up there, and we're screaming from the rooftop. And it's a very difficult battle. And this is 8 years now for me in the legislature of uphill battles. And you're fighting constantly with people who want to put more government control on things when we need to leave them in the local hands.
So, all right. So that's the point towards devolution, it sounds like. So, if you two just had a super majority in Hartford, I think personally I would be happier with the way things were going, but you don't. And with that said, for the past few years, there's been a supermajority in, I think, both houses. Do I have that correct?
No. Supermajority in the Senate, not in the House.
Supermajority in the Senate, not in the House. Democrats. So you guys are going to be fighting that uphill battle. So what is the strategy to get anything bridged? I realize that there are topics that are non-issues, that are non-starters. There's no point in wasting your time talking about them because they're not going to budge. But are there any things where you can actually get some? Let's say you can get the gap bridged, and what's the mechanism to do that?
That's a great question, Mike, and I think that's one of the things that really helps for me. And I know for Pat, you've done a heck of a job in establishing relationships, and I think there's a lot of people up there who are there's plenty of people who are straight party driven, and some of them have risen to the top of leadership. But the nice thing for me is establishing that relationship with not only your chairs, but the leadership of the other party. You know, the great thing is, if I really wanted to, I can hang up from this call, because I wouldn't do it on this call, and I can call the Speaker of the House, Matt Ritter, and he'd pick up for me. And the reason he would do that is because we've had cordial conversations about things. We don't have to agree, but Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan went out for a beer all the time. You know, this is what it comes down to. It comes down to the personal relationships and building that trust with someone across the aisle to say, hey, we can get along on this. We can have that conversation. Even if we're not going to agree in the long run, they'll listen. And I think that comes with time. And that comes with time of showing them that you're not somebody who's going to just pound your chest and say, this is what I want, give me what I want. It's not going to work. But when you can have those conversations and knowledgeable conversations, you know, I worked in energy prior to being on the Energy Committee. So I understand that a lot more, and I can have those conversations both with Eversource and UI, and I can have those same conversations with leadership, and hopefully you can drive in some common sense and say, look, I understand where you're going. We need to pump the brakes and not get there as quickly. And frankly, I think on the environment side, I know, Pat, you've done a heck of a job with your chairs on environment as well, in the House at least too.
Yeah, and Bill makes a good point. With the relationships, you know, part of the thing is don't be a jerk, Mike. I mean, Bill and I know how to build relationships with the other side. I was on the phone with both of the Senate and House chairs of the Environment Committee this past week, and it was just a call and say, how you doing? I know election time is stressful for you too, and I hope we all get through this okay. Obviously, we want more numbers, but I'm going to have to work with someone from the other side on those committees, and the relationships we developed, we're actually friends. So people out there listening, this is not sometimes at the national level, you see all the talking heads, it's all about banging heads and fighting. We actually try and compromise and come to agreements to the point, I think, Bill, you remember it was the end of last session or the one before, we finished early because Matt Ritter, the speaker, stepped in and said, I can't believe how much we've gotten done, to the point where we're early because we can work together. But Bill and I have an approach where it's a fact-based approach. We study hard for our bills. We make sure we go into committee well-versed. And if we can't get from the other side an articulated benefit for the people of Connecticut, we're going to put up a little bit of a stink, and we're going to try and find a compromise where there's going to have to be a cost benefit.
So you guys have a little bit of inside baseball on this. So I'm sure there's something that's going to be on your ballots, folks, on Tuesday here in Connecticut. That's not going to be on any other ballot. I believe there's only one ballot question. Do I have that right, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
So do you guys want to talk about that?
Go ahead, Pat. You take the lead on this one.
Yeah, with the no excuse absentee ballots, we already have absentee ballots, and there's really no reason why anyone would be denied an absentee ballot in Connecticut if you happen to be out of town, or if for the other reasons listed on the ballot. No one's going to show up at your door and say, hey, Mr. Buckby, you signed up for an absentee ballot saying you're out of town. Give me proof you're out of town. And we're not saying you should lie on the ballots, but we already have, with early voting and with the absentee ballots that are already in place, we don't need another way to vote. It's very easy for people to vote in so many different ways now. I just don't want to see it weaken the integrity of our elections.
And that's what it comes down to for me. There is no, like Pat was just saying, there's no ballot police that's going out there. Right? No one's driving by your house going, oh, Mike said he wasn't going to be home. There he is. His car's in the driveway. It doesn't happen. It's never been a concern. And the longer we drag things out, the longer we make things a concern, the more cause for error there can be. And that's just an error that's going to happen within it. I'm a former head moderator for the town of New Milford for the elections long before I was in office. And it's difficult and chaotic enough the way things are sitting. Now, with early voting that's been going on, we're getting, 700 people a day or so that are going to New Milford, that are voting in New Milford, and that's great. People like it. I want to see how well this rolls out, not just in our community, but across the state and across the country with early voting, and how this is going to be kept safe and kept sacred. There's been people already who've gone in and said, so they go to early vote. Sorry, you've already voted. What do you mean? I haven't been in here yet.
Yeah.
So there's already some of that happening with early voting. So we want to make sure that this is an honor and a privilege to be able to vote, and that needs to be kept really secure.
Yeah, I mean, thank God we at least in the state have, we have voter ID laws here to require the presentation of a photo ID, so that we at least know who you are, who you claim to be. Because I feel like that would be so easy to take advantage of if we didn't. And to speak to what Billy was saying, that we've now seen video footage of people pulling early votes out of drop boxes where Molotov cocktails were dropped down the ballot box, and those votes are now just gone. And if they're burned to a point where go ahead.
Careful with your comment, though, Mike. There is no photo ID required. You can walk in with a piece of mail that says your name and your address. Hey, this is me. I'm Mike Sennello. This is my address. It's a piece of mail that I had sent to my home. And they have to accept that. Even when I was moderator back in the day, people would do that to push the envelope of what they can get away with and showing that their ID was who they were. So we've pushed for that photo ID again. We've pushed for that to come back in, and we keep getting railroaded back on the other side. No, we want more people to vote. You just don't want as many people to vote. I want every single person of legal age to get out there and legally register to vote. I don't want to see any fraud going on. We just had a presentation recently given to us by somebody that said there were 12 dead people who voted in Connecticut last year. How is this happening? I proposed a solution a couple of years ago to have voter registration IDs kept as a blockchain where there's only 170 people allowed to access it, one from each town and a Secretary of State. So that would help clear it up where your voter ID is strictly you. So it at least would help if you're moving within Connecticut. Because right now, if Mike Sennello moves from New Milford to, let's say, New Fairfield, I think that'd be a bad choice, Mike. But if you did, if you move to New Fairfield, it is the job when you register in New Fairfield for their town clerk to contact New Milford and take you off the registry. If they don't do their job, if they don't do their job properly, you can end up on both ballots. And people have bounced around Connecticut. They're on 6-7 towns worth. So this, at least, if we can get that blockchain technology in place, I think that would be critical to get a better grip on voter registration, at least in the state, and then show that to the federal side and see if they'd like to participate.
Yeah, I mean, I can actually speak to that because you guys mentioned my name and potential voter fraud. It took me years after I moved back from Georgia back in 2012. It took me years to get my name corrected on the voter rolls because my name and address were on there as the same name, same address for years, duplicated 3 times. So because my name was at the end of a page, some poll operator could just be flipping through the pages quickly, see my address. I show them my ID. It's really me, and they cross my name off. And then I come back 8 hours later when it's some other poll operator, and they flip through the pages real quick. And oh no, your name on the other side of this page is where I'm seeing no cross off. You get to vote twice. This happened to me, like in real life. And by the way, go Green Wave. Yeah,
I get enough of that.
I can't participate. I can't participate in that argument at all. It's great.
Yeah, but so like there is this exposure to risk, and although that risk may be very low, perhaps the expansion of the voting toward that risk. I mean, what's the type of pushback you've been getting? What's the arguments you guys have been getting on this topic?
Well, I think they think we're trying to stop from voting by presenting an ID. As you know, that's ridiculous. You need an ID to buy a pack of cigarettes in Connecticut, or to get on an airplane, or just for about anything. And they're saying people don't have the wherewithal. You can go get an ID for next to nothing, and it's easy.
It's free in the state.
Yeah, so that argument just doesn't hold water. And so for some reason, that's the argument they keep using. And it's just, I can't figure out a reason why people want secure voting with IDs.
So real quick on that, though, I'll just ask one challenging question here. Is voting a privilege or is it a right?
I think it's both.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a right if you're not a felon, so there's I think it's a simple answer. I think it's both.
All right. I mean, I think it's a privilege of citizenship and qualifications for that registration, but
it's a right if you're a citizen in good standing. You should be able to, but it's also a lot of people don't exercise it, so I think it's a privilege as well.
Would you have supported? There was a measure that never made out of the committee, and I think Billy knows which representative I'm talking about out of Wilton. There was a measure years ago potentially to have mandatory voting in the state of Connecticut. Would you guys have supported that?
As much as I think it's an honor and a privilege, I think the mandatory piece is putting government where it doesn't belong. I think, Pat may disagree with me on that. I think it's an honor and a privilege to be able to do it, and I think it's something everyone should take very seriously. They should be doing their homework. I've had people tell me flat out they're voting a certain way because they're voting straight across the board, and I always say, especially locally, it's better to vote for the person than it is for the party. But no, I don't think I would support that wholeheartedly as
I wouldn't either.
Either fined or go to jail. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense for the honor and privilege of voting. I'd love to see more people show up to vote, but I think that's a bit extreme.
Yeah, because if I choose to be a silent protester and not vote, not that I'd ever do it, but I think that's my prerogative.
And certainly I would never call out the person who put it up there, but Rob Sampson would certainly disagree.
Well, I was thinking of a guy whose name starts with Will, but so yeah. So I mean, I don't want to tie you guys down too long. I've had you guys here for a little over a half an hour. I mean, I'd love to have you guys stand as long as you guys are willing to chat. I've got a bunch of stuff I'd like to talk about. Are you guys?
I don't have much more time. There's a bunch of stuff I've got here. I've still got some haunted trail stuff to get cleaned up, and things are a little chaotic. But I'm certainly. I can give you a couple more minutes.
Well,
same with me. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Then in that case, I'm grateful to have you guys on, especially Billy being this being his first appearance on the show. Let's just close with this. Where can people follow you? Where can people reach you? What's the best way? Well, you guys are our local representatives, so what's the best way for people of the 108th district and people of the 167th district to reach out to their representatives?
I got to tell you, I think every rep does it differently, right? I mean, like Pete Bass hands out a cell phone number, so somebody call his cell phone.
I don't have the guts to do that.
All fantastic for him. It's difficult for me, and it's difficult when people start going social media, email. Telephone, tell you in person. I love when people stop me and like Stop and Shop or Big Y and want to talk. That's great. That's fine. But if it's a serious topic, repbuckby.com. You're right into the Capitol. This way, all of the requests and questions are kept in one place. So it's easier to go over not just on my own, but with my staff and say, okay, can we check this? Can we get this? Can we get this? I'm not leaving the one who reached out on Facebook to ask me a question. My Facebook Messenger is a response of please reach out to my office in Hartford. So that's my preferred way. That just keeps everything there so I can't lose track of somebody who might be looking for me. How about you, Pat?
Well, with me, I think I never remember web addresses, and if I think I do, I type them in wrong. So if someone were to just simply Google Rep Callahan, Connecticut, there's my contact info.
Super. Well, I'll let you guys enjoy the rest of your day. I'm assuming you guys are not going to be enjoying football since every team stinks in the area.
Yeah, the Giants are on right now. That's good for if you need to take a nap, but that's about it.
I'm a lifelong Bears fan. I'm not going to talk about last week. They've got Arizona for the late game, and I hope to catch some of that. We'll see.
Yeah, and we won't talk local baseball either. So thanks, guys, for coming on, and we'll be in touch.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike, let me follow up to his Bears comment. I have to tell you a quick one. If you got a second.
We got time.
Oh,
let's do it.
Oh, my dad, Boston College, got recruited by George Halas and went to the Bears.
Cool.
And then he, made it through the preseason and thinks he's riding with his roommate on the flight home from a Packers preseason game. And the guy says to him, Bobby, you had a great game. They're going to keep you for sure. And Papa Bear's going to keep you. Well, that turned out to be George Blanda. And they cut my father and kept Blanda.
Well, they missed out. They totally missed out on that one, I'm sure.
But I'll leave you with that story. It was great talking to you, Mike. And I hope please stay in touch.
Yep. See you guys.
See you, Billy.
See you guys.
All right. Wow, that was really cool. Thank you, Billy, for coming on. Everyone in the audience, when we have guests on, I should have said this. Feel free to offer comments, questions into the comment section, and I'll do my best to feed them to our guests. I didn't see anything the entire time, so you know what? That's what we're gonna get. Well, so we'll make sure. I'll make sure to clip that and so that you guys can have access to just that conversation as soon as I get the opportunity. We'll come back to the debate between Murphy and Corey in just a moment here. But yeah, I just wanted to plug my other channel here, Mike Reads. I am actually doing reads on that channel. So if you guys have come from that channel or you guys are going to come from that channel, we're going to bring it back. I'll have to talk about it at some point today, but I started my own business and the landscaping business has been great. So thanks for the continued recommendations for those who have been making them. So we're going to have to actually roll back the tape here quite a bit because, let me see this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Because I kind of lost track in all of that of where we were. So let's do this too. That. There we go. There we go. We'll be able to get our notes together here. All right. So where the heck were we? We were...
One, we need to take on the price gougers. These big corporations are getting away with murder. The cost of a package of chicken has gone up by 30 to 40%, in part because of price collusion. So
we are ahead of this.
Prices of gas, groceries, back, lowering the corporate tax rate, lowering the small business tax rate, lowering the income tax rate. We need and I'm that guy to do that.
Mr. Corey, thank you. Catherine.
Turning now to the cost of housing. Housing affordability is another important issue for Connecticut voters. The Connecticut Housing Finance Authority says there is a shortage of 92,000 affordable housing units here in our state. Mr. Corey, I begin with you. What specific policies are you supporting to increase the availability of affordable housing in Connecticut? You have 90 seconds.
Once again, that is lowering the cost of doing business, lowering the inflation costs. We have young kids that are trying to buy houses between 27 and 28. It's out of their reach and out of their touch because of the inflation that this administration has caused. And just let's just get this straight. He embraces every policy that the vice president said she wouldn't change anything that happened in the last 3.5 years. We can't afford another 4 years of tax increases. We need to lower this economy. Affordable housing, just think about that word, what you're talking about, affordable. Things are out of reach. I have young kids trying to buy a house. It's $20,000, $30,000 above asking cost all the time. We need to bring jobs back here. What is happening is zoning's got to take control of that. We need more multifamily units. It didn't help that we had over 11 billion people come into this country illegally who took up a lot of the housing. We had a lot of young kids who are moving out of state. We need to create more housing and more housing opportunities. But affordable, that's a zoning issue. We hope that the towns and the states can work together to make sure they have the right housing for the right people in some of those areas that people can't afford, and we need to lower those prices. But the main thing is making it affordable. And how do you do that? Is lowering the cost of doing business and lowering the cost of taxes. And this administration hasn't done that.
Mr. Murphy, Vice President Kamala Harris has proposed giving first-time homebuyers a $25,000 down payment. Would you support that proposal? And how do you think that would impact demand and housing costs? You have 90 seconds.
Oh my God, this is
support.
So good. What an actually brilliant question from WTNH. Holy cow, I've got to give her credit. We got to get this one. What a great question. I was not expecting this.
Payment. Would you support that proposal?
But the main thing is making it affordable. And how do you do that? Is lowering the cost of doing business and lowering the cost of taxes. And this administration hasn't done that.
Mr. Murphy, Vice President Kamala Harris has proposed giving first-time homebuyers a $25,000 down payment. Would you support that proposal? And how do you think that would impact demand and housing costs? You have 90 seconds.
I do support that proposal, and that's a really important proposal.
Hold on. Okay, so real quick, Murphy. So we're gonna put this in bold. Let's see if he actually answers this part of the question. How is that going to impact demand and housing costs? This is a litmus test. This is a litmus test of economic literacy. Guys, in the comments, tell me what you guys think. Tell me what you guys think this is going to do. Tell me what you guys think just handing out $25,000 to first-time home buyers is going to do. What happens when you just print more money and pump it into the market?
for Connecticut. We want our young people in Connecticut to be able to stay here, but many of them leave because it is very difficult for those young families to be able to afford that initial down payment. But I frankly agree with Mr. Corey that one of the biggest problems here is that it is far too costly to build housing in this state and in this country. So I do think it's important to be able to bring down the overall cost, the regulatory burden of building new houses. The tax cut that Donald Trump is talking about is 80% geared towards people who are making $1 million or more. Kamala Harris is talking about tax cuts that are going to be invested in middle-class families, in young families, those families that are struggling with housing costs today. Donald Trump also suggests that the way to solve the housing crisis is to build more housing on public lands. Well, we don't really have federal lands in Connecticut, so that's a proposal that might help other parts of the country, but not here in Connecticut. So let's bring down the cost of housing. Let's cut the regulatory burdens that many developers face. And yes, let's give tax breaks and tax cuts not to millionaires and billionaires and corporations. Let's give them to first-time home buyers. That would be a big help to a lot of families here in Connecticut.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Dennis.
Let's turn now to the issue of
All
immigration.
right,
Mr. Murphy.
Pause. How would this, right? We're going to zoom in so you guys can read it nice and clearly. Let's make sure I have everything set up correctly. All right, here we go. Get our notes. All right, let's get our notes right to the front. How would this impact demand and housing costs? I really hope she kicks that over to Corey, but I see that she's not, because this is actually a great question because it's a litmus test of economic literacy, and he at best doesn't answer the question. And the truth is that this is going to significantly increase demand. And when you significantly increase demand overall, you significantly increase the equilibrium pricing point, which means you're necessarily increasing housing costs. That's going to be the case for, the 24-year-old couple that wants to buy their first house, the 34-year-old couple that wants to buy their first house. That's going to be true of the private developer too, who's buying houses kind of in bulk, right? So, and buying property in bulk, even if you're talking about somebody who's trying to buy, a bunch of housing on a block, or the developer who wants to put in multifamily units, that's going to drive that demand up. Because what you now have is the capacity to buy more, which means that with that $25,000 down payment, in the end, you're going to wind up driving up housing costs. This is really basic supply and demand. This is really, really, really basic introductory level economics. In the end, you're going to just wind up driving housing costs, and also you're going to drive up the costs for things across the market because how are you going to pay for that? And the answer is print more money. Money printer go burr, right? And Murphy, in this case, supports this proposal. Okay, so then we're going to need some pretty extreme economic literacy to somehow get to support this proposal, knowing what it's going to have in terms of its impact on demand and housing costs. Many young people leave because they can't afford the initial down payment. Okay, no, they're leaving because it's just generally too costly in this state. By the way, we've already gone over with the things that predict internal migration across states, right? And the biggest thing is jobs. The biggest thing by a mile is the availability of quality employment, which is, bring jobs back here. And Matt Corey said the increase in affordable housing, lowering the cost of doing business, lowering inflation costs, lowering taxes. This speaks to both of the two issues that are the primary drivers for interstate migration. Number one, jobs by a mile. Number two, cost of living by a mile. And then numbers 3, 4, 5 account for such a small percentage of why it is people engage in interstate migration. Internal migration from one state to the next within the U.S. is such a small percentage that basically the whole thing can be explained in jobs and cost of living. And this is what we're talking about here. At least he's speaking toward what the actual motivations are, right? As far as the 11 million coming here illegally to take housing, I really don't care about the actual number, because here's what he's speaking toward is the economics of the thing. And he also repeated that the main thing, which is why I gave this double stars, is what he mentioned off the bat. The lowering the cost of doing business, lowering inflation costs, lowering taxes are the primary motivators for driving down these costs. Now, what Murphy said was the only thing he said that kind of fits into this into the actual principles of economics. Okay, yeah, we do have that lined up right. Pardon me. Is that it's far too costly to build new homes. Well, why? Mostly, what developers will tell you is the regulatory environment, right? So he's talking about regulatory burdens. I kind of don't believe him, but I think there is an uncharitable way to interpret this, which is based on the record, which we briefly talked about when Billy Mo Buckby and Pat Callahan came on, which is that the state here in Connecticut wants to basically subsume local zoning ordinances and subsume local zoning boards. And we've talked about that a ton on this show. And that the real solution here is devolution. And if you want to have a town that's extremely restrictive in private development, you can have that. And then you're not going to have much private development. If you want to have a town that's less restrictive in private development, you will have more private development. And that speaks to the actual motivations it speaks to what people actually want at the local level. So tax breaks to the first-time home buyers, that's not what that $25,000 is. It is actually a check printed that's going to be printed by, in all likelihood, the federal treasury, in the amount of $25,000. People who can't afford to buy a house for the first time and can't get over that hump of that hump of the down payment, they're not paying $25,000 in taxes. I'm sorry. There's no way to reduce that tax rate without just, like Donald Trump says, eliminating eliminating income taxes. So yeah, I mean, this is a litmus test of economic literacy. And I think that Murphy is failing it quite miserably, actually. So let me get this shrunk down just a bit. Put this back where it was. Do some window adjustments. Okay. So yeah, I don't think, not only did he fail the litmus test, I'm not so sure he actually answered the question.
2 people are under arrest in connection with a homicide in Stamford. Police say both were linked to Venezuelan gangs and were in this country illegally. Do you believe the Biden-Harris administration has been aggressive enough to keep people like this out of Connecticut? You have 90 seconds.
Well, let me say this first. I believe that Connecticut is stronger because of our immigrant communities. I live in the south end of Hartford, and my neighborhood is better off because we have people from all over the world, from Central America, South America, because
linked to Venezuelan gangs and were in this country illegally. Do you believe?
Wow, hold on. $113,000 undocumented immigrants in Connecticut. I got to give WTNH credit. These are really properly legitimate and challenging questions for Chris Murphy. I was not expecting this.
Believe the Biden-Harris administration has been aggressive enough to keep people like this out of Connecticut. You have 90 seconds.
Well, let me say this first. I believe that Connecticut is stronger because of our immigrant communities. I live in the south end of Hartford, and my neighborhood is better off because we have people from all over the world, from Central America, South America, the Pacific, coming to live in Connecticut, often fleeing terror and torture and economic desperation. I don't believe this rhetoric from the right that we should fear our neighbors or that we should fear immigrants that are coming for a better life into this country. But I do believe in border security, so much so that I was the lead Democrat negotiating the toughest bipartisan border security bill in a generation, a bill that would have allowed the president to shut down the border when crossings were too high. It would have invested billions of new dollars in personnel and infrastructure at the border so we can make sure that we apprehend anybody that is coming to this country to commit crimes. That bill would have passed if not for Donald Trump. Donald Trump told his supporters in the United States Senate to kill that bill because it would have been good politically for Democrats. Donald Trump knew that that bill would have helped to secure the border, and so he told his supporters, kill it because we want chaos at the border. Chaos at the border helps Republicans and hurts Democrats, so let's kill this good bipartisan border bill. I think we can celebrate this nation's history of immigration. We can celebrate immigrant communities while getting the border under control. And I'm sorry we lost that opportunity earlier this year.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Corey, there are several sanctuary cities throughout Connecticut, including...
I want to hear his response to this because there was a lot to talk about there. I really want to hear Corey's response. I hope he gets a chance to respond to this. That was a lot. There's a lot to unpack.
Kill this good bipartisan border bill. I think we can celebrate this nation's history of immigration. We can celebrate immigrant communities while getting the border under control. And I'm sorry we lost that opportunity earlier this year.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Corey, there are several sanctuary cities throughout Connecticut, including New Haven, Hartford, and Middletown. One estimate places the number of undocumented immigrants in Connecticut at over 100,000. You have called for ending sanctuary cities, essentially revoking federal funds from those cities. Would you take it a step further and support large-scale deportations? You have 90 seconds.
Well, look, I want to get back to what Senator Murphy said. Look, we want a diverse community. I live in a diverse community. I've been in the city of Hartford for over...
This is Corey.
...32 years with my businesses. We're not talking about legal immigration. We're talking about illegal immigration. Senator Murphy wants to twist those words. That border bill was not a great bipartisan border bill. It would allow over 5,000 people coming into this country illegally. What else would it allow? Fentanyl to pour across our border, unaccompanied minors to pour across our border. Senator Murphy wants to tell you that President Trump killed that bill. There was 6 Democratic senators that voted against that. I'm pretty sure President Trump doesn't have much sway over Senator Cory Booker or even Senator Bernie Sanders. So this bill was a failure. It's still catch and release is what is wrong in this country. And I'm not talking about a mass deportation, but the people that need to be eliminated from this country are the people that are committing the most heinous crimes. And because of sanctuary city status, the local police, state police can't work with ICE. Now, I know Senator Murphy walked across the state and he stopped in Norwich, stopped at the library. I'm sure they have a wonderful library. But where he should have stopped was at the police station and fire station to say, how much more Narcan do you guys need because of all the fentanyl that's pouring across our border? But where he really should have stopped was at Casey Chadwick's mother's house, because Casey Chadwick was killed by an illegal alien that was here, that had an ICE detainer on him and should have been deported. But because of sanctuary city status, he wasn't.
Mr. Corey, just to clarify, I'll give you 15 seconds. Do you support mass deportations?
I would start with the people that are committing the most heinous crimes.
Okay.
And then we would look at how people got here, not people that got here on no fault of their own, but the people that committed the most heinous crimes.
And Mr. Murphy, I'll give you 45 seconds to respond.
Okay, so it sounds like what he's talking about is in answering this question, we didn't get a yes or a no, but I think it's because it's a more nuanced question. Do you support large-scale deportations? I don't think that he's saying so I think his distinction is, if we start with the people committing the most heinous crimes, which really aren't that many people, that isn't a large-scale deportation. That is just deportations. We're talking about illegal immigration, so he apparently doesn't care to do anything about legal immigration. And yeah, he did actually get a chance to respond to that border bill, which, yeah, it was a bad bill. It would have given granted effective legal status to 1.8 million immigrants a year, in addition to what we were already allowing. So like Murphy using this trope that is the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump killed. No, most of the Republicans already weren't really in favor of the thing. What you had was a huge amount, basically a supermajority of Democrats and just enough Republicans to get the thing passed. And then Donald Trump called in and was like, hey, you should actually read this bill and read the contents of the bill because it kind of sucks. And it does.
Well, listen, I just don't understand why we didn't take the chance to invest the $40 billion in the bipartisan bill in border security. I think Republicans like to complain about the border, but don't end up ever actually proposing solutions. We had a chance to strengthen the border, but Republicans threw away that chance because they didn't want to give up their talking point. They didn't want to be able to. They didn't want to be in a position where they could stop complaining about the border and have us come together and do something about it together.
That's just not true.
There was an H.R. 2 bill that was sitting on Senator Chuck Schumer's desk that he didn't even have to waste the months of doing a bipartisan bill. And that H.R. 2 bill,
we're going to get to
remain in Mexico,
Mr. Corey,
build the border wall,
move on to our
and
next
end
question.
catch and release.
Let's turn now to the Middle East, where fighting has escalated in the region. The U.S.
That was actually brilliant. That was actually brilliant. All of those things from in H.R. 2 were not in this supposedly bipartisan border bill. Man, I gotta write that down. Let's see, Murphy. And then Corey. Yeah. So far, this is a major win. If you believe in the truth, this is a major win.
Recently deployed approximately 100 more troops to Israel. Mr. Corey, we'll begin with you here. Should the U.S. deploy more forces to the region? And is there anything Israel could do that you would not support? You have 90 seconds.
Look, I served over in the Middle.
This is a really good question. Damn, WTNH, man, like these local TV stations.
Chuck Schumer's desk that he didn't even have to waste the months of doing a bipartisan bill. And that H.R. 2 bill,
we're going to get to
remain in Mexico,
Mr. Corey,
build the border wall,
move on to our
and
next
end
question.
catch and release.
Let's turn now to the Middle East, where fighting has escalated in the region. The U.S. recently deployed approximately 100 more troops to Israel. Mr. Corey, we'll begin with you here. Should the U.S. deploy more forces to the region? And is there anything Israel could do that you would not support? You have 90 seconds.
Look, I served over in the Middle East, unfortunately.
That's really good. That's a really good question. Guys who are fans of Matt Corey, you better hope he answers this question. That second part is actually a really good question. Yeah, the use of the use of nuclear weapons, of course. That'd be one right off the bat. End of story. No nukes. Non-retaliatory strikes to countries in the Middle East, like Egypt, the bombing of Egypt. I wouldn't support that. Saudi Arabia, same thing. Let's see if he gives an answer.
In 1983, when they blew up the Marine barracks.
The U.S. deploy more forces to the region, and is there anything Israel could do that you would not support? You have 90 seconds.
Look, I served over in the Middle East, unfortunately, in 1983 when they blew up the Marine barracks. Senator Murphy's policies were appeasement. He went against the entire Trump administration, the previous administration, went against Secretary Pompeo, went against the maximum pressure policies on Iran. Senator Murphy was all for taking the Houthis off the terrorist organization watch list. Right now, today, we have the largest naval engagement we've had since World War II. This stuff wouldn't have happened. Iran was on its knees. What happened? They were sitting on over $200 or $300 billion because of oil sales. The Houthi rebels, Hezbollah, and Hamas are attacking Israel on all fronts. I unequivocally support Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu because he is the only person today, is the leader of the free world, the face of the free world, and we are withholding information. And what Senator Murphy wanted to do was pull military assets out of there. That is a wrong move. I support Prime Minister, and I hope he can eradicate
I have no idea
people from Lebanon that are Hezbollah and Hamas, so those people can live in peace.
Mr. Corey, thank you. Mr. Murphy, you chair
okay, that actually was a non-answer. Matt Corey, you got to do better on that one. Should the U.S. deploy more forces to the region? That question wasn't answered. Is there anything Israel could do that you would not support? That question wasn't answered. I can answer both of those questions. Should the U.S. deploy more forces to the region? Israel, no. No, this is not our war, right? Like everything he said is totally fine. Wholeheartedly agree with it. Israel, go out, do whatever you need to kick ass. But it's your country, your problem. This is not our country. This is not our problem. We've got our own problems to deal with. And then until those problems are actually directly threatened, like they were in World War II, right? When Hawaii was bombed, when Pearl Harbor, which was at that point not quite a state, it was a territory. But when territories are U.S. soil. When U.S. soil was bombed by the Japanese, we went to war, right? So, no. I can unequivocally say, Benjamin Netanyahu, do whatever you need to do. You're not getting any more from us, period. I can also then say that what would I not support Israel doing? I would not support Israel engaging in, let's say, a major occupation of, let's say, Egypt, the Sinai Peninsula, of lower Turkey, of Iraq, of Saudi Arabia. I would not support any sort of bombing missions to those countries. I would not support the use of nuclear devices under just about any circumstance in that area. Yeah, I mean, if this is about terrorism, this is not about carpet bombing, this is not about nuking an entire city. So, yeah, I can answer both of those questions. And unfortunately, Corey sounded pretty good so far. He didn't answer those two questions.
Senate subcommittee focused on the Middle East, and you've been critical of Israel's actions in Gaza. Should the U.S. send more troops and weapons to the region? You have 90 seconds.
So what happened on October 7th of last year is unconscionable. It's horrific. And Israel has the right, the obligation to defend itself. And I support their efforts to make sure that Hamas can never, ever again launch the attacks that we saw on that day. I think you can believe that, but also believe that far too many civilians have lost their life in Gaza. I frankly think that's what most people here in Connecticut believe, that Israel should defend itself, but that the carnage inside Gaza has been too significant. What I want is a ceasefire. I want a ceasefire that brings those hostages home, that ends the hostilities and gets us back on a path so that the Palestinians can have their own state side by side with a safe Israel. I don't think the United States should be directly involved in this conflict. We obviously have to protect our forces in the region, but ultimately we need to work towards de-escalation so that we can stop the fighting, we can begin the process of rebuilding Gaza and Lebanon, and we can find the Palestinians a home, which is the only way to bring long-term peace to the region.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Whoa.
Catherine.
Now to the topic.
Time out. Find Palestinians a home. Yeah, okay, this is a dubious claim. This is an extremely dubious claim. Yeah, and the fact that he immediately leveraged the number of citizens that have died in Gaza, I don't care. I don't care, right? I want a ceasefire, and I want to bring the hostages home. Okay. Israel is not going to engage in a ceasefire that doesn't involve bringing the hostages home. They're just not going to. And every attempt that they've made to establish a ceasefire, they've had this condition, and Hamas has utterly rejected it at every opportunity. And Israel has done this repeatedly over the last few months, and in fact now a year. And Gaza and Hamas just refuses to engage, just refuses to deal with anything other than a very Hamas-friendly ceasefire that doesn't involve handing over all of the remaining hostages. And quite frankly, the Palestine side by side with Israel, we can get into a much longer debate about that. But I don't think that this is the goal. Like, do you see what he's done here? The work toward de-escalation and not work toward victory. So I think Matthew Corey would respond by saying work toward victory. And, so the only thing he does actually answer the question, at least, should the U.S. send more troops and weapons to the region? His answer was no. Yeah, I don't know. Find Palestinians a home, which is the only way to bring peace to the region. No, the only way to bring peace to the region is for these terrorist groups to be eliminated. That's the only way. And quite frankly, just finding the Palestinians a home is not going to resolve that.
Of abortion, Mr. Murphy, we begin with you. Vice President Kamala Harris recently said that she would support ending the filibuster to bring back Roe v. Wade. You have said that you believe the filibuster is anti-democratic. You've also used it to advance gun control measures. Do you think the filibuster should be eliminated for Roe v. Wade or other legislation? You have 90 seconds.
Well, let's be clear. A woman's right to decide what she does with her
Topic of abortion, Mr. Murphy, we begin with you. Vice President Kamala Harris recently said that she would support ending the filibuster to bring back Roe v. Wade. You have said that you believe the filibuster is anti-democratic. You've also used it to advance gun control measures. Do you think the filibuster should be eliminated for Roe v. Wade or other legislation? You have 90 seconds.
Well, let's be clear. A woman's right to decide what she does with her own body here in Connecticut is on the ballot this election. I wish that weren't true, but it is. The Republican Party platform calls for a national abortion ban. Let's be honest about what that means. That means here in Connecticut, a young woman could be raped by her family member and be forced to bear that child. I know that doesn't seem possible in Connecticut, but if the Republican Party platform was put into law,
then it would be put into law. And it already is. The overturning of Roe v. Wade did what in Connecticut, Murphy?
Then no one in Connecticut is safe.
No one in Connecticut is safe? Jesus Christ, the rhetoric.
Support is the restoration of Roe versus Wade. Right? The ability of a woman and her doctor to make healthcare decisions, not a politician in Washington. And yes, I would support changing the filibuster so that we can pass that very popular measure with 50 votes. But this election, frankly, is going to decide, likely, whether women in this country and possibly whether women in Connecticut have the right to be able to make their own decisions about their healthcare future. This is
They already do. They already do right now. And the Supreme Court ending Roe v. Wade, all it did was kick it back to the states.
a big decision that the people of Connecticut and the people of this country are making.
Mr. Corey, you have said that you would not support a national abortion ban, but do you believe there are instances such as rape, incest, or the health of the mother where the federal government should step in to protect abortion access in states without those exceptions? You have 90 seconds.
Look, I stand with the people of the state of Connecticut.
Their own decisions about their healthcare future. This is a big decision that the people of Connecticut and the people of this country are making.
Mr. Corey, you have said that you would not support a national abortion ban, but do you believe there are instances such as rape, incest, or the health of the mother where the federal government should step in to protect abortion access in states without those exceptions? You have 90 seconds.
Look, I stand with the people of the state of Connecticut. Senator Murphy wants to use this as a fear tactic. It's unconstitutional. It was brought back to the states. The states need to decide. They've been decided for years. But he says he's so pro-women. When Senator Marsha Blackburn was trying to protect women in sports, he called her a little person. She wanted to protect women in sports because they wanted to recognize women on October 10th, National Women's Day, for their achievements that they made. When Senator Murphy says, I support that, he supports women, that is not true. When the young girls were complaining about men in their bathrooms, in their showers and locker rooms, he shamed them.
Yeah, this is
And so when we asked
It's also
Senator
not
Murphy
answering
back
the
in
question.
2018 about members of Congress during the Me Too movement, of what happened down there in Washington and the names to be released, we have heard silence, and silence is complicity. So you can't say you're pro-women and you want to protect women's rights. So I was just wanting to know why Senator Murphy hasn't been more active on releasing the names of people that are hiding behind a $20 million hush fund in Washington, D.C., and hiding and silencing victims in Washington, D.C. Senator Murphy needs to answer for that. I'm just wondering, Senator Murphy, is anybody in your campaign or yourself ever been accused since you've been an elected official? I mean, if you want to protect women, then be forthright and protect women. But my stance on that is the states, it's due to the states. The states took control of that. He just wants to fearmonger.
Mr. Murphy, you have 45 seconds to respond to that.
Well, listen, it is just true that in the Republican Party platform is a call for the law to be changed, for a fetus to be treated as a person. And if that is indeed the law, that means that every abortion in this country would be illegal, regardless of whether you live in Connecticut, a blue state, or you live in Texas, a red state. So it is just absolutely true that this is a question in front of the American voters this year. So I don't think I'm fear-mongering on this topic. I just think I'm reflecting what the actual Republican Party platform is. I want to make sure that Connecticut families and Connecticut women get to make their own health care decisions, and that's what I'm going to fight for if I'm reelected to the Senate.
Yeah, so we had 4 years of the Republican Party platform. It was Donald Trump, and if you guys are going to call him, a cult, if you're going to say that there's a cult of personality that idol worships him and his views, and that the party runs around Donald Trump has been repeatedly emphatic about the fact that he would not sign into law, he would veto a national abortion ban. And this is just not true. And this is where Corey is actually performing quite poorly. He should point this out. He should call out the claims that are just not true. And instead of spending all of that time with that aside, which I agree with, he should answer the question very quickly and say, just like all other Republicans, I believe that the states that the Supreme Court was decided correctly, and whatever the states decide is what the states decide, and we're not going to have the Fed interfere with that one way or the other, period. This is the Republican Party platform, and especially the Republican Party platform under potentially President Donald Trump. So this is actually a really bad answer from Matt Corey, but this is just a bald-faced lie from Murphy. This is not part of the party platform. It is not true. It's not just a truth. It's an utterly untrue statement. And that's why you hear Corey saying under his breath that it's untrue. And it's like, Corey, you don't say it under your breath. Spend your entire time on that. Every abortion in the country would be illegal. It already isn't. Even in Texas, this isn't the case. Even in states that don't have a time limit on their abortion bans, they already have carve-outs. They already have carve-outs for saving the life of the mother in every single state, and for rape, and I believe certainly for rape, in all but one state. There's one state that doesn't have a carve-out for rape. One. And every single state has an extremely straightforward carve-out for saving the life of the mother. Corey should have spent his entire time on that. This is just an utterly untrue claim from Murphy.
Mr. Corey, 45 seconds to respond.
And they do. The state of Connecticut's law is what it is, and they do. So Senator Murphy wants to fearmonger in this election because that's what they do in Washington. They send fear through you. People are going to be dictators. It's just, this is what, when you're down in Washington that long, that's what you do. You bring that home and you scare your constituents. The law is settled in the state of Connecticut. I stand by the law in the state of Connecticut. The Republican Party's platform, it's already said they will veto any national abortion ban. That is the truth.
All right, we're going to move on to our next topic. Thank you, gentlemen. Dennis?
Catherine, turning to transgender rights, Connecticut has been in the national spotlight regarding the rights of transgender students to compete in sports. Mr. Corey, you have said, if elected, you would be a senator similar to Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, who introduced a bill which would, quote, ban federal funding for schools that permit a male to participate in a women's sports event. Would you support that legislation? You have 90 seconds.
I absolutely would support.
Question. Would you support a bill that would withdraw funding from a school, allowed a male to participate in women's sports? Corey? I absolutely would. This is how you should be answering questions like this. WTNH is asking very difficult, but I think very even-handed and fair questions. So unbelievable credit to WTNH. I was not expecting this from their moderators. I was not expecting this from their question panel. Really well done on their part. Really well done on their part. But Corey, like, if you want to have success, this is how you have to answer these questions.
Support that. When are men in this country going to start standing up for women's rights? Why should women suffer? Now, Senator Murphy wants to call us little people and bullies. This is just the wrong rhetoric. Nobody wants, and you see around the country, women are trying to stand up for what they believe in. Why should we wipe out the achievements, the scholarships, records? Right here in Connecticut, how many records were wiped out? How many scholarships were broken? We have women that don't even want to compete in sports because they have to compete against a male. They don't want to get hurt. They don't want to get injured. Yes, I would stand by that bill. But once again, when are men in this country going to start standing up for women?
Mr. Murphy, you recently championed the rights of transgender athletes on the Senate floor. What do you say to voters who think those athletes have an unfair advantage?
This is so good. This is so good. This is brilliant. I got to give WTNH credit. I was not expecting this high quality of debate and moderation.
You have 90 seconds.
Well, what I said in that speech is that it should be up to every individual community, every individual board of education to make that decision. I don't think the federal government should be setting the policy for women's, men's, boys, girls sports here in Connecticut. But listen, I do have a problem with Republican politicians who spend an outsized amount of time focused on an issue that matters to very few voters compared to the importance of issues like the economy.
So how about abortion in the case of, instances where you're talking about saving the mother's life? Because that is a very, we're talking 1 to 10 women a year at most. At most. How, okay, are we going to do that? Are we going to play that game?
Like choice, like the cost of healthcare. I do think that there is a campaign of fear underway in this country, led by people like Ron DeSantis, to try to bully and marginalize gay and transgender children, to make us all believe that we have something to fear from people or children whose sexual orientation is different from us. There's an epidemic of suicide and self-harm in this country amongst our gay students and transgender students. And it often happens because they are made to feel ostracized by the communities in which they live, because there are federal politicians going around pretending like the biggest problem facing this country is whether or not transgender girls get to participate in sports or not. I'm not saying that that isn't a legitimate issue for some communities, but they should be able to decide that for themselves instead of having the policy be set at a federal level. I really do worry about the health of our gay children, our transgender children. I do think the impact of this rhetoric is serious on them.
Thank you.
And I want us to focus on problems that really matter to everybody in this country.
Thank you, gentlemen. Catherine?
Now to the future of Connecticut, our next topic. In a recent Next Star poll of 5th District voters, 53% think Connecticut is moving in the wrong direction. Mr. Murphy, you served the 5th District for 6 years. You've been in the Senate for the last 12.
What?
For voters looking for a change.
That is really cool.
problems that really matter to everybody in this country.
Thank you, gentlemen. Catherine.
Now to the future of Connecticut, our next topic. In a recent Next Star poll of 5th District voters, 53% think Connecticut is moving in the wrong direction. Mr. Murphy, you served the 5th District for 6 years. You've been in the Senate for the last 12. For voters looking for a change, would you do anything different this time around if reelected? You have 90 seconds.
So listen, I think people are hurting in this country, and the economy is much better. If you want a job, you can get it. Factory construction is up, crime is going down, but people feel powerless in this country, even people that are working. And that's because the structure of this economy is broken. These corporations, these billionaires, they have far too much power, and people have less than ever before. So what I think we need to do as a country is to take on corporate and consolidated power, to break up some of these quasi-monopolies, to go after the technology companies that are harming our kids on a daily basis, getting them addicted to these screens. So yes, I think the economy is improving here in Connecticut. We've won back all of the jobs and created more since the pandemic. But I do think that there's a real mismatch between the amount of power that economic elites have in this country and the amount of power that regular people have in this country. That's why I've supported President Biden's efforts to take on the big corporations, to support labor unions, to give tax cuts to people who really need them. And it's why I'm so upset about his policies, which seem to be, just reinforcing the power that these big companies have. He said to the oil companies, if you give my campaign $1 billion, I'll give you whatever you want in my administration. That means more power for the oil industry, higher prices for consumers. That's why I've supported President Biden's efforts to take on the big corporations, to support labor unions, to give tax cuts to people who really need them. And it's why I'm so upset about his policies, which seem to be, just reinforcing the power that these big companies have. He said to the oil companies, if you give my campaign $1 billion, I'll give you whatever you want in my administration. That means more power for the oil industry, higher prices for consumers. That's certainly not what we need in Connecticut.
Mr. Corey, Connecticut has not elected a Republican to the Senate in 42 years. This is also a state.
Time out. Is that what he's really? Is that what he's really saying? That the sitting president said that? Really? Would that be a violation of the emoluments clause based on how you voted when Donald Trump had that impeachment trial? Really?
Former President Trump lost by 20 points in 2020. For voters who want something different but do not support the former president, name specific ways you differ from him. You have 90 seconds.
Look, there's not many ways. I mean, I have a better personality than he has, but look, these tax cuts that Senator Murphy, because he's never owned a business, never worked in the private sector, doesn't understand how the economy works. What he's telling the voters of Connecticut, don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe that Aetna's shutting down 2,900 jobs around the country. Don't believe the bankruptcies and all these hospitality businesses. Don't believe the small restaurants that are closing down. Those Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, what Senator Murphy wants to get rid of, will increase your income tax, will increase small business tax, will increase your capital gains tax, will increase your estimated gains tax. This is the tax policies just do not create jobs. We need to lower the tax structure. We need to make sure that people have work. Trillions and trillions of dollars were repatriated back under the past administration. The jobs that Senator Murphy talks about are the jobs that were created after COVID, that were lost. And a lot of these small businesses never opened up because of the massive shutdowns. I'm in the hospitality business. There's people around Connecticut could tell you a mom and a pop business in their neighborhood that's closed down after 25, 30 years with all the mandates and regulations. Senator Murphy doesn't understand any of that. You go through the city of Hartford, 3/4 of the buildings are in foreclosure. Jobs are being lost every single day in the state of Connecticut. We used to be, once again, the beacon light of New England. Senator Murphy doesn't understand that because he's never worked in the private sector. He wants to blame large corporations. It's not the fact.
Mr. Murphy, I'm going to give you 45 seconds to respond.
Yeah, listen, I understand Mr. Corey's enthusiasm for Donald Trump's tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires and corporations. It's because he believes what most Republicans believe, that money will eventually trickle down to everybody else. But that's never, ever how it's worked. And, the good news is that we have evidence to compare the economy under Donald Trump to the economy under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We lost jobs over the 4 years that Donald Trump was president. We've never created more jobs than we've created in the 4-year period of time that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been in charge. We lost 170,000 manufacturing jobs when Donald Trump was president. We've created never, ever how it's.
Yeah, I'm not even taking
listen,
notes on this. This is
I understand
so bad.
Mr. Corey's enthusiasm for Donald Trump's tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires and
which affected way more than millionaires and billionaires. And in fact, the people that it hurt the most, if the handful of people who didn't get a tax cut were millionaires and billionaires, right? Like I got that tax cut. Am I a millionaire? Am I a billionaire? No. It was the single biggest tax cut for the working man since like the Reagan administration.
Corporations. It's because he believes what most Republicans believe, that money will eventually trickle down to everybody else. But that
no, it doesn't. Oh my God. He did the trickle down. Down. All right. I got to pull something off the shelf. You guys are gonna love this. Oh, you guys are gonna love this. Here it comes. Notice how Corey has never even mentioned the words trickle or down, right? So let me bring up the main screen so you guys can see this. Okay. This is trickle down theory and tax cuts for the rich. Notice the use of scare quotes, right? We got scare quotes here. So I read this on my channel, Mike Reads. We could probably pull up the video. We could probably just watch it at double speed because the whole book is a whopping 13 pages. Senator Murphy, read this damn book. Read this book. Trickle down theory and tax cuts for the rich is a straw man that was created in the 1920s by the yellow press, by the very far left and openly socialistic far press. It was a straw man for the supply side economics tactics that Presidents Harding and then Coolidge correctly used to respond to the market crash of 1920 to 1921. This was a deeper crash than the market crash of October 29, right? Like the 1929 crash was not as severe in terms of the actual crash, as relatively speaking, as the 1920 crash. Why do we never hear about the 1920 recession? Because it was over with in like 8 months. It was done and over with in like 8 months. And that was because Harding and Coolidge got out of the way and allowed it to recover, which it did on its own, of its own volition. This trickle-down theory and this whole idea of tax cuts for the rich is a straw man. This is a straw man and usually espoused by people who are either liars or have a not even middle school understanding of economics, right? Like, here's the thing, it's time is soul, right? So we're going to get, pages and pages and pages of citations on a 13-page pamphlet, right? Like there's almost as many pages devoted to citations as the actual content of the pamphlet. He is not wrong. Thomas Sowell is not wrong, and he evidences it, to the order of, again, 57 citations for 13 pages of content. Again, that's on my channel, Mike Reads. So yeah, link to my Mike Reads channel in this video's description. What a terrible. I mean, this is failing the litmus test at such a ridiculous extent. I don't know how to properly respond to it if I'm being honest.
That's never ever how it's worked. And
it's never ever how it's worked because nobody has ever espoused this idea. Nobody has ever espoused this idea.
That we have evidence to compare the economy under Donald Trump to the economy under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Yeah, if you cherry pick the starting dates. Oh my God, I have to do this. So this gets brought up a ton. this gets brought up a ton. I'm going to have to do this. I don't know how the best way to do this, but we're going to do it. On desktop, new folder 2. I think it's the last one. Let's go to, let's do this. Can you guys see that? This keeps getting brought up. We can cherry pick the date, right? So you can see, here's what happened. COVID. We had this excellent growth rate, right? Then that's what's in this red here under Trump. And then we had COVID, and COVID had the V-shaped recovery under Trump. And then right here, that's when the inauguration took place. And then everything flattens out. Everything flattens out. This is the Dow. Yeah, the left will keep bringing this up, that the Dow reached a new peak, and it had this excellent growth recovery. Because if you cherry pick this point and this point, then yeah, there's not a whole lot of growth over from here to here because of this supposed pandemic. If it's not a pandemic, then say it's not a pandemic. But if it's a pandemic, then it's a pandemic, and you have to treat it as such. And in the meantime, Trump had this excellent recovery, this incredibly steep recovery. And if we had just taken this Trump, because this is how I made this graph. This is how I made this graphic, right? I just took this line and copied it and pasted it in different colors. So if we never had COVID, this is what we would have expected for 4 years of Trump in the pink. And if we did have COVID and Trump got reelected, what you would expect is this orange line. Look at the difference between this orange line and this blue line, right? I gotta figure out where the heck we were now. This one.
We lost jobs over the 4 years that Donald
If you're cherry picking the dates, yes.
Trump was president. We've never created more jobs than we've created in the 4-year period.
Jobs recovered is not jobs created.
Of time that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been in charge.
Jobs created jobs recovered are not jobs created. Okay, there were no net jobs created until late 2023. That's when we finally broke even. That is when we finally broke even. And the jobs reporting, every month that it's been reported, has been well short of expectations, and in almost every month since then has had to be, corrected after the fact downward, which includes, I think it was December 23. There was a month that was by a mile the largest correction in the history of these corrections, by orders of magnitude the largest correction, and it was downward. The most recent jobs report, Chris, if you're going to hang your hat on this, was 12,000 jobs. 12,000 jobs compared to a 100,000 job expectation. That is a preposterously awful performance.
We lost 170,000 manufacturing jobs when Donald Trump was president.
Why? Why did that happen? Could it possibly be that the governor who your party is a Democrat, who your party allowed, I think it was 8 extensions of emergency executive authority? 8 of them, right? This went on for years, that the legislature under Democrat supermajority abdicated its duty and handed over to somebody who had the authority of a literal monarch for all intents and purposes for years. For years. Could it be that by the whim of his hand and by the whim of the stroke of his pen, these people were not allowed to go back to work? Could it be that? Could it be your party, the supermajority party in the Senate and the near supermajority party in the House here in Connecticut forced those shutdowns? Could it have been that? And if it wasn't that, then can we talk about whether or not what we're talking about is a pandemic? Because if it's not, then it's not. Say it. But if it's a pandemic, then you have to treat it as one.
We've created over 700,000 manufacturing jobs just in the last
not true.
3.5 years.
That's
and
not
so
true.
I get it that there's a group of people that think if you give tax cuts to the wealthy, it'll get down to the poor. It just has never worked that way.
Mr. Corey, I want to give you 45 seconds.
There are no people.
He can project whatever he wants. We lost 150,000 manufacturing jobs this year alone. All you have to do is ask yourself, and this will be a short 45 seconds, are you better off today than you were or in case of Senator Murphy, 6 years ago? What he's trying to tell you is, don't believe the job losses. Don't believe the companies that are closing down. And these are under the tax policies that he embraces. And you're going to get another 4 years of that. The same thing, more taxes, more spending. At $35 trillion in debt, we spent over $1 trillion in interest rates alone. Just think about that. Just think about that $1 trillion that could have went to all these construction jobs here in Connecticut, good union jobs that could have built our roads, our bridges, our highways. He's not talking about that because he doesn't understand the private sector.
We're going to move on to our next topic. Thank you, gentlemen. Dennis.
Catherine, there has been a lot of response to comments made at a Trump rally in New York on Sunday. Mr. Corey, you were at that rally when a comedian called Puerto Rico, quote, a floating island of garbage. Puerto Ricans make up the largest portion of the Hispanic population in our state. The Trump campaign has said that comment does not reflect the views of the former president. What is your response to the hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans in Connecticut?
Look, I agree with the former president. It doesn't reflect us. I wasn't in the rally when that happened. I was standing in line. I didn't have the privilege to be in there. But what is really at stake here is jobs and opportunity. This is what sometimes the media does and sometimes the senator does. It's diffusing from failed policies. Let's look at Puerto Rico in itself. During the 1990s, when President Bill Clinton was in power, they got rid of the corporate tax cuts that they had down there.
Hold on.
Now they didn't have the privilege to be in there.
Island of garbage. Puerto Rico.
So I want to talk about the strategy that he's employing in answering this question, because it's actually a really good strategy.
Ricans make up the largest portion of the Hispanic population in our state. The Trump campaign has said that comment does not reflect the views of the former president. What is your response to the hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans in Connecticut?
Look, I agree with the former president. It doesn't reflect us. I wasn't in the rally when that happened. I was standing in line. I didn't have the privilege to be in there. But what is really at stake here?
Pause. So that's his answer to the question. He's got what, like 3 minutes to answer this? He's got I don't know how long he actually has, because I forget the debate rules. But he answers the question in 5 seconds, and then he's going to move on, right? Because this is a silly question, right? And when you were presented with a silly question like this, just bam, blast out the answer real quick, and then move on, right? Because there's no point in wasting your time on this question.
Is jobs and opportunity. This is what sometimes the media does and sometimes the senator does. It's diffusing from failed policies. Let's look at Puerto Rico in itself. During the 1990s, when President Bill Clinton was in power, they got rid of the corporate tax cuts that they had down there. Now they made the corporate tax rates as just as competitive, I mean, not just the same as here in the United States. And what happened to Puerto Rico in the 90s? Well, Senator Murphy was going through growing pains. I visited San Juan coming back from the Middle East. That was a booming place. Everybody was working. Because they went back and didn't keep those corporate tax rates cut, all those manufacturing jobs have left Puerto Rico. All the youth have fled Puerto Rico and came to states like Connecticut. And what was left? Some corruption in the government, and you left the elderly people behind. There's no job opportunities, or not as much as there were in the 1980s when I was there. So we are talking about jobs. If you want to talk about distractions, yes, we love our Puerto Rican community. I was a minority in my own company for 32 years. Wonderful people, hardworking people. Those statements from that comedian does not represent all the Republicans that want to fight for jobs for not only just Puerto Ricans, but for everybody in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. And Mr. Murphy, in response to those comments on Sunday, President Biden said, quote, the only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. Late today, Vice President Harris said she strongly disagrees with any criticism of people based on who they vote for. More than 700,000 Connecticut residents supported President Trump in 2020. What do you say to them?
Well, let's just be clear. The media isn't overhyping what Republicans are saying right now. Right in that rally, one of Trump's supporters called Puerto Rico.
What?
who they vote for. More than 700,000 Connecticut residents supported President Trump in 2020. What do you say to them?
Well, let's just be clear. The media isn't overhyping what Republicans are saying right now, right? In that rally, one of Trump's supporters called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. President Trump hasn't distanced himself from that comment. He hasn't criticized that comment.
What?
Why? Because he himself has ran a campaign trying to make us deathly afraid of people who are coming to this country to see.
What? He disavowed that comment at that rally. At that rally. This is what a gaslight.
The media isn't overhyping what Republicans are saying right now, right? In that rally, one of Trump's supporters called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. President Trump hasn't distanced himself from that comment. He hasn't criticized that comment. Why? Because he himself has ran a campaign trying to make us deathly afraid of people who are coming to this country to seek a better life. This narrative that Haitian immigrants are eating pets, his rhetoric that immigrants to this country are vermin, and this is really disgusting. Deathly afraid of himself from that comment. He hasn't criticized that comment. Why? Because he himself has ran a campaign trying to make us deathly afraid of people who are coming to this country to seek a better life. This narrative that Haitian immigrants are eating pets, his rhetoric that immigrants to this country are vermin, and this is really disgusting. It is hateful. It's not the America that I recognize. What I think of America is a country that is made stronger by our immigrant communities. And I just, really worry that President Trump himself has refused to distance himself from these comments. What I heard President Biden say was in reference to the rhetoric, not to the individuals. And listen, I'll just be clear. I represent everybody in this state. You're right. There are a lot of people in Connecticut who support Donald Trump and who are going to support Donald Trump. And I'm going to listen to them and care about them and fight for them just as hard as I'm going to listen to and fight for people who supported Kamala Harris. That's my job as United States Senator, and I think I've lived that ethic. I've reached out across the aisle and been able to build bipartisan support for immigration reform, for gun violence reform. I'll continue to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Carr, I'll give you 45 seconds to respond.
Look, what he says is not true. Just coming from the Democratic Party itself. Looking at Trump supporters, looking at the president, calling him a dictator, comparing that rally to a Nazi rally in 1939, the same television station that Senator Murphy's on 24/7 in Washington, D.C. He hasn't condemned MSNBC for that. He hasn't. So I don't know what rhetoric he's talking about. But the rhetoric coming from the Democratic Party is just as bad, if not worse. Look, we're looking for somebody that wants to go to Washington, that as their personal playground, addictive. You need a senator down in Washington that works for the people, work on issues that are facing everybody every day, which is affordability, better health.
I understand. So this is a direct quote from Donald Trump the day after this took place in an interview. Yeah. This is from The Hill. Quote, I understand his Kill Tony podcast is wildly popular, but I thought he was unfunny and unfortunately offended many of our friends from Puerto Rico. Oh, no, sorry. That was David Urban from the Trump campaign. Yeah. I mean, did you guys watch that rally? Because I did. And as soon as Hinchcliffe went off the set and it was Trump's time to come to the podium, the first thing he did was say, yeah, no, I disavow that. LA Times, even Trump backers running from Tony Hinchcliffe's racist jokes. Yeah, he disavowed this at that rally. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find video.
with 1 week left in the race.
Oh, man. So we're not going to get the actual audio here? Trump told ABC News he hasn't watched the comedian's comments, insisting he doesn't know him. Someone put him up there. I don't know who he is. Yeah. Okay. This is just an open lie. This is just an open lie.
Healthcare. Going to the grocery store, you're not choosing between heat and prescription drugs.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Mr. Murphy, I'll give you 45 seconds to respond.
Yeah, this isn't my words. This is President Trump's words. President Trump has actually...
Democratic Party itself.
For them, just as hard as I'm going to listen to and fight for people who supported Kamala Harris. That's my job as a United States Senator, and I think I've lived that ethic. I've reached out across the aisle and been able to build bipartisan support for immigration reform, for gun violence reform. I'll continue to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Carr, I'll give you 45 seconds to respond.
Look, what he says is not true. Just coming from the Democratic Party itself. Looking at Trump supporters, looking at the president, calling him a dictator, comparing that rally to a Nazi rally in 1939, the same television station that Senator Murphy's on 24/7 in Washington, D.C. He hasn't condemned MSNBC for that. He hasn't. So I don't know what rhetoric he's talking about, but the rhetoric coming from the Democratic Party is just as bad, if not worse. Look, we're looking for somebody that wants to go to Washington, not use it as their personal playground to be vindictive. You need a senator down in Washington that wants to work for the people, work on issues that are facing everybody every day, which is affordability, better health care, going to the grocery store, you're not choosing between heat and prescription drugs.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Mr. Murphy, I'll give you 45 seconds to respond.
Yeah, this isn't my words. This is President Trump's words. President Trump has actually said that he'll be a dictator on the day that he is sworn in. He has said repeatedly that he believes that there is an enemy within America that is more dangerous than external enemies. And when asked who that enemy within is, he says Democrats. He named some of my future colleagues in the United States Senate. That does seem really dangerous to me when Donald Trump is saying that he would use the army to try to deal with the enemy from within, and he says the enemy from within are Democrats. That doesn't sound like democracy to me. So I don't think that we're engaging in hyperbole when we suggest that President Trump is talking about some real dangerous
they need to allow him
threats
to
to democracy if he's elected.
They have to allow
Thank you,
him
gentlemen.
to respond.
Catherine.
We are turning now to safety.
Wow. Okay, Corey, if you get a chance, answer the question in like 6 words, the next question you get, and then you got to come back to this. Because when Donald Trump joked that he would only be a dictator on day one, and only on day one, not just on day one, because we know what that means. We know that by phrasing it that way, you're implying, obviously, that he means starting on day one and continuing forward. No. This was a joke. The difference between a joke and a literalism is that a literalism is to be taken literally, and a joke is to be taken as a joke, which means without perfect sincerity. This is so bad. This is a disgusting lie. This is a disgusting gaslight. He said there was an enemy within the U.S. Yes, there is. Yeah. We need to look at the enemy within. There is. Right. And the enemy to truth, which is what he was talking about. He was talking specifically about the enemy to the truth, which he laid out in that sentence. That there is an enemy within the system to the truth. Dickhead. Like, what a slime ball. What an utter slime ball. Use the army to deal with the enemy from... No, he was talking about intelligence sources. Oh, my God. Corey, when you get in a situation like this, you have to just like bite the bullet and whatever question they ask you next, get it out done and over within 6 seconds and come back to this, because this is disgraceful. Like the rhetoric from Joe Biden, in that infamous, and I say infamous because it wasn't just famous, but infamous speech in front of the White House with the red lit background. Yeah. that looked more like a Nazi rally than anything Donald Trump's ever done. If we're going to focus on affectation rather than content, right? I've never heard anything more divisive. Never heard it. The mainstream media and the Democratic Party as a whole have nonstop come out in many cases and said that Donald Trump is literal Orange Hitler. That his followers are literal Nazis. The characterization is straightforward, and it's so bad that it bled down to the local DTC leadership here in New Milford in 2021. And in 2021, they painted at least half of New Milford voters, and in fact, really more like 2/3 of New Milfordites, as literal Nazis. And then double down on it, refuse to apologize for it, and to this day insist that, hey, it's just politics at best. That's the best response you're going to get for them. They've uniformly, and every opportunity they get to mention him, they refer to Donald Trump as the single greatest threat to the U.S., to the Republic, to democracy in all of American history. He is a singular threat to the American public. What the flying F is that supposed to, like, what the hell are you supposed to do with that? Like, if he's literal Orange Hitler and is a singular threat, and you keep telling people that he wants to literally a genocide millions of innocent Americans, that he wants to put into camps literally tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of American citizens. If he's going to overturn and overthrow democracy and completely upend the republic for a literal genocidal dictatorship, what is the actual response to that? What should you do? If you're put into a DeLorean with a working flux capacitor with a rifle, right? And you're time traveled all the way back to 1939, and you've got some invincibility bubble, right? You've got some invincibility bubble that allows you to just pull the trigger and not have to worry about it. Are you assassinating Adolf Hitler? What if Adolf Hitler just painted his face orange? Are you assassinating literal Orange Hitler in that situation? Why do you think there's been no assassination attempts on Biden? Why do you think there's been no assassination attempts on Kamala Harris? And there's been two on Donald Trump just this year. Why do you think that's the case? Could it possibly be this rhetoric? Because if you genuinely believe this characterization of Donald Trump and his followers, then you should be doing, well, I can't be too specific here on YouTube because it'll be taken out of context. But if you genuinely believe it, it logically follows. The assassination logically follows from that logic, from that characterization, if you actually believe it. And this has not been said as jokes. This has not been said with, some air of insincerity. This has been said with total sincerity, nonstop for 8 years. So, you know what, Chris? If you see this video, my response to all of this is fucking spare me. Fucking spare me.
In schools where school shootings continue to make headlines. Mr. Murphy, you have introduced legislation to remove school resource officers from schools. There are examples of these officers saving lives, and most recently in Appalachia, Georgia. Does removing a trained armed officer make schools safer? You have...
Wow. Hold on, this is a brutal question.
Introduced legislation to remove school resource officers from schools. There are examples of these officers saving lives, and most recently in Appalachia, Georgia. Does removing a trained armed officer make schools safer? You have 90 seconds.
Well, I actually haven't introduced legislation to remove school resource officers. I've introduced legislation to direct federal funding towards social workers and psychologists that I think are very badly needed. I actually think it should be up to every individual school district as to whether they have armed officers, and I support their decisions when they choose to bring those security personnel into the schools. What I'm proud of is
safer. You have 90 seconds.
Well, I actually haven't introduced legislation to remove school resource officers. I've introduced legislation to direct federal funding towards social workers and psychologists that I think are very badly needed. I actually think it should be up to every individual school district as to whether they have armed officers, and I support their decisions when they choose to bring those security personnel into the schools. What I'm proud legislation to remove school resource officers. I've introduced legislation to direct federal funding towards social workers and psychologists that I think are very badly needed. I actually think it should be up to every individual school district as to whether they have armed officers, and I support their decisions when they choose to bring those security personnel into the schools. What I'm proud of is the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. For 30 years, we had no action in Washington protecting our kids. And 2 years ago, I brought together Republicans and Democrats to pass the first significant anti-gun violence bill in 3 decades. That bill included some significant and important changes to gun laws, but it also involved security funds for our schools to help schools make investment in hardening their infrastructure. It included money for anti-violence initiatives in our cities to try to interrupt the cycle of violence. And you know what's happened since we passed that bill, a bill that was opposed by Donald Trump and most Republicans, thankfully supported by enough Republicans to get it passed? We've seen urban gun violence in this country drop by 20%, and this year we have had 25% fewer mass shootings. Now, I'm not going to rest until every single kid in this country is safe, until we have no threats to our children when they walk into schools. But I'm deeply proud of the progress that we have made, the way I've been able to bring Republicans and Democrats together around these common sense gun safety initiatives.
Mr. Corey, you have called for more school resources.
I want to know what he means by no threats. Because risk, there is no such thing as zero risk. That's just how risk works. This is an unbelievably dumb... It's either he means something else by this, and if that's the case, then he should say that. If the standard is no threats, then I think what he means is no guns. That seems to be the way he's at least spoken and legislated when it comes to firearms. It's just a complete elimination of them within the private sector. A complete elimination of it. And by the way, the directing of federal funding towards social workers and psychologists away from SROs, right? And an act that she's referring to would have defunded schools that tried to bring in their own SROs. Like, you got to be kidding me. What is the difference then? If you're pulling back the mechanism for funding the thing, what is the difference between eliminating the thing?
Resource officers as a solution to the problem. Do you support going as far as arming teachers? You have 90 seconds.
Look, it depends on what district you live in around the country. Look, if there's trained military people, if they're former police officers, I don't have a problem with that. Look, that's up to the communities itself. Whatever school districts want to make up that mind. But let's make no mistake. Senator Murphy has said publicly he wants to remove school resource officers, despite what he says. Because in the last debate we had in 2018, he said, "I'll leave it up to the districts." Once again, he goes back to Washington. He wants to remove them for whatever reason. I don't know. But this is what happens when you defund the police. You have the top of the ticket who wants to defund ICE. We need to support our law enforcement. And despite what Senator Murphy says, there's gun crime all over the cities. Because of why? There's no opportunities. East Haven police officers were getting shot.
Oh, yeah, hold on. So Safer Communities Act was a bipartisan anti-gun violence bill that resulted in urban gun violence dropping by 20%. No, what happened is you had a gigantic COVID spike in those urban communities, and then you had a decline because of that spike.
Shot at. Woodbury police officer got stabbed in the neck. There was just a shooting at a Bridgeport school. Our police officers are being attacked every day because the policies that are coming out of this administration and Senator Murphy, who embraces this administration, is soft on crime. Catch and release doesn't work. People are walking back in the streets, and our police are handcuffed. All you have to do is look in New York City. 75% of the arrests are from illegal immigrants. Senator Murphy's going to tell you one thing, but once again, he says, don't believe what you're seeing in the streets. Don't believe what the news is telling you. Let's believe the FBI statistics that are telling me a different story in Washington.
Oh,
Mr. Murphy,
yeah.
I'm going to give you 45 seconds to respond.
Oh, yeah. Corey, you got to bring up reporting. You got to bring up reporting because the way that a lot of these cities are doing their reporting has completely changed. And a lot of these cities are utterly refusing to work with the FBI when it comes to their reporting. So this is accounting for like huge unrealistic dips in certain areas and things like armed burglary. Like there are cities where you're going from like, you know, let's say at 500 to 0. That's just not happening. That's not happening in 1 year. No, what's happening is they're refusing to cooperate with the FBI in reporting their data.
Yeah, listen, I'm not saying that there aren't still heinous crimes being committed, but it is true that crime is coming down in this country. It is true that there is...
From a spike that happened in response to the BLM riots and the short-term policies that greatly affected the cities that actually instituted them.
Significantly less urban gun crime. In Hartford this year, we're on pace to have a 50% reduction in gun crime. So I don't know why we'd want to go back. Donald Trump says that he wants to eliminate all the progress we've made on tightening our gun laws on the first day that he's in office. That would be a disaster for us.
Not true.
And I would just encourage Mr. Corey to go talk to teachers in Connecticut, to go talk to students. Ask them if they want guns in our schools, in teachers' desks, on teachers' waistbands. Kids and teachers in this state do not want our teachers armed. Let me be clear about that.
Mr. Corey,
I never said that. Once again, he's misconstruing what I said. I said certain parts of the country may allow that. This is up to the school districts here in Connecticut. As a matter of fact, I was in a school system just the other day, Senator, and they were very happy the school resource officers are in there. They're very important in our school systems. They prevent child predators on the internet. They keep kids off drugs. And it's a place for kids to go to when they can't go to a teacher or a parent. We need to support our law enforcement in this state and around the country. And we don't see that coming from this administration when they say they want to defund police. As a matter of fact, Senator Murphy's endorsed by the Working Families Party, who wants to defund the police. If he wasn't so, if he said he didn't want to defund the police, why did he accept that endorsement from the Working Families Party?
Thank you both. We're going to move on to our next topic. Dennis.
Catherine, our next subject, social media. The U.S. Surgeon General blames social media as an important contributor in the mental health crisis among young people. Mr. Corey, would you support age restrictions on children using social media? You have 90 seconds.
Look, this is a parent's decision. We want to make sure kids don't go on certain internet sites. That's a family issue. I don't think there needs to be federal law to restrict people from seeing that type of internet restriction, but that would be a family decision. I wouldn't want people, young kids, having access to anything that's harmful to them. I'm not talking about any time constraints on any kids, but look, that's a parent's decision.
Mr. Murphy, would you consider age restrictions for social media accounts? 90 seconds, please.
Yeah, I'm a parent of a teenager and a preteen. The parents I talk to in Connecticut want help. I think this algorithm that, perfects content for kids, that ropes them into addiction, I really think it's a poison. I do. And I think it should be turned off for kids under 18. I don't think we should allow kids under 13 onto social media. And I actually think that parents should be allowed to consent before their children join these social media sites. I think what's happening in this country is really, really dangerous. I do. And I think it should be turned off for kids under 18. I don't think we should allow kids under 13 onto social media. And I actually think that parents should be allowed to consent before their children join these social media sites. I think what's happening in this country is really, really dangerous. If you look at the amount of time kids spend with friends, it's half as much today as it was 20 years ago. And so it's not a coincidence that our kids are in increasing mental health crisis today, that suicide rates amongst teenagers are increasing. So yes, I think we should step in and we should keep these kids off of social media until they are 13. And I think we should give parents the right, the ability to consent. I think parents are crying out for those tools. And I don't think it's right for the government just to step back and give parents nothing in the way of help. I think they desperately want that help right now.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We are now, we have just a few short minutes left.
So, although social media is basically the greatest scourge of this generation, like, just no. Corey's right on this one. This is a family issue. You know, if you're a good parent, you aren't giving your kid a phone until they're at least old enough to drive. If you're a good parent, you're keeping your kids off social media at all costs. If you're a good parent, you're keeping track of where your kid is and what they're doing. And then beyond that, if they go to extraordinary lengths to work around you, well then, you know, congratulations on their ingenuity at that point. Right? This is a family issue. I'm sorry. Corey's 100% right on this one.
So we want to get to a lightning.
And we all know what this is. This is really just a way to get Twitter destroyed now that Elon's in charge.
Round of questions. Please keep your answers brief. Mr. Corey, we begin with you. Do you own a gun, and what type?
I do. I own a few guns. There's sporting rifles, and I also own hunting rifles. I enjoy that.
Mr. Murphy, do you own a gun, and if so, what type?
I don't, but I support every law-abiding citizen's right to own a gun, and I'll continue to do that.
Mr. Murphy, do you tip on a takeout order?
I do tip on.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We are now, we have just a few short minutes left, so we want to get to a lightning round of questions. Please keep your answers brief. Mr. Corey, we begin with you. Do you own a gun, and what type?
I do. I own a few guns. There's sporting rifles, and I also own hunting rifles. I enjoy that.
Mr. Murphy, do you own a gun, and if so, what type?
I don't, but I support every law-abiding citizen's right to own a gun, and I'll continue to do that.
Mr. Murphy, do you tip on a takeout order?
I do tip on most takeout orders.
Mr. Corey.
I'm in the hospitality business. Of course I do.
Mr. Corey, have you used cannabis since it's become legal in Connecticut?
Not a big fan, no.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, same question. Have you used cannabis since it's become legal?
Similar, not a big fan.
Mr. Murphy, name a senator from the opposite party you respect. Mr. Corey.
I'm in the hospital, and I also own hunting rifles. I enjoy that.
Fast. I can't take
Mr. Murphy, do you own a gun, and if so, what type?
I don't, but I support every law-abiding citizen's right to own a gun, and I'll continue to do that.
Mr. Murphy, do you tip on a takeout order?
Shit.
I do tip on most takeout orders.
Mr. Corey.
I'm in the hospitality business. Of course I do.
Mr. Corey, have you used cannabis since it's become legal in Connecticut?
Not a big fan, no.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, same question. Have you used cannabis since it's become legal?
Similar, not a big fan.
Mr. Murphy, name a senator from the opposite party you respect.
Todd Young of Indiana, John Cornyn of Texas, James Lankford of Oklahoma. Those are the senators that I've worked with to pass bipartisan gun reform, bipartisan immigration reform. I'm lucky that I have a lot of friends on the Republican side that are willing to work on bipartisan legislation. I'm certainly going to continue that in my second term.
Mr. Corey, name a senator from the opposite party you respect.
Look, unfortunately, he passed away. He was one of the most bipartisan senators, Senator Joseph Lieberman.
Thank you, gentlemen. We want to get to your closing statements now. You each have 30 seconds. Mr. Corey, we begin with you.
Time out.
The change began.
That was. I love the look on Murphy's face because that was such a fucking dodge. Joseph Lieberman hasn't been a fucking senator in like 20 years. When was Joe Lieberman last a senator? I gotta look this up. I gotta look this up. In office, 2013? It's been 11 years since he was in office. 11 friggin' years. I actually love it. I love it because he knows this can't be a serious question. I actually love it. I love it because he knows that like there's one side of the political aisle that allows for heterodoxy and there's one that just doesn't. Right? And that's why that there are Republicans that, span, the political spectrum that have difference in opinions from the rest of the party. And it just isn't there for the other party. Right? So he knows it. He knows that the answer is no, and they're all radicals. They're all really far left radicals. Every single senator on the Democrat ticket today. Every single one. Right? And there's an incredibly narrow window, Overton window. And because of that, they all have to fit in that incredibly narrow Overton window. Remember what I said about how they don't allow heterodoxy? So this is a great answer. He must have just had this one prepared. Because, like, I love the look on Murphy's face, realizing that this is just a dodge, a way of avoiding saying, you guys are all psycho. Oh, man, that's brilliant.
Begins with a vote. We see the economy, we see an open border, and we see wars around the world. As a United States Navy veteran, I want to make sure our military men and women don't have to serve in dangerous areas because we want to bring peace. If you want change in Washington, it starts with your vote, and you can't have change if you send the same people back to Washington. I'm here, I'm a small business owner, I care about the people that work for me, I care about the community. That's who I want to represent in Washington, D.C., making sure your life is a better place to live.
Mr. Corey, thank you. Mr. Murphy, you have 30 seconds.
Well, enjoyed this debate. I think most people know that I spend a week every year walking across the state, and I do that because I want to better understand what I need to be fighting for on their behalf. But I also do it because I love this job, I do, and I want to show people that I don't take it for granted, that I'm willing to do exceptional things to show gratitude to the people of this state who have given me this chance. And so I really have enjoyed this opportunity to talk to the voters of the state, and I ask for their support to the polls this week or on Tuesday.
Mr. Murphy, Mr. Corey, we thank you so much for being with us here tonight. That concludes the Connecticut U.S. Senate debate.
And we're going to take a quick break, and Tom Dutchick and the Capitol Report crew will have analysis for you. Stay with us.
No, that's all right. We could do our own analysis. We can do our own analysis. I mean, like, you guys tell me, man. Like, I don't know if there was really a clear winner of the debate. I mean, if I had a gun to my head, because I'm familiar with the policy positions of these folks, like, if I had a gun to my head, I would say it was Matt Corey. But goddamn. Like, in terms of policy, in terms of winning me over, I mean, I love Matt Corey's responses in all of these situations. Like, I think he had a really, really, really good debate performance. And I think Chris Murphy is just a slime ball. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I'm going to have to do a video at some point on Gish Gallop, because, like, the number of just, like, facially untrue statements that he made, like, I don't even know where to start. Let me know in the comment section if you want my, I'll save these notes, and if you want to see these notes. For your own record. And I'll put a link at the top of the notes so you guys can get to where this video is. By the way, it's embedded at the top of the page, right? So if you want to see this video, it's not like in the article right here. This is the analysis that they do, right? You have to go to the top of the article and go to that top right bubble there. And that's where I'm popping this out from, which is wild. But hey, it's what it is. It's what it is. All right, so what was the next thing on the agenda? Oh, we got Hayes versus Logan and Harris versus Trump. So yeah. Let's just do a quick wrap up of this debate. So for me, Corey seemed like a totally reasonable, regular Republican. I wish he would have focused on certain points that Murphy brought up, but, like, it's tough to deal with the incumbent in a state where, like, you're probably going to lose, Matt. It's tough to say that. He's probably going to lose. So, there are some positions he has to be kind of moderate on, which, I would prefer a more libertarian candidate as the crazy libertarian in town. But what can I say? Right? So, as far as the performance is concerned, I give him a pretty good grade. And you know what? The big takeaway for me from this is, damn, WTNH gets a solid A. Maybe not an A+, but a solid A. In under an hour, in 45 minutes, you guys managed to ask a ton of really good questions. And in a very fair and even-handed manner, right? Like, maybe it's because it's local news, but, like, the national ABC channels have been, like, as one-sided politically as you possibly can get, and have been just a propaganda machine for the DNC. So maybe it's that what we have is because we have the local station handling this, I thought the way WTNH handled the question asking and the moderation was actually brilliant. I thought it was actually brilliant. So the next thing on the agenda is either Hayes versus Logan or Harris versus Trump. So let me know in the comment section if you want me to do Harris versus Trump or Hayes versus Logan. Yeah, it looks like those are the two big ones. And I'll wait just a minute to get this converted. And I actually have to take care of just a few things. I'll be right back. Why don't we do? What could we do? What could we do? In the meantime. Why don't we take a quick break, actually, and then we'll come back in just like 3 or 4 minutes. While I make this transition to the next topic. All right, we're back. So we're going to go into the next debate. And let me get my notes cleared. Corey, this is Murphy. Debate. And we'll get into Google Docs. Yeah, so as you saw on that do this. Come on. Come on. Yeah, got it. Whatever. Shut up. What is going on here? Why is this taking so long for a Google Doc? Kill that. All right, so we have this. We have what I think is the full debate. I think it's the full debate. I'm going to have to get something to eat. I'm actually getting kind of hungry here at some point. So we're going to have to call this 54 minutes. So we're going to have to basically blow through this. Let me get my notes out. This one. All right. So I could do the debate between, I think it was Harris and Trump. Get this killed. So let's minimize this real quick. So here's the problem. This is the only way to get access to the Kamala Harris town hall. This is the one I actually really wanted to do. And if I were to vote on my own poll, right, I showed you the poll results, right? Here's the poll results. So because of this, we have to do either Harris versus Trump or Hayes versus Logan. You know, I want to do Hayes versus Logan. So that's what we're going to do. You know, we've been primarily focusing on local stuff this you know, with this channel, and that's what I want to continue to do. How many votes did we get here? We only got 3 votes. Okay, let me hide this. I'll have to blur that out in editing when I go to re-upload this section, or maybe just clip this out. But yeah, I wanted to do the town hall because apparently the town hall went really embarrassingly bad, and the host was Anderson Cooper on CNN. So I want to see this thing blow up in her face, but at the same time, there's no way to watch it. This is, of all of the debates that we're going to go over, this is the only one I can't find the video for. It's the only one. And so we're stuck with audio only. I mean, what does that tell you, folks? What does that tell you? So in the meantime, we got the whole thing for George Logan versus Jahana Hayes. So let's go ahead. Let's get started. Let's see how this goes. My water. Here we go. How do I get rid of this?
College, Naugatuck Valley.
Yeah, let's do this over. Sorry.
And now, a debate for Connecticut's 5th congressional district seat with Democratic incumbent Jahana Hayes and George Logan, her Republican challenger. The 55-minute debate, hosted by WFSB-TV in Hartford, Connecticut. The nonpartisan Cook Political Report with Amy Walter rates the race, leans Democrat.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Erin Connolly, and we want to welcome you here to Connecticut State Community College, Naugatuck Valley. I will be serving as the moderator of tonight's debate, which is hosted by WFSB, CT Insider, and WATR Radio. We are looking forward to a spirited discussion on a number of topics that are very important to voters. So with that, let's introduce the candidates. And first, we want to welcome Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, a Democrat, and her Republican challenger, George Logan. We appreciate both of you being here tonight. It is important to note this is the first and only debate between these candidates prior to Election Day. Tonight, the candidates will be taking questions from our three panelists. Next to me, we have Channel 3's Susan Raff. She is our chief political reporter. After that, we have Dan Haar. He is a columnist and senior editor of CT Insider. And finally, Ebang Udoma, senior political reporter for WSHU Public Radio. Thank you to you three for being here tonight as well. We did a coin toss with the campaigns on Monday, and we determined that Mr. Logan will give the first opening statement. Congresswoman Hayes will answer our first question, and she will make the first closing statement. Now to the rules, which both of these campaigns have agreed upon. Each candidate has 90 seconds to make an opening statement. After that, they will be asked a question and have 2 minutes to respond. The opposing candidate will have 1 minute for a rebuttal. As the moderator, I have the ability to grant another 30 seconds to the original person questioned if it's determined a response is warranted.
This is basically the same rules
after
from
that,
the previous
we will
debate.
move on to the next question. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes at the end of the debate to make a closing statement. Now that we have gone over the rules, let's get started. Mr. Logan, we begin tonight with your opening statement, and you have 90 seconds.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for being here today. You know, my goal here today is to make the 5th Congressional District the best place to live, work, raise a family, and retire. When you take a look at where we are now compared to 2 years ago, everything is worse off, right? When you look at affordability, the cost of everything from groceries, milk, bread, seasoning like adobo, gasoline prices have all gone up. You take a look at the border, right? We've got folks coming across the border illegally, folks bringing in illegal drugs, human trafficking. It's a problem and it's a main issue. My opponent has done little to help that situation over the last 2 years. As a matter of fact, I would claim that she actually made it worse. My parents came to America from Guatemala to make things better in terms of an education for me and my siblings, to give us the opportunity for a better job. You know, and I don't want that dream to end with me. Right now, there's so many people that are struggling to make ends meet. You know, I want to go to Washington, work on a bipartisan basis to reduce reckless, wasteful spending. I want to lower taxes. I want people to have more money in their pockets. I want to secure the borders. I want people to feel safer in their communities. I want to help to fix broken Washington. Right now, it's just too partisan, and my opponent is one of the most partisan members of Washington. We have an opportunity to go in a new direction, and I want to be part of that solution.
All right, Mr. Logan, thank you very much. Congresswoman Hayes.
So that sounded like fix border issues, lower taxes. I mean, that was some spicy stuff at the end there. Let's see if we can get
bringing in illegal drugs, human trafficking. It's a problem and it's a main issue. My opponent has done little to help that situation over the last 2 years. As a matter of fact, I would claim that she actually made it worse. My parents came to America from Guatemala to make things better in terms of an education for me and my siblings, to give us the opportunity for a better job. You know, and I don't want that dream to end with me. Right now, there's so many people that are struggling to make ends meet. You know, I want to go to Washington, work on a bipartisan basis to reduce reckless, wasteful spending. I want to lower taxes. I want people to have more money in their pockets. I want to secure the borders. I want people to feel safer in their communities. I want to help to fix broken Washington. Right now, it's just too partisan, and my opponent is one of the most partisan members of Washington. We have an opportunity to go in a new direction, and I want to be part of that solution.
All right, Mr. Logan, thank you very much. Congresswoman Hayes, you now have your opening statement, and you also have 90 seconds.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone, and thank you so much for being here tonight. I look forward to having a spirited debate, as the moderator said, about the issues that affect the people in this district, about the things that you care about. He's right, the economy, affordability, the border, all of those things are things that people want to talk about, and I plan to tell you what I have done and also what I plan to do. I also look forward to hearing from my opponent, and not in platitudes like status quo and rubber stamp, but in what he has actually done, because he also has a voting record as a state senate, as a Connecticut state senator. So I would like for him to hear how he has made this state better, what he has done to affect the people of this district. And hopefully, actually, I believe that at the end of this debate, that people will see that there is a clear contrast between me and my opponent. I want this district where I have lived, raised my children, worked my whole life, still worship, shop, everything. This is a community that I am part of. I want this to be a community where everyone can prosper, not just a few people, not just the wealthy and well-connected, but everyone. And I plan on leaving no one behind. And I have the record to prove that. He says he's bipartisan, but he has nothing to show that. He can't point to any specific action. So hopefully tonight that will come out, and I look forward to a discussion. I look forward to sharing my work and what I have done.
Congresswoman.
Jesus Christ. There's not one thing in there of substance. Like, Logan was, I was about to complain that Logan was overflowing with vague platitudes, like she said. But he said secure borders, lower taxes. Those are two things that you could point to at least some clear understanding of what those policies how those policies would manifest. We didn't get any of that. We didn't get any of that. She said, I'm going to, and then never laid any of that out. You're supposed to do that in the opening arguments. I'm really disappointed, right? Like, both Corey and Murphy did a better job with their opening arguments. Now they're running for a much broader seat, right? It's the Senate seat, so it's considered a higher seat, if you will. But these are pretty bad opening arguments, and you know the best I can say is that at least with Logan we have something, and we have one serious claim. Jahana Hayes is one of the most partisan members of Washington. I can't say if that's true or false, but I don't know. At least it's a claim, a clear claim. We have the Senate record. Okay, what is it? we have Logan's record as a state senator. Okay, what is it? You could have said it. You could have summarized it. You could have at least given us a vague understanding. We got nothing. And by the way, so folks understand, your party here in Connecticut has a super majority. We talked about that, right? When Pat Callahan and Billy Mo Buckby came on the show earlier today, we talked about that. The Senate is super majority Democrat. It's super majority Democrat. What the hell is he supposed to do? I mean, there's very little you can do. You know, I laud Steve Harding for being able to get stuff done, but at the same time, he's the ranking member, right? He's the minority party leader. Right, so like obviously you would expect more from the minority party leader. I have nothing under Hayes right now for the opening statements.
Hayes, thank you very much. We appreciate both of your opening statements. The first question tonight will go to you, Congressman Hayes, and it will come from Channel 3's Susan Raff.
Thank you, and I want to thank you both again for agreeing and participating in this debate. Congresswoman Hayes, what do you see as the three most important things in the 5th District that you would like to address in the next 2 years?
Well, as I travel around the district, whether it's the cities, the suburbs, rural communities, there are some things that are through lines everywhere. One of the top issues that people talk about is inflation. We hear a lot about that. But when we talk about inflation, it's not just the price of seasonings and gasoline. It is affordable housing. 36% of people's income goes to affordable housing. I brought money back to this district for affordable housing in Waterbury, in Goshen, and different places around the district to help people so that when they're deciding on their bills and what they have to pay, knowing that a huge chunk is not going to their rent. Part of our inflation conversation is about making sure people have living wages. I voted to increase the minimum wage. My opponent voted against that when he was a state senator. lowering the cost of prescription drugs and health care. That's something that I've done time and time again. 129,000 people signed up for the Affordable Care Act in just 2024. That's something that he does not support. So I want to make sure that we are addressing all of those issues. I also support the Vice President's plan to go against corporations that are price gouging, so we can lower the cost of groceries and things like that. So that is a huge issue for me when we talk about inflation and affordability. I think in this district, a big issue for me will be passing a farm bill that protects our farmers, that provides crop insurance, that feeds our children. When you talk about bipartisanship, I have a problem with some of my Republican colleagues because my hard lines, the bills that I sponsor and co-sponsor, are to feed children, are for public education. They don't want to sign on to things like that. And then I would say protecting our democracy.
Because the federal government should have nothing to do with
January 6th should have been a
local education.
non-starter for everyone. It is a disqualifying factor, and I don't care what side of the aisle you are on. In this district, a big issue for me will be passing a farm bill that protects our farmers, that provides crop insurance, that feeds our children. When you talk about bipartisanship, I have a problem with some of my Republican colleagues because my hard lines, the bills that I sponsor and co-sponsor, are to feed children, are for public education. They don't want to sign on to things like that. And then I would say protecting our democracy, because January 6th should have been a non-starter.
Here we go.
Starter for everyone. It is a disqualifying factor, and I don't care what side of the aisle you are on, you should be able to agree with that. And he said that he would not have voted for a January 6th commission. So those are things that I think feed into all the other issues that we're going to talk about.
Congresswoman Hayes.
This is such a bad answer. This is such a bad response. I really hope Logan has an actual response to this. I'm just going to write this in because I'm hoping he has a response.
Hayes, thank you very much. Mr. Logan, you now have 1 minute to reply.
Sure. As I talk to folks throughout the district, the common theme I hear over and over again, are the pocketbook issues for sure. Affordability is a big issue. When you take a look at the reckless spending in Washington and the policies coming from Washington that have resulted in government-induced inflation has caused the increase of all kinds of goods and services that the people in the district are suffering from. When you take a look at energy costs and the cost of gasoline, the administration in Washington, the first thing they did when they came in office is they killed the Keystone pipeline. We were racing towards energy independence. My opponent and it supports Washington in terms of their absolute war against American energy and American energy independence. I want our country to be energy independent. I want to bring down those costs in a sustainable way. When I take a look at the southern border, again, we must secure the southern border. We must fix Washington. Washington is broken. My opponent has shown no ability to do that. Folks are tired of the partisanship that we have in Washington. We can fix it. We need a new voice in Washington. She's had 6 years to make the difference that she has not.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Right now, we are going to move on to question 2. This is in regards to the economy.
Yeah. Okay, this is the really bad response from Logan. This is actually not good. Okay, so what you have to do, you've got a minute, and all you have to do is just in these situations, like we talked about in the last debate, and Corey was actually pretty good at this. When you have a response from Hayes that you got to respond to, and you're basically forced to also answer a question, what you do is you just answer the question in like 6 seconds. You would say inflation, affordability, and fixing the southern border. And then what you would do is you'd go back on and then actually rebut the claims that Hayes made, right? Like one of the solutions to inflation is not having a price. He could have said something along the lines of, when it comes to inflation, price gouging is a complete misunderstanding of economics. And it's something that is already illegal when it comes to collusive anti-competitive behavior. And if it has been taking place over the last 4 years or the last 6 years or however long that Jahana Hayes has been in Congress, the way you respond to this is you say, where have you been? Like, where have you been on all of this? And by the way, if it's something that they're just able to get away with because we haven't passed certain legislation, then why haven't they been able to get away with it until just now? Why is it just now that they're price gouging? And I'm going to be honest, this is just a pathetic understanding of economics that comes in. It's only from the Democrats that are arguing this, right? That the real reason for inflation is corporate price gouging. It's just not, right? Inflation is the artificial inflation of the supply of money in a system. The printing of the money is the inflation. The price increases are downstream of that, right? So yeah, so like minimum wage, you just harp on this real quick, and you say minimum wage is something that is that every economic, that anyone who is in any way versed in economics knows is one of the most destructive things you can do to an economy. All you're doing, and then you say the real minimum wage is $0 no matter what you do with the legal minimum wage, and any dollar amount is more than $0 an hour. And what you do when you insert price controls, just like what Kamala Harris is I'm giving George Logan the proper response, just like what Kamala Harris has suggested and what my opponent has shown favor for. When you introduce price controls, it's the worst thing you can do to an economy, which is create shortages. This is necessarily true. You know, I know he's only got a minute to address this, but like you got to pick one of these topics. And the topic I would actually pick is protecting our democracy. How many times do we have to go through this? Constitutional, representative, republic. This is not a democracy. And anytime anyone says this our democracy phrase, red flag should just abound. January 6th should have been a non-starter. It's a disqualifying factor. Okay, for what? What about January 6th? What is the statement from George Logan that you're looking to get that you would show favor toward? And what is the statement that you want from George Logan that you would show disfavor toward? We don't have that. Because vague platitudes, January 6th, bad. Okay? No one disagrees with you. That's why the right came out right away and said this is bad and said unconditionally this is a riot and it should be condemned. And then the Democrats are like, oh, shit. Man, all that shit we did in 2020, right? When we refused to even call that. No, hang on. There, that should be better. That should be a whole lot better for everyone. Right? You know, the response, the reason that it got labeled an insurrection by the Democrats and the left weeks afterward and not immediately is because Republicans came right out and condemned it. Unconditionally. Unqualifiedly condemned it immediately. Right? And called it a riot. And then the Democrats were like, oh shit, we look stupid now. For an entire year in 2020, we refused to call the 2020 riots. The news is that they were riots. The news were the riots. The news was all the riots taking place. And to this day, we're not only not calling it riots, we're kind of, not even willing to say, maybe it was pretty bad. Maybe it wasn't so good. All right, no, we're giving them a pass to this day. So in order to make it look like, in order to get one on Republicans, we have to start labeling it as an insurrection. Well, no, we're not going to label it as an insurrection because it wasn't an insurrection. All right. And, you won't call it an insurrection. I'm like, yeah, well, you won't call what was obviously a riot. We are willing to call what was a riot. You aren't. Right. So what's the disqualifying thing? What about it? That there was a riot? Okay. Everyone agrees it was a riot. What is the thing you want to hear from George Logan to say he is disqualified? What is the thing that you would want to hear from George Logan to say he's not disqualified? He has to address this. And I know he only has a minute, but you can prepare for this sort of thing.
It will be for you, Mr. Logan. You will have 2 minutes, and it is coming from Dan Haar.
Yes, thank you very much. You have both talked already in just a short few minutes about the economy and jobs. I want to drill down a little bit more and talk about how you think things are right now. I understand, and of course you've both talked about families struggling, and that is always the case, and families are struggling with prices, as you said, Mr. Logan. But how do you think things are right now? We've got, by the numbers, unemployment is at pretty good, near record lows, hovering around 4%. Jobs at a high sustainable number. Wages have outpaced inflation for at least the last 2 years, and yet there's a lot of struggle. How would you characterize the economy, and what do you think should happen differently?
Sure. You know, for me and for the people in the...
How would you characterize the economy? And what would you differently? Here we go.
In the district, statistics means absolutely nothing. When you take a look at what the people in the district are suffering, right? Again, with high grocery prices, high gas prices, the cost of mortgages, of rent payments are going up. We have young people who do not have the ability to do what families that I've been able to do with my family, which is buy a home, raise a family, find a job. You know, the cost of everything is going up. Jobs are going down. America's place in the world has been exponentially weakened by the current.
Oh, you got to be careful with this, George. Do you see how this is getting set up? This is getting set up for Kamala Harris's $25,000. You need to speak with Matt Corey. This is not a good performance so far. You're setting yourself up on this one. And he's going to make some claims. He's going to make some claims, and then she's going to rebut them. Here we go.
People in the district are suffering, right? Again, with high grocery prices, high gas prices, the cost of mortgages, of rent payments are going up. We have young people who do not have the ability to do what families that I've been able to do with my family, which is buy a home, raise a family, find a job. You know, the cost of everything is going up. Jobs are going down. America's place in the world has been exponentially weakened by the current administration in Washington, supported by my candidate. We need to, my opponent, we need to go in a different direction. It is time for us to really hone in on wasteful spending. It's time for us to reduce taxes, put more money in the pockets of folks. That's going to help our economy. We need to make sure that the government stops putting together these bloated programs that results in deficit spending. Deficit spending is kicking the can down the road. Deficit spending is not only hurting the folks in the district here right now, but shamefully it's hurting our children, which we're seeing now because they can't find good jobs here in Connecticut. It's hard to do. We're not encouraging businesses to grow. We're not encouraging job growth. We need a stronger economy. And I would argue that right now the economy is trending poorly over the long term. We need a sustainable, healthy economy, and we do that with responsible spending. We do that by making sure we focus and make our communities safer so folks feel safe to live and work. We need to secure our borders. We've got approximately 500,000 illegal guns entering our country every year. We have, my opponent is supporting bloated government programs to give legal counsel to illegal immigrants. My opponent is supporting efforts there to use your taxpayer dollar to bring illegal immigrants and send them to different parts of the country. That is a problem. That is wrong. We need to secure our borders. We need to make
Mr.
sure
Logan,
that
your time is up. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Congresswoman Hayes, you now have a minute for your rebuttal.
Thank you. I think it's notable that while Mr. Logan is talking about the cost of living and high prices, he doesn't bring up energy costs because when he had the opportunity to do something about one of the things that people in this district are talking about, your light bills, he took a walk on that vote as a state senator. I guess it was too hard for him to make a decision on that. What I would like to do in order to make sure that we are addressing our economy is talk about jobs, unemployment. We have the lowest unemployment rate. The investments that we made during the pandemic have helped for the United States to recover faster than any developing nation in the world. Some of the things that I've worked on is job training programs, but you can't have a job without child care, without our making permanent the child tax credit, taking care of labor, so that when we are distributing some of these contracts for these infrastructure projects, $5 billion that came back to the state, that we are paying fair wages and people have jobs that they can feed their families and live in this district.
Congresswoman Hayes, thank you so much. The next.
Yeah, okay. That was a really bad performance from Logan. Jesus. How would you characterize the economy and what would you do differently? Listen, you can talk to the constituents and they'll tell you the same thing. And Ms. Hayes does not disagree with this. The cost of everything has exploded. You don't start off with statistics mean absolutely nothing. Just start off with the claim. Because like if she was good at this, she would come back with the statistics and say, statistics mean absolutely nothing, George? Because this is what the statistics tell us. I would disagree with her, but that's the way you respond to that. Young families have not been able to buy a home. Okay, George, you're setting yourself up for her to say, yeah, and we want to give $25,000 to new families, to young families who to go towards their mortgages so they can buy new homes. Claim the cost of mortgages and rent payments are going up. Cost of everything is going up. Jobs are going down. Again, the jobs thing, you got to be very careful with how you deal with this, right? Because what you do is you immediately just say, listen, do you focus on the reduction in taxes and wasteful spending? And you do what Corey did with that subject, right? Like, Corey actually performed really well with this. Stop bloated programs that increase deficit spending. Okay, now you've got to start to get into specifics here. Right, you say either that you leave it in the vague and you say the federal government has a spending problem. It doesn't have a collections problem. When we reduced taxes under Donald Trump, the total amount of collections increased, which is what Corey did, which is what Corey said. And then you say that what needs to take place is a reduction in we need austerity. We need austerity measures to reduce spending, not collections. We don't need to increase the rate of tax rates. Yeah, the children are not finding good jobs. Okay, this isn't something you should be bringing up. Just leave it at that, right? Just leave it at that. Yes, the reason kids aren't finding jobs is because we've jacked up the minimum wage to a point where it makes I can't hire an 18-year-old now. I run a landscaping company. I can't do it. Because like they're just not going to work for the minimum wage. They're not going to do this work for minimum wage. Shit costs way too much. And you know what? I can't afford to spend however long training them just to have them disappear off to college now, in the middle of August, right? Like, I can't take that risk as a business owner. I can't do that. I got to hire somebody that I can, rely on. I can't, he's right that minimum wage, the people that minimum wage hurts the most is kids. Right? The people that are looking for that very first job. You have a minimum wage. The real minimum wage is $0. And anything is better than $0. Anything is better than $0. And if you set the minimum wage to what it is right now, which is roughly $16 friggin' an hour in this state, I'm sorry, but I can't hire a 15-year-old. I can't do it. It's landscaping, so I really, in general, can't be doing it anyways. But, if we're just picking up leaves and I need somebody to run, if we're doing a spring cleanup, I need somebody to just run a rake and to just run a leaf blower and to just run, a tarp, I have that job. And that's something where I can train somebody at that age to work toward what they might be doing later on at the age of 18. I can't afford to eat that for 2 years. I need productivity. I need productivity incredibly fast. So I can't have somebody who's never worked before, who's never punched a clock before. So I'm just not hiring them. Right, and I don't know what her claim was about George Logan and the light bills. She probably could have come after him for that. Right? And he didn't talk about energy costs. But what he should have talked about, if he's not going to talk about energy costs, is what drives those actual energy costs, which we talked about with Pat Callahan and Billy Mo Buckby earlier. Right? It's the regulatory environment. So what you have to do is you have to limit the regulatory environment, which the Harris and Biden tenure has done the exact opposite of that. They've made it significantly more restrictive, and you focus on that. I genuinely don't know what she was going after with the light bills, right? Again, you have to remember, he's in a super minority position at the state level when it comes to the Senate. This is why you bring that up right away, because then she's got nothing.
Next question will be going to you. This will be about crime and is coming from Ebong.
Hello, Congresswoman Hayes. Crime has been a big issue in your last campaign, and it's 2 years ago. And Mr. Logan has brought it up again this year. In his campaign ads, he claims that you support an open southern border, which has, quote, let in deadly drugs, guns, and crime. But the State Office of Policy and Management's annual crime trends report shows a sharp drop in all categories of crime in Connecticut. Violent crime has dropped 41% in the past 10 years. Property crime, 23%. And the prison population is about 40% less than it was 10 years ago.
Because we shipped them out of state. That's not a good action.
So what can be done about it?
I think that, yes, according to your statistics, crime is down. But for the people in the state and this district, it doesn't matter what the statistics say. If they are affected in any way, then that's their metric for evaluation. As far as what my opponent is saying about me on this issue, a lie doesn't care who tells it. I can tell you that as your Congresswoman, I voted and brought $15 billion in ARPA funds to support law enforcement, one of the biggest investments ever. As the Congresswoman, I've brought back community projects to upgrade and improve communication systems in the Wilkett Police Department, New Fairfield, Watertown, and Brookfield Police Departments, and also bought hundreds of thousands of dollars back to our police athletic leagues in both Waterbury and New Britain to build trust with community. This is a back and forth. This idea that we can incarcerate our way out of a crime problem is so incredibly flawed. We have to build trust with communities. We have to make sure that not only are we supporting our law enforcement officers and giving them the tools, the resources, the training that they need, but we are also making sure that accountability is there. I'm the wife of a police officer. My husband's been on the job for 27 years, but I am also the mother of 3 black sons. And I want to make sure that my sons are not afraid of their encounters with police, and that has to be a part of the conversation. Mr. Logan has a lot to say on this, but again, when he was a state senator and had the opportunity to vote to support the Connecticut State Police for hazard pay and raises in their salaries, he voted against it. So he is introducing himself to this district and deciding who he wants you to believe he is. I offer you to fact check everything that I'm saying, to look at his record and look at the fact that he voted against the Connecticut State Police when he had the chance. So he can say whatever he wants. He can stand in front of any building that he wants to try to convince you of something that you know not to be true, but I know how he voted.
We appreciate it, Congresswoman Hayes. Mr. Logan, you have 1 minute.
Yes, during my time in the state legislature, there were some very difficult bills that we had to bring. I support increasing wages for our police officers, particularly our state police, and I have been consistent in my support of them. The issue for in that particular bill had to do with the process. The Democrat leadership in Washington was pushing the bill before we actually put together a budget. So the issue was more to do with a process issue, not my willingness to increase officers' pay. We need to have responsible budgeting. And that 2017 budget, the same budget that she's talking about, and there in that year, we passed a bipartisan budget. Talk about success. I think I've done more for the state of Connecticut than you have as a congresswoman. We passed the 2017 budget. It was a bipartisan budget. And as a result of that, we instituted guardrails against spending caps. We don't spend too much, volatility cap. And these things have allowed us to have a multi-billion-dollar surplus that we've done to shore up our budget in terms of our pension debt, shore up our budget, and make sure that we are not doing as much deficit spending as we were before. I've had great success in terms of my time in the state legislature, and we are seeing the results of that now.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Congresswoman Hayes, would you like 30 seconds to respond?
Yes, Mr. Logan talks, I'm a history teacher. I taught civics. The first job of the legislature is to make the laws and pass budgets. So the fact that you voted on a budget is not specific to your successes as a state legislator. You remind me of the kid who is part of a group project and doesn't do anything but wants credit for the final grade. That is something that everyone did. And our state is in the position that it is in now because of the federal investments that have come back to the state time and time again from my time in Congress.
All right, thank you. We do have a lot more to get to tonight. The next question will be for Mr. Logan.
The state is in the shape it's in because of the federal funding Hayes has secured. That is a ridiculously bold claim. And I would say that is not... I'd say that's mostly economically illiterate just to make a claim like that. But at the same time, Logan's performance tonight is just awful. Just awful.
This is coming from Susan, and it's about the border bill.
Mr. Logan, immigration is a big issue in this upcoming election, and it's important to the people in Connecticut. You've mentioned immigration and the border many times while running for Congress. Would you have supported the border bill, the one that was proposed but never brought to the House floor, and why? And if it were to be reintroduced, no matter under which administration, would you support it? And further, would you support a comprehensive immigration bill?
Yeah, I will start with your last part of your question. Yes, I would absolutely support a comprehensive immigration bill. We must fix our immigration system, but we cannot do that until we secure our border. That Senate bill, that's what I was referring to earlier, supported by my opponent, that would have brought in 1.8 million illegal immigrants into our country. That's where we would be taking your tax dollars and using it to provide legal counsel for these illegal immigrants. That's where we would have taken your tax dollars to move and transport these illegal immigrants to all parts of the country. You know, my goal is to fix illegal immigration problem. My goal is to fix the immigration system. But first, we must have secure borders, and we need someone who's going to be strong in terms of against crime, in terms of illegal immigration. We can do that. But my opponent has shown no desire, no ability, no leadership in Washington on the border bill. She has just gone stick with her record, a 99% voting record, along with the Washington Democrat leadership. We don't need that. We need someone that's going to speak independently. We need someone who's going to be a voice for you in Washington. Look, when it comes to election time and election season, she comes down here, she goes into the community. Once the election's over, she disappears. You don't see her anymore. She goes down to Washington, she's quiet, and she just votes in line with the Democrat leadership. I am going to work on a bipartisan basis, and I'm going to vote for bills that help our community. And I'm going to criticize any bill, any legislation that hurts the people of the 5th Congressional District, regardless of whether it comes from the Republican side of the aisle or the Democrat side of the aisle. My opponent has shown no ability to do that. The border bill, I'm telling you, there's also a competing House bill that's out there as well. And I am confident that with the right folks down in Washington, if we had some true bipartisanship, we can make some gains. But we can't do that with the current Congresswoman. She had almost 6 years to make a difference down there, and she's only made the situation worse. It's time for a change. I'm hearing that from out in the district from folks. Why can't Washington just work together? Well, I had a 97% bipartisan voter record
Mr. Logan,
in Connecticut.
thank you.
I plan to bring that down to Washington.
Your 2 minutes is up. I want to go now to Congressman Hayes.
That was so bad. Oh my God. He's on the right side of this by all means, but Jesus Christ. Like we saw earlier, we saw Corey answer the same question and just did a much. I wish I could just get a clip of like that one question and then just compare them side by side. Like this is just plainly not a good performance by George Logan. It's just not. And honestly, like I didn't think that his performance the last time around was a very good performance. So my way of thinking is if he doesn't get elected, and the early indicators are that he's probably not going to get elected, we got to find someone else. We got to find somebody else who can handle that debate stage way better than he's doing right now. Either that or we got to do something completely different about his preparation for this sort of thing. I think the answer is you got to find someone else. Like maybe Corey should actually be running for this position instead of the Senate. I don't know where Corey lives, but if he's in the 5th District, this is just not a good debate performance.
Hayes with 1 minute.
I just want to make clear that I don't come back at election time because I live here and I'm here all the time. Mr. Logan, after the last campaign, said that he was going to move to the district permanently. I guess he hasn't gotten around to that yet. And if you look at his record as a Connecticut state senator, he never split with that party. He voted.
Oh, my God. Like, I'm not even saying this is a bad point. I'm saying, like, George, Like, you can't bring this up about her only coming. First things first, this is a bad strategy to say that, like, okay, well, she's a sitting congressman and she's only in Connecticut for so many days and weeks, and let's say perhaps months of the year. Well, yeah, because he's a sitting congressman. Like, it's just a bad line of attack. And then he set himself up for this one. Like, this is such a bad performance. I'm doing my best to defend you, George, but like, this is just, you got to not walk into this.
Voted with Senate Republicans all the time. So you can look at that.
Voted with Senate Republicans all the time. Okay. Well, there wasn't too much to vote on because it's the Connecticut Senate. But at the same time, what got passed? What didn't? Where is he overlapping with Democrats on this one? But again, George, like, you walked into this. If you're going to bring up her voting record, bring up her voting record where it helps you, right? Like, find the bills that are terrible that she supported.
If you would like, but on
and then pick those bills. Pick on those particular bills. Yeah, her voting record is from what I can tell of things not good. But then you got to get it. You got to get granular with that. You got to get more granular with that. And you've got to know that like she's gonna have this. She's got this is we got to have a quick conversation. We got to have a quick conversation about the Connecticut's 5th district. Connecticut's 5th district is a district that the DNC has been pouring money into, absolutely pouring money into, right? And this is almost entirely national money. This isn't mostly local money. Her campaign fundraising and her expenditures are mostly national money. And it's just not the case with George Logan. And by the way, this is a good attack point. But the point is that we know that this is going to be one of the closest battles in the entire House for the entire year. CT5 is probably going to be one of the 15 narrowest victories for the Democrat for either party in the entire House. It's probably going to be top 15. And because of that, what the DNC is going to do is they're going to spend gajillions of dollars on this campaign, but they're also going to have her take a week off from work because this is the only debate she's going to do. And they're going to sit her down with the absolute best and most expensive consultants you could possibly buy. And she's going to get grilled on this stuff. Right? Like Chris Murphy, you know that there's good money coming in, but it's not going to be like this. It's not going to be like this because Chris Murphy could just not even have a debate and he's going to win. It isn't a foregone conclusion that Jahana Hayes is going to win. But she is the favorite and she is the incumbent. And it's a really close race in a dyed-in-the-wool blue state. Right? It's the only House district in Connecticut where it's going to be even remotely close. And it's the closest. It is probably going to be the closest district in New England. In all of New England, it's probably going to be the closest one. And because of that, you have to have better prep than this. You have to have better prep than this. Because you have to prepare at least as well as she's been preparing. You have to know that she's going to have, an army of DNC consultants that are going to go scraping through your record to find the most ridiculously innocuous thing that you said when you were 11 years old and spin it out of the solar system, right? You have to know that that's coming. So if you're going to speak to her voting record, you have to know what your own voting record is. If you're going to speak to her not ever visiting Connecticut's 5th district, you have to know that she's going to come back at you with, you don't even live here. He's claiming a residence in Connecticut's 5th district. I have no idea how much time he actually spends in that residence. No idea. I have no idea where he actually sleeps at night. But if you're going to do that, George, then you got to know that this is coming. You got to know that line of attack is coming, and you've got to be prepared for it. And you can't set yourself up for it. And that's exactly what he did. Here we go.
The border, yes, we need to address our immigration system. We have a broken immigration system. People who are presenting themselves at the border are with Senate Republicans all the time. So you can look at that if you would like. But on the border, yes, we need to address our immigration system. We have a broken immigration system. People who are presenting themselves at the border are doing it following U.S. law. So our laws need to be changed, but we need to do this in a humane way. I can tell you that, yes, I would have supported the bipartisan bill that was negotiated in the Senate, the bill that they asked for, the bill that Republicans said that they wanted. They sent their most conservative Republican senator to help negotiate this bill, which would have lessen processing time, increase border agents, increase judges, and then Donald Trump told them to vote against it, and the bill was tanked.
Congresswoman Hayes, we appreciate.
We did this with Matt Corey. We did this with Matt Corey. We did this with Matt Corey, and Matt Corey went in and debunked this. Okay, so here's how you do this. You're going to spend 3 seconds saying, if we have a broken immigration system, why haven't you fixed it in the 6 years that you've been in office? And that's all you say about it. And then you immediately move on to the Senate bill, which wasn't House Bill 2, which you could have voted for, but your guy let it die. Right? You could talk about HB 2. Bring it up. That transitions nicely into HB 2. And you do that in like 1 or 2 sentences, and then you hurry up and you get on to the Senate bill and debunk all of the claims that she's made.
Your time. Thank you. Next, the question is for you, a very important question with Hurricane Milton about to make landfall. The next question has to do with the role of FEMA, and this is coming from you, Dan.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Yes, as Aaron said, we are all hoping and praying for the better result as this latest hurricane hits. We are seeing an increasing number of weather crises, especially flooding, perhaps because of climate change. Do you think the FEMA response, Emergency Management Agency response by the administration has been adequate? What do you think should happen differently, if not? And in the big picture, do you see Connecticut, which has had its own flooding in this very district, being left out as the money runs out? Should Congress allocate more money?
So, yes, I think that one of the things that we did in the Inflation Reduction Act was for the first time in history address climate change for the problem that it is. In the infrastructure bill, we had money for mitigation, for resilience, for making sure that we were proactively dealing with all of these things. By the time FEMA comes in, a disaster has already happened. I can tell you that under Donald Trump, his entire time as president, he lessened or reduced the amount of funding that would go for disasters. People are talking about the money running out for FEMA. Before we left from Congress in September, Democrats tried to push to increase FEMA funding because we knew that with the intensity and severity of storms, we would need more money. Republicans blocked it, voted against it. Every single one of them voted against it, did not want additional funding. When you talk about in this district, and I know my opponent is going to bring this up, as your Congresswoman, my job is not to post on Twitter or take pictures. It's to get people the help that they need. My Republican First Selectman in the towns that were affected by the flooding that we had a couple months ago reached out to me, thanked me for being in constant contact with them and for getting funding in record time. And I have continued to do that to make sure I advocated for funding to come back to those places, because that's what people need is action. They need our legislators and our lawmakers to do the job that they were elected to do. I know that my opponent is going to say that I was out of the state during the storm, and I was. I had already flown out. But when I was in Chicago, the president was on the ground, the governor was on the ground, the entire delegation was on the ground, and we worked in lightning speed to make sure that we brought a disaster declaration back to the state and got the funding that we needed to rebuild. But also, the infrastructure funds that were already in place had already started to harden our bridges, our roads, to make sure that it wasn't catastrophic.
Congresswoman Hayes, thank you so much. We appreciate that. 1 minute for you, Mr. Logan, to discuss FEMA.
Point that out.
Sure, I'm absolutely in favor of properly and adequately funding FEMA. When you talk about taking pictures and posting on social media, you know, my opponent, when we had those terrible floods in August of this year, whether it's Southbury, Bethel, Danbury, other areas, she went to Chicago When she knew it was a disaster, she stayed in Chicago, right, for a political party. So when we talk about FEMA, we talk about disaster, we talk about leadership, we need true leadership when you can recognize that your people are hurting, they're suffering. So yes, I went down into that area and I met with people, I met with families to see.
The FEMA money didn't come in. The FEMA money didn't come in. Focus on that, George. It came from other places. It never came from FEMA. And because it didn't come from FEMA, there were a lot of insurance claims where we're just going to be eating it. Where a lot of people are going to be eating it on their insurance claims.
Firsthand what was going on. Look, we need someone who's going to be a leader and that understands when your people are hurting, they need you to be present, they need you to be there. That's what we need to do. My opponent, again, she's more concerned about satisfying her party leadership. She puts them over the people. She does that over and over and over again with her voting record, with her actions, and it's time for a change. We need someone who's going to really represent the people of the district and be there for them.
We appreciate that, Mr. Logan. Thank you. Would you like to add?
Oh my God, this question is a slam dunk for you, and you just completely avoided it. Just answer the question. Do you think the FEMA response has been adequate? No, we didn't get the money. We never got the FEMA. We never got the funds released from FEMA. What do you think should happen differently if not? Like, oh my God. The guy asking the question said, "What do you think of Connecticut being left out?" So he conceded the point. This should be a home run for you, George. Jesus.
30 seconds.
Well, I would just like to say when it comes to storms and predicting storms, Republicans right now want to get rid of the National Weather Service, to defund the National Weather Service at the very basic. And when you want to talk about politicizing a storm, look right now with the leader of your...
This is actually a strong strategy because he had no rebuttal to this. She's going to make a claim that carries with it an air of nuance, and she's going to erase the nuance. The thing is, she's doing this in the second rebuttal. Because she's doing it in the second rebuttal, George is not going to have a way to respond to this. He's not going to have a way to say, wait. That's not what they don't want to just kill they don't want to just kill the National Weather Service. They don't want to just take away its money. This was a conditional statement, and here are the conditions.
Party is doing when people are actually dying, trying to convince them not to take FEMA funds, not to evacuate, not to listen, trying to convince them that the Biden-Harris administration is not coming to their aid when every Republican governor is saying that they are. You want to talk about partisanship in storms? It's on that side.
All right, we do have to stop you there. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We want you both to sit tight for just a moment because we do have to take a quick commercial break. The 5th District debate airing live on Channel 3 continues right after this. Welcome back to the primetime debate.
Yeah, no, this is a good time for a quick break because this is like a full-on. I'm not going to give Jahana Hayes a great grade here, but George, this is an F. So far, this is an F, and now I kind of see why people want me to watch the Corey one instead. Corey performed really, really well. I think the debate moderation is kind of crap. It's coming across as extremely unprofessional, to be honest. But, George, this performance is just awful. It's just awful. I don't know how to say it. I'm going to vote for you. And I can also say this performance is terrible. You've got to come in better prepared than this. Absolutely got to come in better prepared than this. I don't know how else to put it. This is a terrible performance. It's not a bad performance. It's a terrible performance. And you're this... Oh, my God. You got to be able to predict that when she's going to have the second rebuttal on something where there's no way to rebut it, you got to set her up. You have to set her up. That's what Corey was really good at doing, and you're just not doing it.
Between Congresswoman Jahana Hayes and her challenger, Republican George Logan. We have a number of other questions we do want to get to tonight. Our next question will be for Mr. Logan, and it will be asked by Ebong.
Mr. Logan, Congresswoman Hayes has said tonight that democracy is an issue in this campaign, in this election, and both parties nationally are putting out messaging that democracy is at stake. Do you agree? What does that mean? What exactly is at stake?
I believe that the direction of our nation is absolutely at stake. Do we want 2 more years or 4 more years of the failed policies from Washington? That is what's at stake. People want to be able to afford to live and work in the district. They want to feel safe in their communities. They want the borders to be secured. They want to make sure that we support our allies internationally. They want to make sure
that... Oh, my
that...
God. Answer the question. This is an easy win. This is an easy win. What you would say is, unlike my opponent, I believe that voting for the other side isn't going to I'm not willing to catastrophize and claim that we're going to descend into a Fourth Reich on day one. I'm not willing to label 50% of the country as human garbage or as literal Nazis. I'm not willing to say that Donald J. Trump is... I'm not willing to say that in the case of... And so it wouldn't be Donald J. Trump. I'm not willing to say Kamala Harris is literal female Hitler. I'm not willing to say that Kamala Harris is going to descend this country into a literal dictatorship on day one, even if he made a joke, a satirical tongue-in-cheek joke about the thing, which means it's not sincere. I'm not going to paint Kamala Harris as a fan of genocide who's going to round up tens of millions of American citizens based on race. I'm not going to catastrophize like that. So no, I do not believe that democracy is at stake in our constitutional representative republic. And then you kick it over to her. Like, I did no prep for this. I'm doing this on the fly. And that's how you answer this question.
That every...
And maybe you throw in a quick thing about, I am not willing to engage in my opponent's rhetoric that is going to get Kamala Harris assassinated. And just say it like that.
Everyone has the opportunity to work, to grow, and to be happy in our nation. And right now, folks are very concerned. They see the liberal left, very left-leaning policies coming out of the Washington leadership right now. It's really heading towards socialism, and that's what the fear is. When they make policies that continue to increase the cost of everything, that drive up inflation, it is a problem. When they see the open borders and they see, look, my opponent's going to continue to tell you over and over again that she's doing a good job, that things are good, they're not as bad as they are. You see it with your own eyes, right? So all of the fancy talk that she can say, look at the results. She hasn't delivered. We need folks in Washington, we need Congress folks that are going to work across the aisle, that are going to deliver. She has not delivered on all the things that are important to you, the people of the 5th Congressional District, whether it's affordability, whether it's safety, whether it's their education.
What she's going to do in response. This is a bold prediction. Okay, let's do this. Let's put it on the record. Mike's prediction. Okay, she's going to, one, quickly spell out the legislation that she supported in one way or another. And then she is going to go do Gish Gallop about, while blatantly out of context, Trump quotes, and then she's gonna go on a tirade. Then she's gonna do one of two things. 3A. This is my main guess. Tirade about January 6th being the worst day. God damn it. About 1/6 being the darkest day in U.S. history. I'm going to say you can use that phrasing. Day in history. Ours won't condemn. Or she's going to do 3B, because she knows she only has so much time. or she's going to then paint Trump as literal orange Nazi, literal orange Hitler. Here we go. George, you got to do this. This is your homework. When this type of question gets asked, right? Like, you got to have somebody sit you down, ask this question and say, all right, what do you think she's going to say? Remember, she's got the rebuttal. So you're only going to have like 30 seconds to answer this. So this is a really good time for her to gish gallop, which means you've got to take out the gish gallop while you have the time to do it. And in a 30-second rebuttal, which you may not get, you're not going to have time.
System. You know, we have issues here that need serious attention. We need someone that's going to focus on them more than my opponent has. Look, I've gone into the Waterbury Public Schools. I've gone into New Britain. I've gone into Meriden, right? And I see what's happening. Underreporting of crime. That's why you hear them listing all these statistics that sound good in Connecticut. They've decided that, hey, you know what? If you don't report it, hey, we can say it's not happening. But you live in these communities. You know that they're not better. You know these schools are more dangerous than before. I have a mentor kid. He goes to school in the Waterbury school system. He spends more time trying to keep himself out of fights and trouble than he does studying. That needs to change.
Mr. Logan, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Congresswoman Hayes, you have 60 seconds to respond.
Well, I'm going to respond to the question you asked because you don't even want to go there with the public school system with me. But what I can tell you is that, first of all, for all of your talk, nothing that you've said or done is bipartisan. You can't even acknowledge when something literally is basic facts. Every single one of us, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, no matter what your political affiliation, should be able to agree that January 6th cannot happen again.
Here it comes.
That it should never have happened, and it is a disqualifying factor. Mr. Logan would vote for the person who incited January 6th. He told you all that after he asked you to turn off your phones and turn off your cameras, that he would vote for Donald Trump. Mr. Logan said that Mike Johnson is a great leader, the person who authored the plan to overthrow and not certify the elections. None of those things matter that he's talking about if we don't have free and fair elections and a peaceful transfer of power. So our democracy is at stake. Donald Trump has promised that it'll be the last election we have to vote into. I'm not going to stand for that, and I'm not going to stand here and let Mr. Logan pretend that it's not an issue.
Thank you, Congresswoman Hayes. Mr. Logan, would you like 30 seconds to respond?
Absolutely, please. Yes, I condemn all forms of political violence, including January 6th, including the riots of 2020, including the anti-Semitic riots and protests that have gone on here and across the world, including the assassination attempt on a former president. Yes, I condemn political violence. We have an opportunity here to change things and make things better. My opponent, she just can't help it. She continues to go the partisan route, right? I've told you over and over again, I am here for you, not for the special interest or political party. I'm here to represent you, and I...
Dude, all you had to do was call her out for this. Call her out for this. That's it. Call it out. You were getting close. Say that yes, I'm willing to condemn January 6th, and no one on her side is willing to condemn the BLM riots of 2020, and in fact, they won't even call them the riots of 2020. I'm also willing to condemn the assassination attempt and the rhetoric from Democrats that blatantly led to it. That this was the logical conclusion of, and then you leave it at that. Or if you have another 5 seconds, by painting Donald J. Trump as literal orange Hitler and by painting his followers as literal modern day Nazis. Dude, like this is she's setting you up for an easy win. I don't know. This might just become a like prediction.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. We do have a lot to get to tonight. Our next question will be coming from Susan. It is for Congresswoman Hayes, and it is about all of the world conflicts happening right now.
Congresswoman Hayes, I would like to know what you feel the United States' role is when it comes to world conflicts, specifically Israel. A lot of people are on edge right now, worried about what's going to happen in the Middle East. What role does the United States play, and what response should the United States have when it comes to Iran, and more specifically, Iran's nuclear weapons?
So just like everyone else, I'm heartbroken by what is happening, and we want this conflict to end that we're seeing right now in Israel and Gaza.
All right, George, we're going to do this. We're going to roll the active tape. I'm going to show you guys how this is done. We're not taking notes
what
anymore.
you feel.
Riots and protests. I've gone to present you, and I will do that.
What role does the United States role in?
From Susan, it is for Congresswoman Hayes, and it is about all of the world conflicts happening.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Okay. Let's do this. We're going to get the question. I'm going to predict Hayes' response.
Right now.
Congresswoman Hayes, I would like to know what you feel the United States role is when it comes to world conflicts, specifically Israel. A lot of people are on edge right now, worried about what's going to happen in the Middle East. What role does the United States play, and what response should the United States have when it comes to Iran, and more specifically, Iran's nuclear weapons?
So, just like everyone else, I'm heartbroken by what is happening, and we want this conflict to end that we're seeing.
The United States' role is when it comes to world conflicts, specifically Israel. A lot of people are on edge right now, worried about what's going to happen in the Middle East. What role does the United States play, and what response should the United States have when it comes to Iran, and more specifically, Iran's nuclear weapons?
So, just like
Iran's nukes. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, and nukes. All right. So, Hayes. Prediction. We're going to get a... First, we're going to get a general and non-specific a statement about opposition to violence in the Middle East. There's going to be something in there about we're going to have unconditional ceasefire, while also desiring return of hostages. And then a vague statement about and then hold on. No. Before she does that, she's going to rail on about civilian casualties. She's going to talk about the civilian casualties, atrocities in Gaza. This is how this is going to go. I guess it's one teen atrocity. All right. She's going to mention place for Palestinians and Palestine. I think she's going to vaguely imply no further U.S. involvement, except aid for Gaza or those suffering. This is my bold prediction. Let's see how many of these we get right.
Like everyone else, I'm heartbroken by what is happening, and we want this conflict to end that we're seeing right now in Israel and Gaza, and now expanding into other countries. I do believe that we do have a responsibility to support our allies who are Israel.
Ooh.
However,
support our allies who are Israel. All right. So that's what she did say.
That support looks like matters, and how they use that support matters. I think that much as I've met with families of the hostages who have said they want a negotiated ceasefire, they also want a release of all the hostages that have been held. I would say—
Wait, so they want a negotiated ceasefire, and they also want the return of hostages. This sounds like they want an unconditional ceasefire, and somehow also want the return of hostages. This is dead on. This is dead on what I predicted.
Moving forward, we have to make sure that there is a path towards peace that gives self-determination to the Palestinians in Gaza, the innocent people who literally, through no fault of—
Netanyahu does not care about the hostages. They do not care about the hostages.
Katie, please.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I did not see that. I did not see that coming. Oh my God. Wow, that caught me off guard. Wow. Very nice. Here we go. Oh my God. Now you got to pause it. You got to stop it. Pause her time.
Please stop the clock.
This is incredible. Oh, it was a Palestinian. Oh my God. That was a free Palestine protester.
All right, we do apologize for that disturbance.
Here we go.
It is obviously uncalled for. The rules were given to everyone in this room prior that we need to refrain from speaking, cheering, or anything of the such. This is about the voters, and there are a lot of important topics to get to here. Congresswoman Hayes, we apologize for that. We did stop the clock at 1 minute and 10 seconds, and you can begin again.
I would say, in addition to everything that I just said, that there are also voters who are suffering right now because of what is happening in Palestine and that in Gaza to innocent Palestinians, and that cannot be overlooked either. That is something that we have to make sure that they are part of the conversation. I am the only person on this stage who has even acknowledged the suffering of the Palestinian people. Mr. Logan has never even acknowledged that there are people in the Gaza Strip that are suffering, that have been displaced, children who are dying. That has to be a part of the solution. So I understand that people are passionate about this issue, but they have a reason and a right to be passionate about this. When we talk about our allies around the world, it is not just our allies in Israel. I can tell you that my Republican colleagues held up the budget because they didn't want us to support Ukraine. If Ukraine falls as a democracy, we have problems in all of Europe.
I should have
Trump,
seen that.
the head of his party, has supported Putin, has continued to toe the line for him. We have to make sure that as the United States, we stand on our principles and our beacon for democracy around the world.
Congresswoman Hayes, thank you so much. Mr. Logan, you now have 1 minute.
Sure. Well, first of all,
hold on. Hold on. Very briefly, you say, you mentioned the gaslight about Trump. Just very briefly, do it in like half a sentence. Trump's support of Putin apparently is, you say something along the lines of, Trump was in office for 4 years, and for 4 years we didn't have an invasion in Ukraine because of how Trump treated Putin. As in, because of how strong, how harshly, and how much strength he showed, how harshly he treated, how much strength he showed Putin. That's how you respond to that. All done, right? I was so close. So because you can predict all this, you should be able to have a prepared response to this. You should be able to then say, but one thing you won't hear, and I'm willing to say that Ukraine is on the right side of this war, and that that Ukraine should hopefully be victory, though unlikely, should be, if we're going to favor one side, towards Ukraine. You say something along those lines, right? And then you immediately say, what you won't hear from Ms. Hayes, from Congressman Hayes, is a call for victory by Israel against the terrorist groups that they are fighting against, like Hamas, like Hezbollah, and like the Houthis. Instead, all you're going to hear are sympathies for them and for the civilians that they have effectively held hostage to their own terrorism. Yes, we should have some sympathy for the civilians of Gaza, but in that same breath, the sympathy we should have is against their Hamas rulers. And Israel should be, as they are already doing, going through the measures that they need to go through in response to October 7th to take out these terrorist cells and to get their hostages back. And until then, they have my full verbal support to not engage in a ceasefire and to instead institute a ceasefire only after those conditions are met. And if that means met, and at the same side of my mouth, I can also say, although they wholeheartedly have my verbal support, this isn't our country, just like Ukraine. This is so easy to prepare for, George. I really hope this is your response.
Support Ukraine in the effort to help them defend themselves against the devastating invasion from Vladimir Putin. When it comes to Israel, this is the issue that we have with my opponent. She shows tepid support of Israel, and then she also shows tepid support for those who want to do harm to Israel.
No.
You take a look at the party. When you go on the ballot, you'll see it, the Working Family Party. These are the things that they're shooting, that they're aiming for, their goals, to defund the police. They're against sending arms, critical arms, and weapons and dollars to Israel. That is a problem. My opponent is one of only 40 congresspersons who signed a letter to withhold sending critical resources to Israel. Israel has a right to defend itself. War is terrible. It's terrible on everyone involved, and on both on the Israeli side and on the Palestinian side. There are innocent people who are suffering. I want the war to end as soon as possible. I believe in a two-state solution, absolutely, right? But we can't have one of those states cannot be run by a terrorist organization. So yes, I do support our allies, and I believe it's important that we stay steadfast in doing that.
We appreciate that very much. We do want to move on to the next question.
Can I respond to the vote he just said?
Sure, you can. You have 30 seconds.
The vote, what I voted for was an investigation into the World Central Kitchen killings. We had United States citizens that were killed, and we have a responsibility as a Congress to figure out what happened and make sure it doesn't happen again. That is my job, to have oversight over these funds that we're sending and make sure they're used appropriately and in the way that they were intended.
Do you see how if you stick to what I said, she doesn't have this to fall back on, George? Jesus Christ.
He's saying that he wouldn't have even asked any questions about United States mission workers killed. That's a problem.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. The next question is for you, Mr. Logan. This will be coming from Dan, and it is in regards to the 2024 presidential election.
Yes, Mr. Logan, how supportive are you of your party's nominee? I think you've been less than clear, or maybe I've just missed it, but I want to get a clear articulation from you about that. He obviously, we don't need to list the various ways that his behavior has called attention to itself. He's called his opponent mentally ill. He
focus on his policies, George. You say, "Oh, I'm fully in support of all or nearly all of his policies." And then you just list them off. You give a one-sentence policy statement, and then you say why it's good in one sentence. You come up with 4 of these. So it sounds like a lot.
He's denied the election, which I believe you have not, and on and on. And so what do you say about that when constituents ask you that question?
Yes, I've been very consistent, so I do think you've missed that. I have said over and over again, right? Folks in our community are suffering, including our families.
Oh my God!
The affordability issue is huge. The border, the open border, huge problem.
Oh my God!
America's state in the world has only been weakened since the last election. That is the problem. I cannot, in good conscience, support 4 more years of the bad policies from the Biden-Harris administration. My opponent wants to continue on that same path that has led to a lot of these problems that we have now, whether it's inflation, whether it's chaos abroad, because America's place has been weakened, right? We need strong leadership. We cannot get that by the current administration. My opponent will continue. So I will be supporting the presidential ticket this election.
Can't say the name.
The Republican presidential ticket this election.
We were waiting with bated breath for that response. Congresswoman Hayes, you have 1 minute.
I think the non-answer says more than the answer. The fact that my challenger, who claims to be the party of law and order, he cares about all these things, can't even say the name or the 34 times convicted felon that he plans to vote for. This person who literally has tried to overthrow our government one time and will...
Okay. Okay, I got to look up this name because I can't remember the name. Isak Stern. So when she says that, you just interrupt her and say Isak Stern. Isak Stern was the Jew, one of the Jews that Liam Neeson, excuse me, that Oskar Schindler saved in World War II. He was a multiple-time convicted felon. Just yell that out. Just yell it out. All you got to do is just say his one name, and then everything she says comes down about the 34 felony charges.
We'll try to do it again. He can't even say his name out loud. I guess because you have a camera right there. This is who he says he'll vote for him in the election. When he goes to Washington, if he were to go to Washington, he would vote with him on all of his dangerous policies, on Project 2025 and all of those disastrous policies that we're talking about. This is someone, J.D. Vance, who can't even say that Joe Biden won the election. If you are that supportive of your presidential nominee, say it with your chest. You're going to support Donald Trump. You're going to vote for Donald Trump, and people know what that means.
Congresswoman Hayes, thank you very much. Obviously, this is a very hot-button issue. Mr. Logan, I'd like to give you another 30 seconds to possibly clarify your position.
See, the issue here again is my opponent cannot fathom an independent voice in Washington. I will work with whoever's in the White House after this election. My goal is to work in a bipartisan manner. I am an independent, individual thinker who's going to make decisions for the folks in our district, unlike my opponent who's making it clear she's going to give us more of the same in terms of supporting the bad policies coming from the Democrat leadership that has only made things worse in this country. I believe we need to go in a different direction. I believe that I have the ability to go down there, work in a bipartisan manner. She has no ability to work with folks on the other side of the aisle, and she's proving that here today.
Mr. Logan, we appreciate it. We do have to talk about a very important topic right now, which is
because he's not obsessed with him like you guys are. He doesn't have to. He also didn't say Kamala Harris yet.
Abortion and reproductive rights.
Congress. I don't know what you're running for. My focus is laser-like focus on this race.
Thank you. We have a lot to get to tonight, as I said before. Abortion and reproductive rights is a big issue that many voters are thinking about. Ebong, your question tonight will be going to Congresswoman Hayes.
Congresswoman Hayes, what's your position on abortion, and how is it? Because basically, we've had a situation in which Mr. Logan has said abortion is not an issue in Connecticut, and he would not support a national abortion ban. What's your take?
Well, thank you. Abortion is an issue for everyone, and I support a woman's right to choose, a woman's right to make her own health care decisions between her and her doctor. Mr. Logan just said he was running for Congress. The congressperson for this state has to weigh in on federal issues on how it affects the entire country from the perspective of the 5th District. I can tell you that since Roe versus Wade fell, when was overturned, and Mr. Logan said the Supreme Court made the right decision and he would not vote to codify Roe, we've seen over 200 women around the country criminalized, put in jail. We've seen women die and bleed out. I can tell you, I care about those women, even if they don't live in the 5th District. I don't want the government making decisions for me, for my daughter, for my granddaughter, and I don't trust Mr. Logan. Because
hold on, time out. This is the line of response. If you don't want federal government making those decisions for your family, then you would support devolution to the states. because then it's not the federal government making that decision one way or the other. It's the state of Connecticut making that decision. George, this is an easy line of attack.
Filled out questionnaires, and he says that he supports a woman's right to choose, but he also said that he would not vote to codify Roe. Just last week, he said he would join the Republican Study Committee, whose #1 issue, one of their top issues, is the Life at Conception bill. So which version of George Logan would we get on this issue? The one that gives interviews and says he supports a woman's right to choose, or the one who would not vote to codify Roe? The one who would join the Republican Study Committee? It is not his place. It is not Mike Johnson's place. It is not the Congress's place. It is between a woman and her.
Then it should be then you should devolve the decision making. Then you just devolve the decision making. You don't pass a federal law one way or the other.
Doctor. Roe versus Wade says that abortion should be legal. It has been the law of the land for over 50 years before Donald Trump put extreme Supreme Court justices in place to overturn it. And it says that up until the age of viability. So all of this nonsense about post-birth abortions, which incidentally is murder, infanticide.
But you support the bills at a federal level that would not protect those kids. When you have a situation where you have to evacuate the child at 34th week, right? There are a number of bills in these states that want that. I think it's Washington already has a bill. Minnesota had a bill that came before Minnesota that said if you had to evacuate the child at 34 weeks because of a medical condition in the mother, right? You have to evacuate the child. This is an early birth. There's no obligation. There was a bill that put an obligation on the doctor at that late a term, if it's clearly viable, to make at least some effort to keep that child alive after it has been evacuated. And what would be classified by you, Johanna Hayes, as an abortion. This was something that they voted against. And this is something that, George, if you're wise, you can weave this into your response.
Abortions up to the 9th month is nonsense. It should be between a woman and her doctor, and neither one of us should even have an opinion or on that issue.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Mr. Logan, your thoughts. You have 1 minute.
Sure. My opponent continues to use the abortion issue for political gain, and that is shameful. And look at my record.
Oh my God,
as a state senator. I had a 100% voting record supporting women's reproductive issues by NARAL, an independent group. I have been very consistent in my support of a woman's right to choose. I support Connecticut's abortion law. I would support, on a federal level, a woman's right to choose as long as it doesn't undermine Connecticut's abortion law, and it's constitutional. I'm the only one on this stage, of the two of us on the stage, that supports 100% Connecticut's abortion law, and I'm going to do everything in my power, right, to preserve it and protect it in Washington. That's where I stand on it, and my opponent continues to tell that lie, spend money to try to convince folks otherwise, and I'm hoping that enough folks are watching this and know. Please look at my record in the state legislature, look at every interview that I've given, every discussion I've given. I support a woman's right to choose. I think it's
your time is up, Mr. Logan.
And I support Connecticut's abortion law.
We appreciate it. Do you want 30 seconds to respond?
I would like 30 seconds. I am not paying money to peddle a lie. Those were your words. I would not vote to codify Roe versus Wade at the federal level. Those were your words. And you have not, you didn't take any votes on this issue. You've given interviews, you filled out questionnaires, but you haven't taken any actual votes. I've taken votes. I've forced discharge petitions. I have tried to sign amicus briefs. And it doesn't stop just at abortion. It's IVF, it's contraception. After Roe fell, we took a vote in the House to protect contraceptives for women, and 195 Republicans voted against it. So abortion is just the gateway.
I have to
It's just the beginning.
Sure.
Thank you so much. We are going to make this a short question for time. So, Mr. Logan, you will get 1 minute. Congresswoman Hayes, you will get 30 seconds to respond. Susan, this question is coming from you on the housing crisis. 1 minute begins after Susan asks the question.
My question is on housing. which is a huge problem not only in this country but here in Connecticut. And despite efforts by the Connecticut legislature to get cities and towns to build more affordable housing, it has not worked.
It to happen.
Kamala Harris has suggested giving families a break, I believe $25,000 a year for housing. Is that a good plan? And what would you do to create more affordable housing?
So that plan coming from the Democrat.
Come on, just point out immediately the economic illiteracy of raising, of materially influencing demand that, in a manner that would long-term raise prices. And in fact, in the short term, it's just going to raise prices by increasing demand. This is basic middle school economics. If every kid in school gets $1 towards candy, they're going to buy out all of the candy. And you're going to wind up with even worse shortages. And this, in the long term, not only jacks up the price, but it creates a shortage. You have to point this out. Come on. Come on, George.
Nominee, our vice president, is not a good plan. Because what it's going to do for housing, it is going to actually make things worse. That is why these reckless government spending plans need to go. You know, when you take a look at the housing market, if you start flooding in terms of more people getting into the housing market without actually doing something that there are actually more housing available, housing prices are just going to go up. It's a simple supply and demand issue. And that's why many of these, cockamamie plans coming from the White House have repeatedly failed, and they keep going to the same well. What we need to do is to make things more affordable so that builders can build more, so that people have more income, more money in their pockets, reduce taxes so they can afford to buy a house, so they can afford to do what I've been able to do with my family, and some of you in the audience have been able to do as well. We need to make things more affordable. We need to make sure that we have responsible fiscal policies, and that is not a responsible fiscal policy. It is a campaign gimmick that will not work.
We appreciate your time. Just as a reminder, Congresswoman Hayes, you do have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I hope you all are listening because this is his idea of bipartisanship. Mr. Logan's campaign is funded and bankrolled by...
Be right back. Okay, we're back.
A group called Blackstone, which are corporate landlords who are price gouging and driving up the price, and we're seeing that everywhere. What have I done? I have brought money back to the district for affordable housing. I support the Vice President's plan to build 3 million affordable housing units so that people are not spending more than 36% of their income. Let's get our carpenters back to work, our tradesmen back to work, and open up the housing market so that people can afford to buy a home.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much. It is time now for the closing statements, and as determined by that coin toss, which I mentioned earlier.
This is just so bad. Like George, I want to sit George down. I really want to sit George down after this election if he loses, and talk about this, because this is just a downright bad performance.
Congresswoman Hayes, you are up first, and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone for being here. This hour went by much quicker than I thought it would, and I welcome the opportunity to answer these questions, so thank you. I hope what you've heard tonight is what I've actually done. Votes I've actually taken, resources I've actually delivered and brought back to the district. Mr. Logan talks about his record of bipartisanship. He had 0 bills passed in the state Senate, never moved a bill, never did anything. He voted on the budget. We all appreciate that in the state of Connecticut, but there's so much more to legislating than that. I have to tell you, I have traveled around this district and really gotten to know the people of the 5th District and make sure that every single one of those communities is important to me. Every single one of those communities is represented. Mr. Logan talks about bipartisanship, but he wants to go to Congress, and I'll use his word, to be a rubber stamp for the Trump administration, for a Mike Johnson, who would have the gavel, and all of the things that we're talking about right now, we wouldn't even vote on those things because he would never bring them to the floor. So I will continue to do the work that I have been doing and to continue to deliver on behalf of the people of this district. There's so much at stake. He can't even denounce January 6th. He said he would have voted against a bipartisan commission to investigate what happened on January 6th. He can't even say Trump's name because, God forbid, he offend anyone in National Republicans. They'll stop funding his campaign. If he can't say it in this room when Trump's not even here, what do you think he would do in Washington? So I hope that once and for all we will,
because he's running his own campaign,
send Mr. Logan back to wherever he came from so that we can continue to do the work that is important for the people of this district, all of the people, not leave anybody behind. That's what I plan to do. That is who I am. That is who you sent to Washington, and that has not changed.
We appreciate that, Congresswoman Hayes. Mr. Logan, you have the final 2 minutes tonight.
Thank you. You see clearly the nastiness that comes out from my opponent. You see how partisan she is. She's one of the most partisan members of Congress. There's only 29 other members that are more partisan than she is. You can see the nastiness. When she had an opportunity to come and be here for the people of her district during the flooding, she decided to stay in a political party. The choice here is clear. She has a 99% voting record with the Washington administration and the White House. I have a 97% bipartisan voting record. And I don't know where she gets her data from. You know, I was the head chairperson and co-chair of planning and development in the state Senate, veterans. I was on the public health committee. I screened bills. I'm co-sponsor of dozens of bills. You got your information wrong, all right? So I am someone who knows how to work hard, work on a bipartisan basis, and I plan on bringing them back down to Washington. You know, we are not on the same page on a lot of different issues. She, again, repeatedly, over and over and over again, tries to use this divisive rhetoric and outright lies on my position on things, right, for political gain. I say it over and over again how I want to work on a bipartisan basis. My focus is on this race as opposed to my opponent's focus, who's on something else, and that is satisfying her party leadership. That is not my goal, right? I have made it known to the Republican leadership. I have made it known to the folks in the district, to you. I will be representing you, not any special interest group, and not especially not no Project 2025. I never heard of Project 2025 until she started talking about it. That is not where my head is at. My head is at helping the people in the district. And now I'm going to talk to some of my friends and family out there who are Latino, Hispanic, Spanish speaking. You know, este es un tiempo para nosotros.
Oh, no.
Un tiempo donde podemos ir en un nuevo camino. Es una oportunidad para tener un cambio en Washington para gente que vaya a trabajar por ti. Yo voy a trabajar por ti por día y noche. Este es un tiempo de historia donde podemos traer un latino, un hispano de Connecticut para Washington para primera vez. Now, I'm going to ask all of you for your vote so that we can move our country to a new direction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What a
Thank
bitch.
you, Mr. Logan, and thank you,
What an
Congresswoman
insufferable
Johanna Hayes.
bitch.
We appreciate both of you being here
Time is
tonight.
expired as he's finishing up his sentence.
With that, I do
Jesus.
ask you to hold your applause for a few more minutes here. That concludes tonight's debate. We do want to thank our partners at CT Insider and WATR Radio, and of course our three panelists for their great and thoughtful questions. We will have a wrap up on Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock tonight. We hope you'll tune in for that. And we also encourage you to go to ctinsider.com for more reporting and analysis.
Yeah, okay. I've had enough. I don't know if I'm going to keep this up, guys. I don't know if I can keep this up. This is just a really bad performance by Logan. And honestly, if you put together a better performance, then you can get away with calling out John Hayes for the insufferable bitchery that she engaged in towards the end of the debate. Like, seriously? And your time's up. Well, he's finishing a sentence. The entire debate, both of you have been afforded the time to finish a sentence. Like, what an insufferable bitch. Right? Like, I have no other ways to phrase that based on what we saw with tonight's debate, with the debate from, well, whenever that was. I'd have to look it up. It looks like it was posted For crying out loud. This is on C-SPAN on October 9th, 2024. So I don't know actually when the actual debate was. But this is just, George, you get an F. Like, I'm going to vote for you because I'm voting on policy and what I know is going to come out of this. But this is a horrendous debate performance. Like, I don't know. The thumbnail is going to be with me and my face like this with a big F, George. Like, I don't know how to explain this. So I don't mean to be insulting, George. It's just like, if you lose on Tuesday night, then I'm going to reach out to you Wednesday so we can have this conversation. Because your debate performance was just utterly terrible. Right? Like, I spelled out. I was able to predict what her responses were going to be. On how many occasions? This isn't hard. And if you do that, if you sit down with somebody just for like the day before, just for the entire day, just wipe out that day from your calendar. You're running for a congressional seat. You can afford to wipe out that day from your calendar. And if you can't, then you shouldn't be running for the seat. Right? And you sit down with that consultant and you say, like, here, and you pay some hardcore Democrat consultant to just grill you on questions. Right? And then you give the most restrictive debate rules you possibly can in that practice debate, and you practice for 8 hours straight. When she says this, you come back with this. When the question is this, you answer with this. When she goes on a gish gallop during her 30-second rebuttal, then what you have to do is you have to answer the next question like that. You got to have a way to respond to the next question. You just answer it in 6 seconds. And that way you can spend the entire rest of the time dealing with that gish gallop. And that's what we saw. She was just way better prepared. Way better prepared. And then her performance was a way better performance. I'd say if she could just contain herself for the last 10 minutes of the debate and not be such an insufferable bitch for the last 10 minutes of the debate, then I wouldn't be able to call her an insufferable bitch for the last 10 minutes of the debate. And then she's probably won voters over with the debate. Right? I don't know that there are too many truly undecided voters in this election. And I seriously doubt there were any, and there are any, especially today. I doubt there were any then, and I especially doubt that there are any today of any significance in terms of their size. But in terms of the size of the voting block of actually undecided voters, especially here in Connecticut's 5th District. But man, I bet you she won some over. And I bet you she would have won a bunch over on that debate if, again, she could just keep it together for the last 10 minutes. That's all she had to do. George, she was way better prepared than you. I don't know how to describe it. I'm trying to be charitable. That's why I stopped taking notes. Because this was just brutal to watch. I don't know who's in charge of making this decision for who the lead candidates are going to be, who's backing all of this stuff, but we need to have a conversation. If we want to get Johanna Hayes out of office in the 5th District, then you got to have a better performance than this. In fact, Billy Mo Buckby would be a better candidate, in my opinion, than what I saw out of that debate. Maybe not throughout the course of the campaign trail, but out of that debate, Billy Mo Buckby would be better. Right? And Billy Mo Buckby would win New Milford in a landslide. Now, he'd have a really hard time with New Britain. New Britain is going to vote 95-5 Johanna Hayes. So let me see. I got a text message from... Yeah, no. That's all right. I reached out to Steve Harding earlier today. He didn't get back to me until after I'd kind of basically silenced my phone and didn't really see what was taking place. So I guess we're just not going to have him on tonight. That's all right. We got another day of election coverage. Maybe I'll do something on Tuesday night. I probably won't. I'm really friggin' hungry, and this is getting to be a bit much. And that was brutal. I don't know whether I'm going to bother with another one. Let's see who else is in here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any commentary to answer to. So I think we're going to wrap up. I think that's going to be it. And I'll get some clips out. Stay tuned because I am going to do some work with the Mike Reed's channel very soon. So keep your eyes peeled on that. Like I said, the reason that I can't spend as much time as I would like to spend on this channel is because I got a business to maintain, and that's where I make my money, and the business is thriving. So that's just how it's going to be. I'm going to have time in November, December, January, February, March to devote to this sort of thing, and to the Mike Reed's channel. But until these channels grow significantly, I can't devote too much time to this. So we're going to do the best we can in the next coming weeks, and then after that, the coming months. And we'll see. That said, the reason I'm able to run the business I'm able to run, the reason I don't have time for this is because of the community. It's because the community has been so great about making recommendations to me and about recommendations of me to their friends and family. So I can, for the community's continued support on that front when it comes to Western CT Pro Turf, I really appreciate all of that. I do this for you guys too, right? Like, this is why I do this for free, because I think it's fun and I think it's useful to you guys to see this. So, for you, when it comes to you guys, eternally grateful, endless thanks every time we do this to anyone who joins in. A special thanks to Billy Mo Buckby and Pat Callahan, who joined us earlier in the show. We're going to sign off, and we'll see you in the next one. Good night, folks.